end comes running in and he bowls to Root. It turns that into the leg side. This should be it. This should go at least for 4. It has gone for 4. And Joe Root has done it in his 30th innings in Australia. He's managed it. He's scored his first 100. And what a fight it's been. But Joe Root's done it. And he's getting a standing ovation from the crowd here. Australians and Barmies alike are on their feet. Well, that was a fabulous moment yesterday. Joe Root scoring his first century against Australia, but just making the point there, what an innings it was. He played absolutely brilliant. That must surely be one of the best of the 40 Test hundreds that he has scored so far, and there's power to add today as we welcome you to the Gabba for the second day of this second Test match. A beautiful day, temperature around about 29, 30 degrees, barely a cloud in the sky, sun beating down, and as you can hear outside, I'm sure, great atmosphere, wonderful anticipation. The England supporters again on that emotional roller coaster yesterday, up and down and up and down. 5 for 2, 122 for 2, on we go. And then Harry Brook and that much debated shot. Smith out second ball, and all the way Joe Root was just holding things together at the other end until Jofra Archer came and plundered 32 at the end, when a lot of people were saying and wondering why Ben Stokes didn't declare in the dark and get Australia batting. Well, they added 61, and so they've lifted England to 325 for 9 at the start of this second day, which will be underway in just under 15 minutes from now. So well done for being with us, all of you who are up and about, maybe at home, working nights perhaps, or just lying in bed and hearing a little bit of Brisbane atmosphere through your headphones. It's great to have you with us. Makes the job worthwhile, I'm absolutely honest with you. Now then, where are we going to start? Let's start with Nathan Lyon. A talking point yesterday, for sure, that he was left out of the side, and usually there's a sort of a code that when you're left out, or you ask questions about bad umpiring decisions, you're actually very careful and cautious, because you can't get yourself into trouble by saying something that might be considered to be bringing the game to disrepute. Well, Nathan's had a say about being left out yesterday. He's described his mood as, quotes, absolutely filthy, close quotes. I'm letting things settle down in my own head and trying to make sure that I'm doing whatever I can to make sure the guys representing Australia do the right thing and get the right result for us. He does say, I'm not the first player to miss a Test match, which is true, and I won't, but I'm pretty gutted because I know the role that I can play, and especially at a venue like this. Glenn McGrath, absolutely filthy. Good Australian term, that.
Yeah,
could you translate it for those lying at home? Absolutely filthy, translated from Australian, means...
Yeah, g'day everyone. It means you're a little disappointed.
No, it doesn't. It means more than that.
I think Nathan Lyon was very reserved. I'm sure he would have come out and said a lot. Absolutely filthy.
That's quite strong.
If I come out and said I'm absolutely filthy, I could say things a lot stronger than that.
Well, you could.
So to me, it's not that strong. Like, seriously, he's just filthy about it. Fair enough. Disappointed. He's come out and said he's going to be there and does what he... So, yeah, I think he was a lot more than filthy, but he was reserved in his comments, and that's what he said. Yeah, and I don't mind players coming out and being honest. Like, you've just been dropped from the team, and you're a big player. You've got a good record against in day-night Test matches, and I think they missed him there yesterday. So
yeah, they did.
You're allowed to be disappointed.
And what's the option? Oh, I'm all right, I don't mind. I
couldn't be happier. I didn't want to play out there today anyway. No. I reckon that's worse. If someone says I didn't want to play there today, get rid of him anyway. Yeah, so I don't mind it. He's a little bit filthy.
Alex, is that an expression that you might use? Have you ever been absolutely filthy? Good morning, or good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I've been absolutely filthy on a few occasions. When you turn up to a ground, you think you're playing. Yeah. You're expecting to play because you've played all the previous games, and you get the little tap on your shoulder. I mean, I've been into a dressing room and punched a locker. I was that filthy about not playing, because you want to play for your country, Nathan Lyon should be playing. I'm really surprised he's not. There are a lot of people that are really surprised he's not. He could have done a job for Australia, not only for the slow over rate, but they could have had the new ball last night as well at some stage. So, look, I respect him for coming out and being honest. He definitely could have been more honest, don't get me wrong. There'll be things that he'll have said to his family, his friends, a couple of teammates that will never be repeated again, because he will have been fuming.
Yeah. It's really interesting selection, and watching the way Australia bowled yesterday with honest seamers, fast medium seamers, trying to bowl bouncers on a pretty flat track. I mean, there's a little bit of bounce there, but it needs he's not a bouncer bowler. Doggett certainly isn't a man who's used to running in and bowling bouncers non-stop. I mean, 6 and over. You look at that as a result that Steve Smith, I suppose, felt he had to turn to, and you think, well, you got your spinner up there, however many 500 wickets to his name.
Yep, no, exactly. And you look at the pitch, I was a little surprised they took so much grass off it yesterday. It's common practice, and everyone says 8 millimetres of grass is the way to go.
There's Nathan running out to the middle, look. He's out on his 12th man duties.
Oh, she got the ball. I was just having a little bit.
Look at that. That just turned square, just ripped out the foot marks. But, so it's 3 millimetres this test. But, that ball, as soon as the pink ball goes a bit soft, it's hard work just banging it in. Compared to the red ball, completely different balls. So that pitch out there, it'll quicken up today. It was hard work. Even Mitchell Starc said, as soon as that ball got soft, there was nothing. It didn't come on as that well, so it wasn't as easy as what it could have been to bat as well. So,
do you think he said that to get a little bit into England's ear as well about how soft the ball's going to go? I was listening to it, I thought, that's quite cunning. He's just slipped it there for the English bowlers to hear that this ball's going to go really soft.
Oh, you're always looking for angles.
Well, I do. You'd like to. I just felt he'd slipped that in there.
No, if I was him, I would have said, it's gone really soft. But we bowl well. That's a 450 first innings.
But he could say that,
there, so he didn't say that.
No, he didn't say that.
But I think he was being honest, and watching, especially in that last hour or so, last 40 minutes when Archer was out there, there was no demons in that pitch, and they could have mixed it up the pace a bit more, but it was pretty easy for both Root and Archer at the end.
I was going to ask you, Alex, what we're expecting today, but I think, if we're absolutely honest, we have no idea what we're going to expect, do we?
No, there's part of me that wouldn't be surprised if we have one ball, then England declare. Wouldn't surprise me if England make Australia stay out to 80 overs, then declare, because of the whole over rate and that debate that we're all having at the back of the box. It also wouldn't surprise me if they bat for half an hour or lose the last wicket. I genuinely don't know what to expect. All the England lads, they were down in the dugout yesterday, all ready to go out and field.
Yes, they were.
But Ben Stokes changed his mind.
Yeah, Jamie Smith had his wicket-keeping gloves on.
Whatever made England change their minds, they changed their minds yesterday.
I think they were going just go out and slog. They thought Jofra would probably get a few runs and get out, and they'd still
bowl 15 minutes.
But the other thing they have to consider, the strategy with day-night test matches, if they happen to bat a little bit too long and they don't take wickets through the day, you don't get your second new ball under lights tonight. So, and you want to take it under lights. You don't want to take that 5 or 10 overs into tomorrow. So there's different sort of thought processes going into this day's play.
It is fascinating, and just Alex touched on the over rate situation, which for Australia was very, very slow again. They've bowled 74 overs. They're supposed to bowl 90, of course, and they had the extra half hour and still failed to do that. But the law, and I've just checked this next door with Bruce Oxenford, who's a very friendly Australian umpire who was on the circuit for many years.
Typical Australian.
He is a very nice chap, but he's now the umpire's coach.
Oh, okay.
And so I bumped into him and said, right, come on, Bruce, let's have the rules here. So he said that if you bowl a team out in fewer than 80 overs, there is no penalty for the speed of your over rate. If you bowl a team out for 90 overs, should we say, with a pitifully slow over rate, that still doesn't mean to say, like, if England do bat here into the 81st over, we will not be saying, that's it, Australia are going to lose all these points, test match points, they're going to get fined, because if you still have a second go at it, if you bowl them out within 160 overs in the match, your over rate is waived, as it were, any penalty.
Who came up with that idea?
I don't know. What I was told was when Quadra came up with it, and he emailed the ICC and said this is what you should do, and that they did it. But I don't know.
He's a batsman.
I know.
They listen to batsmen. They don't want to listen to the bowlers.
I don't know what it means. But anyway, that is the situation. However, it would be in England's interest, I think, to get past that 80 overs. I know World Test Championship points kind of seem irrelevant now, but you only have to look at where England were at the end of the last cycle. They were docked around 24 or 23 points for slow over rates, and that's a killer. I mean, that rules you out of any chance of getting into the final.
So, Eggers, does it work in reverse? So, say
No, I know where you're
So
going.
if you've got 90 overs, bowled them out in 90 overs, and a slow over rate in the second innings, which took you over,
that would then be
bowled them out in
cumulative.
75, sorry, and then a slow over rate, which took them over 160 overs for the match. Does it come back into play?
If you bowled them out in fewer than 75...
Because you
I
said
guess-
160
yeah,
or
I
less, it doesn't count. 160 or more.
trust you to come up with a question that I have absolutely no answer for, Pete. But it's a good point.
But
Go and see Bruce. He's next
Yeah,
door.
I'll go and have a chat to Bruce.
He's a nice
later.
chap.
We'll come back to you with that one, listeners.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I think the fact, yes. Oh, I don't know.
Just
I hadn't
thrown you
started
there,
that
haven't I?
conversation now.
Quick, start another one.
Let's look down here. We've got Australia gathering, and I wonder what they're going to do here.
Oh, they'll probably
They-
bowl to start with, I think.
Do you think they'll bowl normally? Do you think they'll bowl to a normal plan?
You think they're going to lob a
Or are they
part-time
gonna-
spinner on?
Or are they going to bowl bouncers? And they're going to run in and try that theory again, because it didn't really work last night, did it? I mean, I know England were ticking a bit.
Well, you try to
But,
get, I think, go hard at them. You've got 6 overs and then you get the new ball and
Yes.
things may change. So try not to go for too many runs in 6 overs or get a wicket
And
early.
you start with Stark, although there's 6 overs to go until the new ball. I think you probably
Yeah.
do, don't you?
Yeah, give him a couple.
Yeah, I'd say so. Steve Smith's looking up in this direction. I don't think he's looking at you necessarily, Pitch, but he's gazing up here with his sunglasses on and his baggy green.
He's probably thinking, what would Aggers do in this situation?
I think he's probably thinking, I wish I could do with that tall, fast bowler sitting next to Jonathan Agnew there to come and run in. But you'd be bowling bouncers, though, Pidge. I don't know if you fancy doing that or not. If you were told to run in and bowl bouncers,
Oh, always happy to do that.
would you have done it? Would you have bowled to that plan yesterday? Or would you have said, no, someone else can do it?
I would have done my best, yeah.
Would you?
Any-
you
anything
ever
for
met a
Australia.
fast bowler that doesn't want to bowl a bouncer?
I don't remember you
And you-
bowling too many bouncers.
But you've never met a cricketer that doesn't wish they could bowl bouncers either. Even spin bowlers, they love bowling bouncers. You see Joe Root do it every now and then.
You do every now and then.
And because we're like, that's our way of trying to get ourselves into the battle.
You bowled a bouncer.
No, I can't bowl a bouncer. I bowled at 46 miles an hour.
Well, I
guess.
know, I was a bit surprised. Anyway, we've got Jofra Archer and Joe Root standing down there in the sunshine. They're waiting to go, and they're chatting away, looking very nonchalant actually, both of them leaning on their bats with their hands tucked onto their hip. It's that sort of very relaxed fashion, although I doubt they're feeling entirely relaxed. But what a really terrific innings that was from Root yesterday, and I loved that little sort of shrug of the shoulders that he gave at the end as he got all the applause. What's the big deal? What's the fuss?
Yeah.
Oh, it's always coming.
Yeah, umpires on the way. There we go. Messrs. Holstock and Sharfadullah, both wearing Panama hats, and almost immediately the Australians break ranks below us. They're running out to take up their fielding positions, and here come England then. Joe Root sprinting past Jofra Archer, who's walking out a little more casually and relaxed there, twiddling his bat as he wanders out. And we've got English flags flying down there in the distance. There's a terrific turnout of England supporters here yesterday, and we're going to have another, near full house, I'd imagine, in Brisbane today. It's a working day, of course, but many people will have had this in the diary for a long time. And they're packing in. A few empty seats to our left. It looks like a sort of a corporate area of spectators who haven't quite made it yet. Looking around otherwise, it's filling up very quickly. There's an enormous queue around the Gabba. We come in down Vulture Street, over the bridge, over the Brisbane River, and you come across this enormous bowl in front of you. And the queue is just stretching all the way around the Gabba in bright, harsh sunlight as well. I mean, it's been very, very hot standing in that queue for a while, but they must have been there for ages. So my question has been answered, as I say. Good afternoon to Phil Tufnell.
Good afternoon, John.
Nice to see
Good
you.
day.
I wasn't sure. I posed the question: are they going to bowl normally,
Yeah,
or are they going to go short straight away and
Yeah.
look at the field?
yeah. Well, yeah. It kind of shows a little bit of something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, perhaps. Now, I think this little passage is crucial. They all are, aren't they? But,
Yes.
don't give it away here,
No, no.
Jofra. Play for the man on 130 yards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just keep him out there for a bit.
It is. It's a tactic. We used to do this at times back in the day, but you rarely saw it to this extent in Test
No.
cricket. I mean, Ian Botham sometimes did this, didn't he? I mean, he'd have a couple out
Yeah.
and he'd bowl some bouncers. But it's become a real tactic now in Test cricket.
And I think Artale have been a little bit guilty of sort of just jumping into it so far, haven't they?
Well, the Australians, I mean, look at this. We've got a very fine third man. We've got a deep backward point. Steve Smith is sort of at fourth slip, really, there for the guide off the face of Root's bat. The leg side, 3 out in the deep. As Doggett bowls the first ball of the second day, runs in and bowls short inevitably, and Root paddles it away into the leg side as a fumble there, but a misfield. But nothing is done as Neeser picks the ball up. He's at mid-wicket. And then we have a fielder here at mid-on as well.
And we all know, John, how infuriating little stands like this are, aren't they? You know, they really get under your skin, and the openers start twitching a bit. And what Australia want is bank comp in the pavilion.
So Doggett, who normally pitches the ball up, swings it away, but he's been instructed to bowl bounces, runs in and bowls short. Root tucks him away for the first run of the day, down into the leg side, and they take a single. Now, surely for Jofra Archer, number 11, you just try and get him out, don't you? You just bowl normally, but I don't think they're going to.
No.
He's going to have the old bouncer. Yep, he is. They're going to do it to him as well.
Don't just give it away here.
No.
I mean, very tempting though, you know, the tail ender. And
well, I hope Archer just sways inside the line, just gets out the way. You've got to bowl that. I mean, Doggett is not quick, is he?
No,
let's be honest.
Keep him out in the hot sunshine for as long as you can.
So don't be tempted, Jofra. There's 3 out on the boundary. There's a mid-wicket. Mid-on's gone back a bit. Let's see what he does. Doggett runs in, bowls short, and well played, Jofra. Ducked underneath it and saying, nah, go on, you can bowl that as much as you like.
Yeah,
I'm having nothing to do with it.
No. Get some more miles in the legs for the bowlers. And
it's just a question of whose patience gives in first here. But that was encouraging. Definitely. I mean, number 11, we do have a bit of a mind of our own, don't we?
Well, yeah, it's a tricky it's probably one of the hardest spots in the order to play.
Especially when you've got a fella on 130.
yeah. If anyone's going to do any whacking, leave it to him.
Yep. Joe Root just applauded Jerusalem there, which is finished. And Doggett runs in, bowls again, it's short. Oh, Archer pulls this one. And he's thrashed it away into the leg side, down at deep backward square leg. So maybe the patience isn't quite as deep as we thought it was. He's lasted one ball. But to be fair, that was more of a hip high. It was. I mean, Doggett just.
Court didn't he play well though yesterday? Archer. I mean, a real little bit of impetus just towards the end, wasn't it? A little cherry on the cake, that was.
But you wonder if Doggett really is enjoying this.
No, he won't.
This is not how he's thinking. I'm playing for my country here, so I have to do what I'm told. But I haven't been picked to play for my country by bowling like this.
No.
In he goes, bowls to Joe Root, bat raised, gets another short ball which he tugs away into the leg side. That goes down to long leg this time. This is not going to bother Root at all.
No, and there are probably other bowlers around Australia who are better at it than Doggett.
Yeah.
You know, or even someone like a Cameron Green, you know.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't been used
in this sort of
tactic. Because this fella's, I mean, he's just not a pace to bowl.
He's one of those titles. So he's similar to yourself, John. You know, look to go up there and bowl beautiful leg swingers. You know, really good pace.
Thank you. There's Doggett again, running in and bowling the last ball of the over, and Archer dips his head, plays the hook shot, and finds deep backward square leg. Going for a man who's brought up the hard bouncy pitches of the Caribbean as well. I don't think this is going to bother him very much. He's 34 from 29 balls. Root 137 from 205. And England, what do they add in that over? 329. They added 4. Really nonchalantly scored runs.
Yeah, might not have taken that last one, perhaps.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, just last ball of the over.
Well, especially as Stark's coming on.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
But is he going to bowl to this? Surely Stark, you try and just bowl Jofra Archer out, don't you?
Well, you would have thought so. It's amazing. I mean, we say it a lot, and England have been guilty of it, and were guilty of it against Travis Head.
Yeah. Mitchell Stark, as always, he goes into that frog loosening up position.
What? I missed that.
Did he do the frog?
What's the frog?
No, Mitchell Stark does it every time.
What sort of squat?
It's a squat and you force your knees apart. I go and see Bryn twice a week now. He loosens me up. Right, Jofra, what have you got? You've got Stark running in from the far end. Here he comes and bowls. Beautifully played. That is just a textbook 4 defensive shot from England's number 11, who has a first-class average, by the way, of
20 odd. 15?
It's high 20s.
Yes.
But if you take out his test matches in other domestic first-class cricket, he averages over 30. So basically for Sussex in the county championship, hasn't played a lot in recent seasons.
He can bat.
Yeah,
but his
absolutely.
England is what, single figures?
Yes, it's just gone above 9 in this innings. It was under 8 at the start.
He's
of this
better.
innings,
He's a better player than we've seen
potential's been there.
in Test cricket. Right, he's ready for Stark. Here he comes now, and he bowls to him outside the off stump. What a wonderful shot! A beautiful flashing square drive from Jofra Archer.
Whoa.
Wide, pitched up, and he's just lent into that. Wonderful stroke. And that'll silence a few Australians. They'll be going, hang on a minute. Archer goes to 38.
It's a shot.
That was a terrific shot. It's opened the face of the bat. His right knee was so low, it was almost on the ground. He got himself right down and guided that. It wasn't even a flourish. He just drove it and then held the pose. My old friend Kerry O'Keefe, lovely to see him. Just popping in to say hello. Here comes Stark. Bowls. Oh, no, wasn't quite so good. Not quite so pretty, that, Jofra.
No.
A bit of a swish outside the off stump. And he looked skywards.
Yeah.
And, but disappointed with that, but he didn't nick it. And Root's coming down saying, come on, Joff.
Oh, 3-3-3. It was like a MotoGP, wasn't it, chap? You know those motorcyclists that go round the corners, they scrape their knee on the tarmac. They're so low.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great shot. I'd be slightly looking round at the dugout to a few of the guys.
Well,
that's how you play it,
that's how you do it. The trouble is at number 11, so your beans start to tick a bit, don't they?
Absolutely.
Or whatever they do, that bounce, or whatever the beans do, and you just sort of, you can't help yourself. Stark again comes in, bowls to him. Oh, he's back into that defensive mode again this time. Perfect defensive shot, just lobbing onto the front foot. And Inglis is the fielder there at extra cover.
The partnership's now 69, which is England's highest for the 10th wicket in Australia since the 1950-51 series,
Good
when
Lord.
at the MCG in February of 1951, Reg Simpson and Roy Tattersall added 74.
Reg Simpson, gun and more man.
Was he?
Oh yes, very much a Nottinghamshire man. 333 for 9 is the score if you're just tuning in. And we're watching some wonderful, exciting batting here as Stark comes in, bowls to Archer, who plays that well. Straighter from Stark, and Archer just turned himself around a little bit there and just played that carefully way up to mid-on.
The only thing that then slightly goes in your mind is that, if number 11's caressing it around again behind the line, it might have flattened out a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. I think.
Well, we went out and had a look this morning, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
We did.
There was a few sort of mosaic-y pieces.
There were.
weren't there?
But it did look pretty flat,
Yeah.
I must say. It'd take a lot of grass off. Oh, right. There's a man at deep square leg now, which Jofra would have noticed.
Yeah.
There's one ball left in the over. I'm going for the bluff here, Jofra. I don't think he's going to bowl you a bouncer.
No.
I think you're going to get that on that front foot and defend it again. Here's Stark. Bowls. And he leaps alone outside the off stump. Well,
Beautiful.
that was as good an over of batsmanship that we've seen from England in this series so far.
With 2 test matches apart from Joe
Half
Root.
volley, get away. A leave at the end.
Yeah.
Very nice defensive shots. There was just that one little blemish when he was just ticking a bit from the shot before.
Well, this is a good game management, John. That wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Think of what the fella's going to be doing with the ball and counteract it. Well done. Well done. God, I was exhausted last night. I was living every ball, talking
I know
to a
you
few
were.
of the Barmies
I
as
know
well.
you were. You were exhausted.
They didn't go and get beers. They didn't dare do anything. They watched every single delivery.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff.
It is compulsive.
Yeah.
Right. What have we got here? We've got Doggett, who's going to freshen things up, in his mind anyway, by bowling his bouncers from round the wicket at Joe Root. So you can see Root there has opened his stance up. I don't think he'll be bothered about this at all. He's on 137. Let's see if Doggett can actually. He's got to get it in the right place. He's got to get it high. Certainly up at Root's head height. Doggett comes in, bowls, and that's just pulled into the leg side. It wasn't high enough.
What's Bryn then? Cardio? What's he called? A little chiropractor?
He's a little bit of a loosener upper.
Oh, is he? Okay. Bit of stretching and a few cracks.
Yes, it's interesting because I haven't done it for a while, but I just noticing some of the things. The book stretch. Do you do the book stretch? Spider. They're all doing it down here.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Bryn must have been down and watched the England team loosening up.
Oh, right.
Jock made a few notes.
Okay.
Doggett runs in again, and Archer's pulled him hard down into the leg side. In fact, that was a chance. It's gone down. He's caught it.
What a catch that
He
is.
has caught it. That went hard down to deep backward square leg. It's a diving catch. It looked for a moment there as if something had popped out. Maybe it's his sunglasses that came off his cap that deceived me there. It was Labuschagne he's got such good hands, and that was hit hard by Archer. Out to deep backward square leg. It went quickly, and Labuschagne has managed to dive low to his right.
Great catch.
Pull off a really very good catch indeed there, and Archer's out for 38. I wouldn't mind seeing that again because he hit it hard. One of those again, I have to be honest, with a pink ball, it's sometimes quite hard to see. But Labuschagne has dived there, full length.
Brilliant.
Low to his right. He's caught that roundabout, well, a full stretch anyway. Really good catch. And it's the divot, that's what deceived me. The divot that he's left behind, I thought was the ball that he had dropped. Anyway, Joe Root walks off. He's showing his back to the crowd. An outstanding innings. 138 not out, stands head and shoulders above every other contribution. Zach Crawley played nicely for his 74, but that 100 coming in to face a 16th ball of the match for England's number 4 and main batsman was
pressure.
It really was pressure, and he soaked it up. He gave one, well, basically uncatchable chance to second slip low down as he first came in, but well, there we are. Doggett got his wicket in the end, thrashed out to deep backward square leg.
You'll take that though, won't you? You'll take that
so.
Partnership, but it's
the partnership, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you something about Joe Root. What a fabulous knock. But I reckon he's probably played better knocks against better attacks. But I think when he sits there and looks back, I reckon that will be one of his, one he liked the most.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you what that catch reminded me. One of Glenn McGrath's. Do you remember that?
I do remember it. At Adelaide.
Yes, that's right. With the hands
running round the deep square leg
across each other.
It was an unusual catch. But in fact, there's an advert that's been made involving that catch. You've not seen it? Yeah.
What, Wilkinson sword?
I can't remember who it is.
No.
Which one it is. But anyway, he's that's in that. So, England are all out, and they've made 334, which from 264 for 9.
Fantastic.
Is a pretty decent score. I would say that's pretty much up there, isn't it? I mean, pretty much par.
Yeah,
They've got to bowl well.
Yeah,
got to bowl well in this.
Got to back it up
session.
now.
Yeah.
Joe's dug England out of that hole again, and now you've got to back it up with the ball. So come flying in for the rest of this session, and then you're going to put your feet up, give it everything, try and get those breakthroughs early on. If you can get one, you can get 2 or 3 in this session, you feel that you're starting to sort of just kick down the door a bit.
So that partnership, Andy, was worth.
The partnership was 70 in 9.4 overs. As I mentioned just before.
In 9? 70 in 9, did you say?
9.4 overs.
Lovely.
So quicker than a run of ball. England's highest 10th wicket stand in Australia since 1951 and second highest since 1903. Jofra Archer's 38 is the highest by an England number 11 in Australia since Wilfred Rhodes made 40 not out at the SCG in December 1903.
They still talk about it.
Wilfred, who on a later tours of Australia opened the batting, great Yorkshire all-rounder, another of the early 20th century Phil Tufnell moment. Joe Root 138 ties Ian Botham for the highest first innings score by an England player at the Gabba, just England's 8th century at the Gabba in all, 3 of them in that second innings, 517 for 1 in the 2010-11 series. So this is just the 5th England Gabba century in 22 tests outside of that.
Well, we've got the bowlers in front of us here, loosening up, getting themselves ready, and certainly aiming to come out with rather more intent in that second innings at Perth.
Yeah.
We're expecting Travis Head to open.
Well,
They could still be flexible.
I don't mind.
We don't know.
No, I mean, okay, listen, wonderful knock at Perth, but as you know, John, you can get a good one. You can nick off with a new ball.
How are they going to bowl at him? If he walks out, how are they going to feel mentally off that savaging that they had in Perth?
Well, I think,
and what's their tactic going to be?
Well, I think they're going to think, right, we've got another chance here. I think that they like peppering him, don't they?
Yes,
they
do.
like peppering him a little bit. But come on, lads, let's just go top of off stump, slips, perhaps have the one man out there, and instead of just bowling at every ball, you know, let's take him a little bit by surprise. Let's just go orthodox. Steam in, bowl hard, hit the pitch hard, and try and nick him off like you would Brian Lara.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, just the odd one, just to keep him honest.
Yeah, I think that's right. It all. I mean, the wheels fell off, didn't they, at Perth?
And a completely different situation here now for him, isn't it? As well, it's now sort of, they're trying to set up a game now. That was perfectly set up for him.
Mitchell Stark 6 for 75.
Cool.
Michael Neser 1 for 43. Scott Boland 1 for 87. Dogger took 1 for 81 in the end there, and Cameron Green only bowled 8 overs again. They're being very careful about using him. Now, just a note, please, for everybody listening back at home, Jack Leach is joining us at the first interval just after 6. I hope he gets up. He's not here, just to explain to you. So well done, Jack. I don't know what time we're setting the alarm for.
Yeah.
But you can put your questions to Jack. This is a sort of an ask Jack Leach moment. And I think we did something similar during COVID from memory, and he was in a hotel room in Manchester. We did an Ask Jack, didn't we?
I did a very nice little piece with him actually about left arm spin bowling. It was lovely, but then he injured himself or got poorly.
Well, we'll ask.
Good man, Jack.
Ask Jack lots of questions, but you can put your questions to Jack. And for goodness' sake, he's getting up at all this at horribly early time just for you. So let's have some good questions then, and you can do so on WhatsApp. Make it nice and simple. 0330 123 1826. That's 0330 123 1826. Or, of course, the old email is still fired up, tms@bbc.co.uk. Now, apparently, this gets a bit clever, this. On most smart speakers, you can send a comment. You can just say, ask BBC Sounds to send a comment.
Who are you asking?
Well, one of your smart speakers. And you send a comment. I don't know how it gets there.
Well, you just look at your phone and say, well, how are they coming out, Jack?
Yeah. And I don't know if you...
Tell you we're across
is your voice recorded as you do this, or is it just come out as a text? It comes out as a text. Because I think our smart speaker listens, to all sorts of things.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Well, I just do. I think they do.
Yeah. All right.
So anyway, this is the test.
Could be awkward.
This is the test. It could be awkward. If you could try just asking a question of your smart speaker without the ask BBC Sounds bit and see if it still comes. Because I think they listen. Can
it cook spaghetti bolognese?
Not
just
yet.
Listen to it.
But it'll give you a recipe for spaghetti bolognese. Anyway, ask Jack Leach. And you can ask him any question you like. I'll give you that WhatsApp again, 0330 123 1826. Or emails, probably easier in the middle of the night, tms@bbc.co.uk. They're clearing the field. Marcus Trescothick there, I can see, knocking up some pretty straightforward catches. He's doing so to people who aren't playing. So maybe just the reserves there getting their eye in, as it were. Jofra Archer's loosening up. He's taking his pads off.
Yeah.
And he's getting ready to go. He's bowling some looseners. There's a Jeetan Patel, who's one of the bowling coaches.
One thing that's always good, though, when you do get a few runs on the odd occasion, that I got a few runs lower down the order, you do feel up for the bowl.
Yeah, you certainly do.
Yeah, you kind of feel that you've done something, you've contributed to the game.
It's going to be your game, isn't it?
Yeah. And
right, time for a change here.
Yeah.
Tuffers, offer some thoughts if you can. And then there's time. We had Simon Mann coming in here to start off the Australian innings in reply to England's 334. Tuffers, some thoughts?
And I can see Travis Head and Weatherald warming up, doing their bat swings and getting the feet moving. What a knock he played at Perth. England will be desperate to get rid of him. One of those players that can really take the game away from you if it's his day, so England will be desperate to get that ball moving and be aggressive and really steam in at Travis Head, because he can be a devastating player up top. Simon.
Good afternoon, Toughers. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
It's 20 past 4 in the morning, Friday morning. England all out for 334. Added 9 runs, actually without any trouble. And then Archer couldn't get over a pull shot down towards deep back of square leg.
Great catch.
It was a good catch, but that's Labuschagne. I mean, that's his area.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yep.
And that's why they have him there. So I just wonder whether you've got to be cannier, to be honest. But there we go.
I think we'll take 70 for the 10th wicket.
Yeah,
God,
well, you would.
Greedy, man.
But you get greedy. Listen, this lot are ruthless, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
So try to follow that a little bit.
I couldn't agree more.
Right, Weatherald and Head are making their way to the middle, 66 and 62. Well, England's 66, had a pretty good time of it. Weatherald in his first Test match was out in the first over, and then put on that 75-run partnership with Head at the Perth Stadium. What did he get? 23 in that second innings? Yeah, 23 out to Bryden Carse.
Bit of a dasher. Well, we've got a couple of dashers out there. Don't go anywhere, because they could be 2-0. They could be 2 down early doors, or it could be pinging around everywhere.
No, 2-0 in 2 days' time. Thomas, 3 days' time.
What's that?
2-0 in 3 days' time.
No, it's not. What are you talking about, man?
Right, Archer's going to bowl. Archer's going to bowl.
Wow.
And he's going to be bowling to Travis. The good thing it seems to me about Travis Head opening for England is, okay, he could take you on, but of course you have got the new ball against him. Whereas if he comes in at 5, you haven't got the new ball against him, and he can still take your part, as he's done.
Yeah, I think that's what they're slightly worried about, the Aussies. But he stuck his hand up and said, "No, I'll do the opening job." But yeah, he's really his most dangerous, I reckon, as you say, 5 and ball old, tired bowlers. You can really get on top of you. But England just have a chance here, just to open the door slightly.
Right, we've got 3 slips of gully, square cover or a backward point, and there's no one between point and mid-off. So a big gap there in the offsides, a mid-wicket and a mid-on and a fine leg. The sun is beaming down. It's 20 past 2 in the afternoon, and here is Archer to bowl to Head. First ball of Australia's innings, and Head gets a rather tame delivery down the leg side and stays inside the line of it, and it's collected by Jamie Smith away to his right hand side. Kind of big build up the start of the innings, and the ball was way down the leg side. Actually been quite a good ball to a right hander, that one, rather than a left hander, but there we go. Archer out for 38, Root 138 not out. Archer turns beneath us and sets off past the umpire now to bowl to Travis Head, and Head gets another ball down the leg side. Head's inside the line of that as well. It's taken low down by Jamie Smith.
Just got the radar slightly off. It takes you a bit of time just to feel your way. You could do all the warm-ups in the world beforehand and bowl at mitts and bowling coaches, but it just takes you a couple sometimes just to slot in.
What did you try to do first ball? Were you conscious of just sort of landing it roughly in the right place, or were you aggressive and think, I'm trying to take a wicket first ball? Archer into bowl to Head. That's outside the off stumps, more like it. That's more the channel. Head played it well though, left it. Good carry through to the keeper.
Don't be short.
You're right.
Don't be short, because it's the easiest ball in the world just to cut away as a spin bowler. So yeah, just try and get it in that area. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, you're quite good at getting it down the other end. You try to get it on a nice line, I think.
I think Graham Swanee had this idea. He always tried to take a wicket in his first over. Some spinners just look to settle in, don't they, and bowl a tight over. Archer bowls way down the leg side, Heads inside the line of that. That was a slightly more dangerous delivery because it could easily have brushed the glove on the way through. It could carry through to Smith, but that's 3 down the leg side, 1 on the offside. Archer, Head hasn't played it yet.
You're trying to take a wicket in every over, really.
But I think, don't you get the impression some slow bowlers particularly have the mentality to just bowl a tight over?
Well, but that's still an attacking over, isn't it? If it's on line and length and in the danger area, anything can happen, isn't it?
I suppose.
A little bit.
Yeah. But Archer's coming round the wicket now. Round the wicket to bowl to Travis Head, and Head is forced back and plays that defensively up towards mid-on.
He's a strange batter, isn't he? He's a jack in the box, isn't he? He's not a classic opener, is he? He's a jumper and a sort of a get inside the line and a wriggler at the crease.
Yeah, I mean, there was a feeling that he is vulnerable to the short ball. You do bomb him. We saw in the World Test Championship final, I remember at the Oval, where eventually India bowled short to him and he was swatting and swishing, but by then it was a bit too late. He made 100 in that match, 100 in the World Cup final as well, 100 the other day. Archer bowls, and that one's clipped away to mid-wicket, straight to Ollie Pope. A nice looking shot from Head. And Archer's first over comes to an end. A maiden over, but slightly off target maiden over, although as the over progressed, he got a bit straighter. So the first over of Australia's innings is a maiden, a bit different from the first over of England's innings in all three of this Test match series so far. They've lost a wicket.
We've got to get out of that rut, that's for sure.
So Gus Atkinson's going to bowl the second over.
Wicketless, of course, at Perth.
Yeah.
I think he bowled all right.
He bowled well in the first innings, that much
did.
luck.
Yeah.
Second innings, it was tough for everybody.
Yeah.
Against Travis Head and Jake Weatherald, particularly Head.
I just feel that he still gets it down at a good lick. You know, he can bowl just under 90, but I just feel that he's going to have his moment, Gus Atkinson, on these Australian wickets, like a Scotty Boland or something.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. There's somewhere along the line he's going to cause some trouble.
Yeah.
3 quick wickets or something.
Yeah.
3 slips in the gully. Here's Weatherald's first ball. Atkinson bowls to him. He's struck on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. It's not going to be given out. It wasn't the most convincing appeal. It was one of those obligatory appeals where you've got to go out. I can only assume it pitched outside leg stump. But
or did it hit? It might have got a little inside edge.
Got an inside edge on it. It's difficult to tell from here. But let's have a. We're seeing the replay now. Where did this pitch?
Oh no! It
might have been a bit high actually.
Yeah.
It might have pitched outside leg stump, but it also might have been a bit high. Yeah, it was high, wasn't it? It hit the back pad.
Yeah.
Atkinson tries again and bowls outside the off stump. Nothing there from Weatherald. He comes slightly to meet it, but good carry through.
Yeah, lovely carry.
I saw that first ball of the match yesterday really take off. I thought, what are we in for here? But it kind of settled down a bit.
Then just sort of, the air comes out of the balloon a bit, doesn't it, as this pink ball gets old. Gets a bit soft, hard work, but we have got a spinner to do some of that sort of donkey work.
Atkinson back to his mark, at the far end of the ground from us. Pass done by Holdstock into bowl to Weatherald, and Weatherald, I don't know, walking leave there. It just comes to meet Atkinson and then allows it to go. I suppose if you are down the pitch a bit, you're taking out the LBW, or trying to take out the LBW, but rather fidgety movement forward from Jake Weatherald. Inevitably your heart will be just pumping that a bit faster in your second Test match. Something that's struck me, Cookie said last summer that you're always tense when you're batting in a Test match. Any time I thought, well, even when you're 200 not out, he said, yeah, every ball. Yeah. So imagine what that must be like for Weatherald out there. Atkinson bowls to him and he nudges that away into the onside off his hip, straight to forward square leg where it's picked up by Ollie Pope.
Well, I was speaking to Mike Hussey, and he said, and he used to have sort of like certain routines he used to go through and what have you, and one of them was don't grip the bat too hard. Because you feel yourself in the end grabbing it that tight, and then that just tensens up the shoulders and the biceps, forearms, and you'd start jabbing instead of stroking and poking. We used to call it. There are strokers and there are pokers in this game.
Atkinson bowls, Weatherald leaves, ball outside the off stump, across him. Atkinson's bowling right arm over the wicket in the afternoon sunshine at the Gabba.
And I think that's what that the word form, always in form. It's difficult to sort of quantify, isn't it? Form. I think that when you're out of form, everything gets a little bit tighter and a little bit more tenser. You've got to then try to sort of relax. I think that's how sort of form, confidence and always out of form. Well, how do I get back in form?
Atkinson bowls and Weatherald chases that and misses it. Ball outside the off stump. Weatherall looking to score Australia's first run there, through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, so 2 maiden overs at the start of Australia's innings. But I mean, they were positive in that second innings, but you sense there was extra bounce there. You sense that Australia's method will be a bit different from England's method, in terms of just slowly build, work hard. I mean, Head's obviously the joker in the pack, isn't he? I mean, he could get going, but is it possible to play another innings like that? I mean, he had that freedom, didn't he? Ultimately, once they got 100 for 1 at Perth, he had that freedom to play 120 for 1. He had the freedom to play in the way he did. Yeah, and also Khawaja's injury. He wasn't sent out there to sort of grind it, was he? He was, go on, knock it off. Archibald's round the wicket to Head. Good lead from Head. Yeah, that. Right in the channel there from Archer. The length that meant that Head could leave it as well as the line there, but it was fractionally wide of off stump. And Australia still yet to score. He's one of those players, it can slide off the face a bit early on off him, cuts and drives. It can just sort of slide up, to gullies, 4th, 5th slips. So, they'll be keen, they'll be ready. Yeah, so Duckett's in play there, you'd think, in the gully. Jack's there at point. Archer bowls to Head, and Head shuffles into line and plays that firmly towards Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. And there is no run. So Australia still 0 for no wicket. England 3-3-4 all out. 9 runs added. Archer caught a deep backward square leg by Labuschagne off Doggett for 38. En route 138 not out. Big crowd again at the Gabba today. Why wouldn't you be here? Lots of England support. Also quite a lot of people in kilts today as well. Kilts? Yeah. Oh, nice bit of breeze. But also that material's a bit tart, a bit thick, isn't it? Yeah. Here's Archer bowling to Head, and Head tries to flick that way into the onside, gets into the tangle, plays it back up the onside of the pitch, and Archer steps forward to field off his own bowling. I suppose you might, I don't know, is there in kilts you get lighter material as well for the summer? You must be able to, aren't you? Come on, Thomas, you know everything. I'm not necessarily a fashion guru, but you would have thought you might get a lightweight kilt for sunnier climes, Give it a bit of a waft. I saw them in town actually this morning. They were all dressed up, ready to go. That's a bit odd. But there's even more of them here. There's a whole phalanx of them here somewhere. Archer bowls to Head, who turns that way into the onside quietly. Straight to Pope at mid-wicket. There's no run. What was the tartan? I don't know that. No, I'm sorry to say, it all looks the same to me. But I'm sure that's that's only my ignorance. Oh, you might have opened up we'll move on. Adam in Daventry, recently moved house, and nothing helps you realise the new layout of a house and having to hide in your living room without waking anyone up in the household. So far we are 4 days into this and no one has woken yet. Big chance in this test now. Need to take our chances and build on our good first innings. Spot on. Archer bowls to Head, it's full, it's driven straight to Jacks at point. There's that shot you were talking about, slightly open face. If you get it wrong, although it was full from Archer, it's nicely struck away by Head. Straight to Will Jacks at cover. No real swing, no real seam at the moment for the England bowlers. I mean, it takes a bit of time to get into your work, but there's nothing hooping around out there. As I said, warm, sunny, cloudless sky. Going to be a hard slog for the bowlers. You've got to be tough. Only 4 of them in this game, 4 pace bowlers. Archer bowls, Head plays a fiddy looking shot into the offside off the back foot. Jacks fields away to his left hand side in the covers. Australia still yet to score. 3 maiden overs to start their innings in reply to England's 334 all out. But I think the feeling is that you get through about 25 overs, so you could argue that they've ticked off 3 of those overs and the ball does go a bit soft and the pitch becomes easier to bat on. Anyway, early forays, nothing much happening at the moment. There's been one player miss, one that bounced a bit more than Weatherall expected, but Head's been solid so far.
Just a little more on Joe Root innings, 138 not out. Mentioned tied the highest score by an England player in the first innings on this ground.
Let's watch Weatherall facing up to Atkinson, and Weatherall lets that go. Carry through again with this new ball, leaping. Smith took that to his right hand side, just above shoulder height.
That was Ian Botham in 1986-7 in the first test of that series. So every time an England player scored 138 in the first innings at the Gabba, England have gone on to win the Ashes. The 138 not out, also the highest score by a visiting player in a day-night test in Australia. This is the 14th day-night test in Australia, and the first in the last 8 games in which a visiting player has reached 100.
Atkinson bowling to Weatherald. Weatherald leaves that one. It goes through low outside the off stump that time. Weatherald's got this really unusual crouching style. It's very low down. Glenn McGrath's here. Good afternoon to you, Glenn.
Yeah, g'day, Simon. G'day, everyone. It's he does. He crouches. He watches the ball. You can see him saying to himself, "Watch a ball, watch a ball." So I think he's happy that he's got his fellow state player at the other end in Travis Head. I think it really helped him in that second innings in Perth.
Atkinson bowls, and that's forced away. It's a nice looking shot. First runs for Australia, down to deep third. Allowing the ball to come to him and forcing it away, finding the gap, safely played. So Australia underway in the 4th over.
Yes, Atkinson here, he's tall, nice style of bowler, sort of bowls pretty good areas, but I think he's just a fraction short here. You see the ball, and this new ball, not quite as tennis bally as yesterday as we call it. It's carrying through better, but when bowlers see it really carrying through, they can drop it a little bit short. Just needs to get that length right.
Yeah, it was fractionally short and fractionally wide to Weatherald. Atkinson bowls outside the off stump, and Weatherald leaves, and it flies through to Smith. It looks good, but Weatherald lined it up well and collected by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. He was getting used to the pink ball because this is his first pink ball match. It was a good one to get yesterday, I think. Second ball when he'd never played pink ball cricket in the middle. A nice ball from Boland that nipped back.
Oh, it's a good seeing day out there. Not a cloud in the sun.
Yeah, at the moment it's fine, isn't it? Yeah. Atkinson bowls. Weatherald leaves outside the off stump. There is a breeze. You can see Atkinson's shirt being ruffled by the breeze there as he stood at the top of his mark. Cooling breeze for the crowd. Well, I'm not quite sure how cool it is on the the left-hand side of the ground as we look out from the Vulture Street end, looking into the sun there. I think probably, a third of the ground in sunshine?
Yeah, that lower stands are going to be in the sun there for a long part of this day.
Yeah, you're getting baked there. Come and watch the Ashes in Australia, they say, and then you find yourself looking at the sun for all afternoon. Atkinson bowls. Oh, that's up in the air. This is going over the keeper's head. He's trying to chase it back, and it lands. One Banks goes away for 4. Well, a top edge from Weatherald. He got away with it. 2 players running back, Root and Smith, but it was a long way back. And Weatherald takes the second boundary off the over, and it's 8 for no wicket. Head yet to score. Weatherald is on 8.
Yeah, Atkinson there, he's getting good bounce, but it's just off short of a length. And like he didn't quite carry for 6, but never in danger of being caught, that one.
It was up in the air so long. Smith actually wasn't that far away from it by the time it landed, but as you say, there was no chance of it being caught. It was out of his reach, but he's standing quite a long way back, and he chased it almost to the rope.
Yeah, just trying to see which way the wind's coming from. Normally there's some flags that you can assess, but we don't have any out there to look at.
Archer bowls, and that one cuts back, and Head leaping in defence there. He struck on the pad, possibly by an inside edge. And Head looks at his left hand. Might well have come off his glove. That was the first time he's really been discomforted by Jofra Archer bowling around the wicket. And actually in at the stomach.
Yeah, he's got plenty of padding there, Travis Head, but that one there, just as it pitched, it just decked into Travis Head. Good pace.
Yeah, and Banks as well into Head. Almost cushioned it with his midriff. 8 for no wicket in reply to 3-3-4. Archer bowls to Head, and Head opens the face and runs it away into the offside. You can hear on our effects microphone that doesn't get a run there. Straight out to Will Jacks at cover. No run. Head comes down the pitch to do some gardening.
Yeah, that's a better length there from Archer. this new ball. It's so important on this pitch. They've really got to use it here, the English bowlers. Talking to Mitchell Stark after the game there, he said that that ball got really soft. Once it gets sort of 20, 25 plus overs, it starts losing its hardness.
Archer bowls, heads away, flipping it through mid-wicket. Pope's after it, probably be 2. Pope's caught up with it now. In fact, they're sauntering back for the second. As Pope's return comes into Jamie Smith. So Australia into double figures. 10 for no wicket. So the ball goes soft. Does that make it... That obviously makes it harder for the bowlers. You want a hard ball, a bit of bounce. But what about for the batters as well? Does it make it hard to score?
A little bit. It's not coming on as well as you would have liked. And yesterday, as I said, a little bit slower. Normally quickens up on day 2. So see if it comes on any better today. But I think it's halfway between a red ball and a white ball in.
Here's one off the pad here. From head is going down fine. I think this is going to be leg byes. It's gone down towards the fine leg boundary. Indeed it is, signalled by umpire Shafadullah. Archer just angling it down the leg side. Head tried to flick it away. Well, 4 runs the total. That will do as far as Australia are concerned. 14 for no wicket.
Yeah, keep that scoreboard ticking over from the Australian perspective. But the pink ball itself is probably closer to a white ball than the red ball. And you see the white ball always gets discoloured. It goes softer, quicker than the red ball. So that's this pitch here at the Gabba. It's always hard and a little bit less grass on than what we normally expect up here. So got to make use of that new ball.
Archer bowls, and that goes flying through to Smith. It might flick the pad on the way through there.
Yeah, that's a good length.
Yeah, that's where you want to bowl, isn't it? It was a good one from Jofra Archer. He's got a couple of good balls in this over, just finding the radar now. And that's the benefit of having the new ball against head, if possible. Actually, I'm not sure did hit anything on the way through there. He squared him up. A fine ball from Archer.
It's quite warm up here, and looking from the pitch here, it looks like there's little dark lines where cracks potentially could open up. So did that hit something and just straighten off the pitch?
Archer tries again to complete the over. Bowls to Head, who's looking to knock into the onside, not timing it. It's high up on the bat, goes out to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's the end of Archer's over, so he's bowled 3 overs for 2. And Australia are 14 for no wicket after the first 5 overs. Head has 2, Weatherald has 8. All this in reply to England's 334. More from you, Glenn, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, no, perfect day for cricket out there. Around about that 29 degrees Celsius. It's going to be warm for the ones sitting in the crowd. Looking at the biggest contingent of probably Barmy Army, they're in the shade, which is not a bad thing. I was out there for a little bit this morning, and it is warm out there, Dan. It does get up here. It's not too bad from where we're watching, but
well, I had a lovely walk today in the warmth. Yep. I took my catamaran from Bulimba.
Your catamaran?
Mine. Yeah. It's mine now.
Very good.
I feel ownership of it. It's lovely as Atkinson starts a new over. Right arm over the wicket. Weatherald crouching, tucks the ball into the onside. They'll take a quick single, but an easy one in the end as it goes slightly to the left of Bryden Cars at mid-on. 14-15 without loss in the 6th over, and then that drops me off at Mowbray Park. It's a nice little 11-minute cruise along the river.
It's a bit of a breeze, nice breeze
lovely
coming
breeze.
Off the water.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Happy days.
And then you take a little mosey and
take a little drink on the
take a little
boat.
Take a little bit of little drink, little restorative. And then you arrive at Vulture Street and find 150 men in kilts and white shirts that look strangely inappropriate. Head on strike as Atkinson bowls to him, and he works the ball off his file hip, if you like, into the onside square of the wicket. Takes the easy single as Pope tidies up. It's been a decent start from Australia, a bit wayward from Archer his first over. Atkinson then started to find his line and length, but then in the previous over Archer himself beat the bat. We've had a couple of false shots, but it still looks a very good wicket to bat. Very good time of day to be batting as well, Glenn.
Yeah,
for Australia.
Yep, that it is. And so was there 150 in kilts? Are they Scotsmen or what?
Well, the thing
Celtic
is,
or
I don't know whether they were Scottish or just dressed as Scots, which was the thing. Atkinson into Weatherald, who lets this go by, goes through very low to Jamie Smith outside the off stump, and there's a whole phalanx of them, and
They then milled about. I think they're all in somewhere together. But whether they were Scottish, because their voices didn't sound particularly Scottish as they were talking to each other.
Fair enough.
They could well have been Australian dressed as Scots.
Might have been ancestry. Heritage was Scottish.
Could be.
But yeah, cricket's perfect for that. We get the stormtroopers here every year.
Oh, yeah.
Darth Vader comes along.
Atkinson's, that has popped. That's jumped on Weatherald. He's played it really well in the end. Bottom hand off the bat. And rolls back down the wicket. He's smiling because he knows that there's just a little bit of juice in this wicket for Atkinson. He's been the more menacing of the two, hasn't he?
Yeah,
You'd say with this new ball.
He's got that bounce and just ouch, top hand. Did well to keep it down. Spinning cobra, they call that, just comes off the length at you. But
will we see cracks here at the Gabba?
Looking at the pitch here and where that landed right on a darker patch that looks like a crack. I think as this test goes on, they will open up.
Atkinson in again. Weatherald comes forward in defence. Plays that really well. Pushes up to mid-off, because when you've just had a ball that pops on you like that, sometimes you can just sit on your back foot, can't you? But he got decisively forward to that. Played it well.
Well, Atkinson, he's a tall man, delivers the ball from nice and high, so he's going to get bounce out of most pitches, especially one like this one here, the last one in Perth. But you can't get carried away by it. You've got to find that right length. Put that one there. Just trying to see if it was a bit of a cross seamer or whether it just hit what potentially could be a little bit of a crack.
I think it might have done. So just a little bit of discoloration when it hit the ground as Atkinson's in to complete the over, and this is worked off the hip into the onside again. Cars has to move 7 or 8 yards to his left at mid-on to field. They take the easy single 17 without loss. After 6, Weatherald has 10. Head, after his explosive 69 ball 100 at Perth, is 3 off 19. Andy.
The 15 balls it took him to get off the mark is the longest he's been stuck on naught at the start of a test innings in just under 5 years, since he took 16 balls in the Boxing Day test of 2020 against India.
There we go. In the opening position or any position?
Ooh, I don't think he was opening in that.
No, so he's only opened a few times. More so in Sri Lanka, and obviously last test in Perth, second innings, but so in all innings.
Shows how versatile he is, though, doesn't it? Because he could have been forgiven for thinking, after he's played that innings at Perth, is he out there to be an explosive impact opener? But actually, he's read the situation. He's just trying to knuckle down, get himself in.
Well, I think he wants to open. I think when Steve Smith took it over, he did put his hand up at the same time.
In comes Archer. Weatherall pushes into the offside, but won't get the run as Archer does well in this follow through to tidy up.
Well, just on the starts to Australia's 2 first innings, in Perth, it took them until the 28th ball of the innings to score their first run. Here it was the 21st ball of the first innings before they scored their first run. In the last 50 years of Ashes cricket, there's only been one other innings in which it's taken them more than 20 balls to score their first run. That was in 1993 in the 4th innings at the Oval.
You'd have been playing in that game, wouldn't you?
Nope. That was before I started.
93?
I started November 93. So when Australia came back from that tour, the next series was New Zealand, South Africa.
Archer into Weatherald, who pulls this away down towards the backward square leg. Doesn't get very much on it, and it just dribbles down to the fielder. And they'll take just the single. 18 without loss. Weatherald, he's got this very curiously crabby technique. He's very, very low. He's crouchy. And you do think that if the ball does misbehave a bit, I mean, he played that one from Atkinson well in the end, but if you are low and the ball gets big on you, sometimes that can balloon off a glove, which will be a bit of a concern. 145 kilometres an hour, that last ball. 91 miles an hour as Archer is in. That's wafted at and missed by Head. A very, very loose shot. Almost a flick to a ball outside the off stump that flies through to Jamie Smith. Archer just starting to pose some problems for Head here. He's beaten his bat authentically, and on that occasion that has just left him a touch, and I don't know what shot Head thinks he was playing there, almost as if he's trying to guide it past third slip down to the boundary. And
it's like the slippers having slip practice before the start day's play, but that one there just left him off the pitch, like you said. So Archer bowling well.
Archer in again. This is well played by Head as he gets up on his toes and pushes it back of the length delivery square of the wicket in the offside. Jacks does the fielding, there's no run.
That Oval Test in 1993 was England's first win in 3 series against Australia after winning here in 86-7. They'd been winless, losing 4-0 in 1989 and then 3-0 here in 1990 to 91. It was the 6th and final test, 4-0 down.
Was that Tuffers?
No, that was 97.
That was 97. Right.
Unfortunately, I remember.
Was it
that
Angus Fraser?
It was Fraser, Watkin and Devon Malcolm, who hadn't played in the first 5 tests of the series. England had an entirely new seam attack.
Well,
and bowled Australia out on the final day.
As Archer is in, this is pulled into the onside, but with no timing at all. There's no run. So I think we can probably safely say that would have represented a moral victory for England, wouldn't it? Because had they used those 3 bowlers throughout the series, Glenn, I think we'd have been looking at an England victory, wouldn't we? If we null the previous 5 tests.
You can look at things differently. I heard a phrase this morning which may go to what you're saying, called counterfactual.
Counterfactual, yeah.
So I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
Maybe if they'd used them earlier, they would have got used to them and carted them all over the park. But dead rubbers, Australia's.
Archer in, strikes the pad. His head is hopping around here. Archer has got to be in some bother that he has survived it. 18 without loss, 7 overs gone. If you're just joining us, Australia picked up the last wicket of England to fall in the 3rd over of the day, and England set just 334 in their first innings. And now Australia 18 without loss. Peter Dillamore has messaged this. He says, whilst in Melbourne in the winter of 067, my mate and I bumped into Glenn McGrath on Melbourne Main Bridge. He was a lovely man. He still is. I can actually confirm that. And he stayed and talked cricket with us for a good 15 minutes before continuing on his way. We stayed on the bridge and watched Glenn go down the steps towards the theatre. From our vantage point, we could see Glenn walking round the theatre, but coming the other way was a certain Alistair Cook. They were going to bump into each other, and they did. What did they talk about? I've always wanted to ask. So, can you remember 19 years ago what you said to Alistair Cook on a bridge in Melbourne?
I struggle to remember what I said yesterday.
Atkinson starts a new over. Slight change of attack. He's coming round the wicket to the crouching Weatherall, who drives, finds a gap through extra cover. It's being pursued by Stokes. I'm not sure if he's going to get there. He won't, as it just plops onto the sponge. Over pitch from Atkinson. Moving his feet well there, did Weatherall, and his weight into the ball. Picks up a boundary, and Australia moved to 22 without loss.
Now, always got on well with Cookie. He's a country boy as well. There's a lot of similarities. And that would have been before probably the Melbourne Test, the Boxing Day Test, where Shane announced his retirement, and I'd followed suit afterwards. I'd nicked Cookie out in Perth, so maybe I just mentioned. Brought something up there. I don't know.
You'd mention that, would you? Yeah.
Have to ask Cookie when I see him next, but my memory's not that good these days.
Atkinson into Weatherall, who just guides this into the slip region on the ground. So it goes to Crawley. There is no run. He waited for it, played it really, really late. Counterfactual. I remember having cause to use that word with my grandfather. It's possibly the most insensitive thing I've ever done in my life, and that's quite a high bar.
Is it?
I was at my grandmother's funeral, his wife's funeral, and we were having a stand-up row over the relative merits of Jack Hobbs and Len Hutton.
As you do.
Yeah. He was a Yorkshireman, I'm a Surrey man, so next to her coffin, as Atkinson bowls, and this is guided into the ground, fielded by a ducket at a sort of deep gully. I was telling him that Jack Hobbs was the greatest English batter ever, and he was telling me that Len Hutton was. And his ultimate angry retort over the body of his dead wife was Len Hutton had his arms shortened during the walk, because he was a PE instructor, and I don't know if you know, but he got an injury, and they had and one of his arms was
wasn't intentionally short.
No. So his suggestion was that this meant that the runs that he'd got after that, there could have been more, right? As Atkinson's in, this is clipped away nicely through square leg. Archer's after it from long leg. Will he get there? He won't. As it just eases its way onto the boundary again. Atkinson, the second time in the over, just over pitching slightly on the pads this time, and the score advances to 26 without loss. So I had cause to say to him, but Grandad, that's a counterfactual. he might have actually got better as a result of the arm being shortened, you see.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So in what context were you hearing counterfactuals?
We're just chatting. The fast bowlers, we talk about a lot of things. Obviously a lot more intelligent than most batsmen. So.
Atkinson in again. Weatherall drives once again beautifully through the offside. Square of the wicket this time. It's being pursued in vain. Third boundary in the over. Really good stuff this from Weatherall. Atkinson just over pitching, just searching a bit more since he's come around the wicket. He's searching for those stumps, and in doing so, he's just giving Weatherall balls to hit. 30 without loss.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what we were talking about. I don't know if we're talking about what would have happened if Nasser had batted first. If
well, you'd have won the series just in a slightly different way, wouldn't you? Atkinson into Weatherall, who lets this go, but it's close to his off stump, taken by Smith, around about knee height. End of the over, an expensive one. 12 off it, 3 boundaries. Weatherall 23, Head has 3. 30 without loss. I suppose what would have happened is that Nasser Hussain wouldn't have been boringly reminded of it at least 6 times a year on TV.
If you lose the test by making a positive thing, we'll bat on this pitch. It's not as bad, is it?
Yeah.
But then
why
again,
is that?
Then the other one is Edgbaston 05 with Ricky Ponting deciding to bowl first on that one. So yeah,
does he get the same stick on Australian TV about that?
No, we give it to him, but he still reckons it was the right decision.
Does he?
He's standing firm on that one. So
well, the pitch did get a bit better, didn't it? And let's face it, with DRS,
bowling
he probably
first
would have won the game. Thinking about the hand off the bat, and Kaspovic and all that.
Well, who knows what happened before that in respects to dismissals and non-dismissals as well. So.
Yeah, and you treading on a ball, but then that's another counterfactual, isn't it? Yeah.
But on that Nasser Hussain decision, he was the 4th consecutive toss-winning captain at the Gabba to choose to bowl first, and the 6th of 7. So that was the sort of trend at the time.
And did the previous ones lose as well?
No, but then the previous ones have been Australia a couple of times. So I think the bigger factor was that Australia was much better at cricket than England at the time.
I know.
That's a significant.
We would have bowled. We would have batted first.
Archer in. This is worked away into the onside, but that's a marvellous bit of fielding from Pope as he dives to his right, throws at the stumps. Head might have been just out of his crease. He had to dive to get back in, but Pope didn't hit the stumps, and he survives. Just see how close that was. Yeah, he's dawdling a little bit, and Pope. I think he would have been out. It was a quicksilver piece of fielding from Pope, who's affected a couple of run-outs in his career. Did one at Lords against, was it off Colin de Grandon?
Yes, the first match of the Bazball era.
Yeah. Archer in. Now then, Edge, not dropped. He's dropped it. It was an absolutely brilliant piece of bowling from Archer, who's been threatening to get the edge of Head's bat for the last 15 minutes, and he is in despair at that because it was a tricky catch. Yes, in a way, away to his left for Jamie Smith, but he's gone at it with hard hands. It's bounced out of those hands, wasn't far from slip, taking it on the rebound. It's a brilliant ball. It's a thick, thick edge. It's nearly gone to both Root and Brook in the slips, but Head has survived on 3, and how big a moment is that going to be? It's just gone through the webbing of the gloves.
I think that got big on him too. Came quicker, the extra bounce.
Well, what a moment. Archer in again. Head just tucks this along the ground up to mid-on. I mean, there's no run, by the way. That's an absolutely gorgeous ball. And there's a couple of times in his last 2 overs he's threatened to do that. His first over was wayward. After that, he's really started to find rhythm. He's finding that spot that he needs his keeper to help him out there.
Yeah, he started over the wicket and was bowling down leg side, and there's just a brilliant delivery.
It's flown, hasn't it? Actually, seeing it again, it's gone really fast to Jamie Smith's left.
Yeah.
And it's almost taken him unawares. He's ended up off the ground. He's trying to take it. It wasn't the easiest catch for a keeper. You can see that catch. We have clips, of course.
At first I thought it was going straight to Joe Root, but it would have been on Joe Root's right, so that is the keeper's catch, and unfortunately he didn't hang on to it.
You check it out for yourself on the BBC Sport website and app. Make your decision as Archer is in again. This is worked, pulled, a sort of short arm jab of a pull by Head for his 4th run to square leg.
Now, I'm just curious about Archer there. He had Travis Head in all sorts bowling around the wicket, and then he just bowled over the wicket then.
Yeah.
He went back over the wicket, which I'm not sure. I would have stayed around the wicket there, and he played a couple of misses. That one there, edge, next ball, over the wicket.
Yeah, it was curious, wasn't it? He's staying over the wicket to Weatherall, still with 3 slips in. Weatherall crouches low and now slaps this up and over backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Signalled 4 by Will Jacks. He got plenty of elevation on it. And Weatherall, how many boundaries is that now? He got 3 in the last Atkinson over. He's picked up another one there.
That's his 6th 4 in his 27 runs. 4 4s in the last 7 balls that he's faced.
First one off Archer, first boundary off Archer today, who's, as I say, after a first rather wayward over, has had Head in all sorts of bother. He should have taken his wicket. Michael Vaughan has joined us. A more difficult, it wasn't a regulation keeper's catch, but he should be taking it. Fast though it did come to him as Weatherall faces up to the last ball of the over. Last ball before Drinks, and tucks it into the onside. Just to the left of Pope at forward square leg. Takes the single. And Drinks come onto the field with Australia 36 without loss after the first hour. England losing their last wicket. Jofra Archer caught by Marnus Labuschagne. A brilliant diving catch down at deep backward square leg. 9 runs added. Root 138 not out. And then Australia in this tricky phase. These 9 overs that we've had. They've offered a chance. They've played and missed a couple of times. But England haven't been able to make the breakthrough. Michael, your assessment of that first hour. And then I'll get out of the way for Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, the catch of Labuschagne to get rid of Jofra was a beauty. And England have bowled okay. Not been quite as good as they were in that first innings in Perth, but a huge moment. It was a beauty from Jofra Archer to Travis Head, and it went quickly to Jamie Smith, but you've got to take those chances.
You do. You absolutely do. And the Head's dropped. That's the man to get. And in a way, it was unlucky that the ball didn't bounce out towards Root there at first slip. Sometimes you see that, but it didn't even go that way on that occasion. Now we've got Carse coming in from that far end. Is there any bowls? And Weatherall tucks it away into the leg side, and they will have a single there as Archer picks the ball up just down to our right, throws in a wayward return over Smith's head.
You just look at the scoreboard. I mean, if you'd have said that Australia would be 37 for naught, Head's opened the bat, and you think, oh, he can get him off to a fly. Well, Travis Head's 4 from 27, and Weatherall's 29 from 28. So he's playing a lovely hand.
Flashing shot over third man just now.
Well, for every run from here on in that Travis Head gets, Jamie Smith, it's not going to be easy for him.
Head on strike now as Carse runs in from the far end. He bowls, and Head leans back and tries to force that through the offside. A shot we saw a lot in Perth the other day. That one not timed. He looked at the bottom of his bat there. He was trying to sort of scythe it away over backward point. A reminder, yes, Jamie Smith playing his first pink ball game. It is quite relevant. It's a tuning in of the eyes, isn't it? I don't know if you found it, Michael, but it's not always easy to pick up this ball. Whether that had anything to do with that, or it did bounce a bit. Here's Carse again, bowls, and Head leans back, and again he doesn't time that shot. And looking to force the ball away, almost with feet off the ground through the offside.
Well, James Smith, it's his first pink ball. They've done loads of practice with the pink ball.
Yeah.
But game time is different. You look at Bryden Carse, I think this is his first pink ball game. He was out for what, naught?
Yeah, he played one game for England Lions, pink ball game about 5 years ago, but first test.
Gus Atkinson, how many?
He's not played.
I think none of the
too many.
Yeah. Here's Carse running in hard, bowls, and Head slaps him for 4. He's only bounced once before going over the boundary. Deep backward point, and he has leant back. Bit of width from Carse. And that scything shot is like a rapier as he swings his arms. Slaps the ball high
That shot, I mean, I remember watching Alan Border. And that kind of stroke where he kind of just gets in the base and just throws his hands at the ball. It reminds me so much of AB in the 80s.
It's a good shot. No one down there. Perfectly safe shot. Bit of width from Cars, who's coming in to try it again. Running in willingly. He bowls, and he's done it again. This time over third man. That might well have gone for 6. It has gone for 6. The crowd certainly were up for that. Flew over the boundary. Again, it's that bit of width, but he doesn't need much. Start with Head, because he is quite leg side of the ball. He doesn't need a lot of width.
I'm not against, I guess, England, if they're going to go over the wicket, bowling into channel to Travis Head with 2 fielders out, one at cover point on the boundary, one at third on the boundary. I've seen him get caught out down there so many times.
It's not. I look at the replay there. It's not that wide, is it? He just gets it away. Cast again, runs in, bowls, and Head hits him away in the air. Hasn't quite got the power on it this time, though. And that shouldn't go for 4. They've taken 2. They'll come back for the 3rd. Here they come. And the throw comes whistling into Jamie Smith. Crowd loving this. They really are. And Australia playing England at their own game. 50 for no wicket from 10. The opening batsman here cutting loose. Weatherall 29. Travis Head 17. And looking dangerous.
Yeah, the skipper's coming on. He's replacing Jofra Archer. Yeah, with that field that England have got set to Travis Head, I think he loves it. So he knows he can just go up and over the cordon, backward point, cover point. I don't think it's negative to Head to have 2 men back.
He's not a tall man, is he? So he can just make use of what little width. I mean, he's taller than Duckett, but both you can be so strong through that backward point at third man area, can't you? If you are short in stature, and the bowler bowls that little bit of width, you can cut it hard, and cutting it quite happily in the air. So Stokes is on. He's going to bowl round the wicket, and he's going to bowl to Travis Head, who's on 17. He's just starting to tick a little bit now too. He's got the crowd right behind him and loving every minute of this. There's 2 slips a gully, and Stokes is on his way. Round the wicket he goes. The bowl's a low full toss. That's a poor start. And Head says, thanks very much, I'll have some of that. And he's flicked it through mid-wicket for a long 3. Stokes not loose. He's going through some exercises here as he walks back.
Well, I'm intrigued by, you go back to yesterday where Australia bowled 74 overs, and I looked at the Aussie bowlers late in the day. They looked knackered.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Now, how this England attack's going to cope with the heat, it's an outfield that seems to zap your legs. It's very warm. Just short, sharp spells I think we'll be seeing today.
Stokes looking to do better than that last ball, and that's a good length, just outside off stump. And the cheers, the ironic cheers that you hear is for Jamie Smith whenever he catches the ball at the moment. The crowd are giving him a lot of stick. England bowled out then for 334. Jofra Archer out for 38, caught hooking to deep square leg. Very good catch by Labuschagne, leaving Joe Root 138 not out from 206 balls. An outstanding innings. Stark finishing with 6 for 75. That's what's happened this morning. This afternoon, rather. As Stokes again runs up, bowls, and that's slapped hard for 4. So Weatherall looks a different player, doesn't he, from Perth? He must have picked up some confidence there. And he's enjoying himself now. Again, the left-hander feeding on any width that he gets.
It's just
taking
length.
it on, yeah.
Just that back of a length that's just bouncing nicely for these shots to be played. And they're just not quite getting it right. They're not getting that length there. And I don't think there's a huge amount of margin. It's a good pitch today.
Yep.
So there's not a great deal to do with, but putting a fielder back, just stop the boundaries.
Yeah, I think so.
You can bring your cover point in on the catch and have cover point on the boundary, but there's leaking too many boundaries.
Stokes again bowls round the wicket, driven off the front foot this time, a slice drive, and Duckett tumbles to his left and fields in the gully. Stokes mops his brow already. It is a hot day today.
What about a bit of early Will Jacks? Off spinner to 2 left-handers.
Yeah.
Just change the pace. Just have a quick look for a couple of overs. You pretty much guarantee that Travis Head will try and take him on.
Stokes, with that pink ball in his hand, spins himself a catch, wheels round in front of us. Now turns, and he's on his way. Kicking up his heels, he goes round the wicket and bowls on leg stump, tucked away out into the leg side there by Weatherald. And so there is no run. Crowd definitely boisterous. Another cheer there as Jamie Smith managed to collect a throw from mid-wicket from about 30 yards.
He could be getting that all series.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a big moment.
It was a great game. His second ball duck wasn't a bad ball, mind you.
I mean, I never played a pink ball game, but all the players that have played, someone like Steve Misser, it takes a while to get used to
of course.
the ball, particularly in the cordon. You saw him take a couple of catches yesterday, and you can see he was like, I think it was the Harry Brook one.
Then goes Stokes. Round the wicket, bowls. Weatherald chops that away. It's a bottom edge there. Fortunately for him, it runs out towards second slip to end that over, and now drinks will be taken a little bit later than normal because of the break in innings. And we've got a number of England players running off. Zach Crawley's running off. Ollie Pope. And Harry Brooks running off. Jofra Archer's strolling off. In fact, there's a mass exodus here. So the others gathering round the drinks being brought out by various squad members, those not involved in the game as such, but there's three there. There's the ubiquitous steward. In fact, another one's joining him now as well, and the drinks cart coming out. So interesting morning so far if you're just tuning our way. England bowled out for 334 in the end, so they added 7 was it? Yes, 9 today. Thanks, Andy. And Archer out for 38. Root 138 not out. Mitchell Stark finishing with 6 for 75. So I think that's 23 wickets in his last 5 innings. It's something like
yes,
it's something like that. It's an extraordinary record that he's having. He cleaned up the West Indies.
Well, he got 6 for 9 in Jamaica.
Yes, I think it's 23 and 23 or 5 innings.
We 16 in 3 innings this series. So 22 in 4 in his last 4 innings. Australia no runs in the first 3 overs, and have scored 57 in 8 since then, and 39 in the last 4.
A reminder: Jack Leach is joining us at the first interval just after 6 o'clock. Good old Jack getting up there nice and bright and early for us. I don't know if he's doing it in his pyjamas or not, but you can put your questions to Jack. I'll give you that WhatsApp number. It's 0330 123 1826. So that's the WhatsApp for Jack. 0330 123 1826. Or you can email tms@bbc.co.uk, or you can even ask your smart speaker to send you a comment. Apparently, I've not tried this, but you just say, ask BBC Sounds to send a comment. I'm not sure what happens after that, but I suppose you say your comment and then it gets sent, and that's the way it goes. So you can say what you like on
a little bit of news from the Lions game against Australia A. Aggies. The Lions were bowled out for 166 in 50 overs. Top scorer was Tom Haines with 31. Jai Richardson 4 for 35 for the Aussies, and they replied 18 for 0.
Right.
So the Lions have been rolled.
Yeah.
Shoaib Bashir 7 not out.
Isn't Bethel playing in that? Yes.
Jacob Bethel 19 from 24. Todd Murphy got him out, the off-spinner. Court McSweeney. James Root bowled by Richardson for 7. Thomas Root, he's played as well. He got 19 from 23.
Where's that game taking place?
It's at the AB
Alan Border Oval
field, just down the road. I mean, Australia have got a good team. Like Jai Richardson, Xavier Bartlett, Fergus O'Neill, Beau Webster, Todd Murphy. Yeah, that's a good game.
It is. Jai Richardson's one of those who's been on the fringe, isn't he?
Oh, we might see him.
A bit like Michael Neeser, who's sort of been on that fringe, isn't he? He played against England when Pat Cummins was COVIDed out, and
whisper is he might.
Really?
Yes, don't rule Richardson playing in Adelaide.
All right.
He took a 5 against England in Adelaide last time, 5 for 42 in the second innings. Played just 3 tests. That was the most recent of them. The others were in 2019. It's a fantastic first-class record when he's been able to play. He's 29, but he's only played 26 first-class games. 110 wickets, average 20.9.
Hard breaking that Australian side as a seam bowler, isn't it? Unless there's some injuries knocking around. Right, all those that left the field are back on again, and play can resume. Bryden Carse was expensive in that previous over. He's going to bowl to Travis Head. There's still no one back. He's going round the wicket though, just to try and cramp him up. And that ball was short of a good length, and Head jumped back into his stumps and just played it carefully back to the bowler. And there's no run. Lots of movement up and down the stands. I see to our right there. People may be heading for the bar or whatever they might be doing.
When do the stormtroopers arrive? They generally arrive here at the Gabba. Maybe it's day 3. A load of Richies. Richies arrive.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen them yet. We've still got a lot of Panama hats down here. All
the members.
Yeah, all matching hats. In comes Carse, moves in, bowls, and that's slashed away. They have put a fielder on, it's best behind square in the offside. So there's only a single there.
There's a group of 211 Aussies that come to this Test match every year, and they're here again today, and they've come in kilts this year.
Right.
And the reason is they said they wanted another country that hated England as much as them. So they've come as Scottish people
Scots.
today.
I don't think that's entirely true. But a very pleasant experiences in Scotland.
Very nice place.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they've gone for the full Scottish tradition with the kilt. I'm not too sure.
I don't know, it might be the weather for it. 58 for no wicket, and Weatherall's on 33. In comes Carse, bowls short. Oh, it's brilliantly played. 6 over, fine third man, a short ball, and Weatherall has just leant back and allowed that to run off the face of the bat. I mean, there used to be a limited overs white ball shot, but you see it increasingly now in Test cricket. Just that ramp shot is guiding the ball over slips. Normally, I mean, back in the day, you'd have seen the batsmen just sway out of the way of that, but they don't anymore. They take it on.
I think it's a really sensible shot. You know, trying to play the pull shot sometimes is awkward. You know, you're playing that shot, you're staying side on, you're swaying out the way, you're just kind of using the pace of the ball.
Yeah. Carse again bowls Fuller, inevitably, I guess, after that last ball. And Weatherall's on the front foot. Carse able to field, and it's quite low risk, really, isn't it? Because if you get any bat on it, really it's going to give over the keeper. You've got the pace for the ball on it.
Just amazing that I've got the fielder down at third.
Where would he come from? I suppose.
Bennett mid-off can come in a bit tighter. Cover point can. I mean, this fielder here is pretty much down there, anyways. Halfway.
Carse bowls. He tried to nudge that towards third man, but he got a bit cramped this time. It was the angle from round the wicket. So Weatherall picks up one at backward point.
Just kind of looking around, Aggers, and you know, we've just been talking about Mitchell Starc. Who's going to be the start for England? Because if you take Mitchell Starc out of Australia's attack yesterday, it was average.
It was very.
Now I'm looking around the England team going, right, who's going to be the Mitchell Starc? That can get the ball moving around and bowl with a great deal of skill.
Well, Atkinson for me, I really think he'll bowl well in these conditions, but no wickets for him as yet. Carse is bowling instead of him, and this is wide outside the off stump. They can pick up a single there because that fielder at backward point is quite deep. And there's one run off the last ball of that over, but Carse has now gone for, 23 in 2 overs. Jofra should go off the field there. I think he did for a moment. He's back on again now.
It's generally Ben Stokes is usually the player for England in the field that cracks the game open with a spell or a bit of magic, or sometimes not magic. Just seems to have a knack of getting wickets. And how England need that bit of spark now from the skipper. Still, all those fielders are up on the offside.
Very loud Cricket Australia shirt there to our left, the gold with foliage and sort of parrots all over it. That's an interesting one. Sort of a Hawaiian shirt meets Cricket Australia, that one. Stokes on his way, bowls to the left-handed Travis Head. It's very full. Head drives for 4, straight down the ground. Runs coming very quickly here for Australia. 70 now for no wicket. And the first ball of the 13th over.
Well, yesterday we had periods where the bat was dominating because the ball was doing nothing. And what you have to do with the pink ball, you have to hang in there. Because you get to that second session, particularly when the twilight comes, the ball starts to do a little bit more. And then when the lights are on later, when it's dark, that's when you can really strike and get quick wickets. So you've just got to hang in there in the field.
Stokes again. Moves in round the wicket, bowls short, pulled. Not quite well placed there by Head and fielded by Pope with wicket. Well, the way Australia are going here, the rate that they're going, they could stick England in tonight.
I'd be more concerned that they bat so well that they're sticking in tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, that's also true, but they could. They're 264 behind. You work out the scoring rate.
That's my concern of what I've seen so far, that these Aussies, they got a big score here against India last year.
Yeah. Here's Stokes, round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Head flicks him for 4. He takes the aerial route again, hits it in the air, between mid-on and mid-wicket. Plundering runs here. And Head moves to, 30 now? 74 for no wicket.
It's 30 off 39, so since he was dropped, at which point he was 3 off 25, he scored 27 off his next 14 balls, and Australia have scored 56 off the last 33 balls, 5.5 overs.
They're picking it off, aren't they? They're plundering the bowling. 2 slips of gully. Stokes again, round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Head, who stands up, plays that into the leg side. So Pope, coming in from mid-wicket, is able to field that. Head dropped on 3.
See, I don't think it's negative to just push a fielder back or 2 in this situation where the ball's doing nothing. As I said before, you've got to kind of work out the times with the pink ball when you can really strike. At the minute, with what's happening with the ball, it's almost like you've just got to make sure there's damage limitation. So that fielder go on the boundary, cover point, square leg can even go back. Just don't leak too many boundaries.
Stokes on his way, bowls to Travis Head, who drives into the offside this time, won't go for 4. The fielder will cut that off running back from point. So again, more runs though.
And Jamie Smith, he's got that horrible day that while ever Travis Head's still out there, you know with Travis the scoreboard's going to tick over, it's not suddenly going to stop.
And every time the ball is thrown to Smith, which is a lot at the moment, that cheer starts to build, a great hooray when he manages to catch the ball. It gnaws away, doesn't it? Try and block that out. But he did drop Travis Head on 3 off Jofra Archer. Head now on 32 from 41. Weatherald 40 from 36 balls. Stokes again. Last ball of the over. And glorious sunshine, runs away, bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side. Pope has a bit of running to do here. We'll hear the cheer coming up in a minute, I think. There you go. The throw comes into Jamie Smith. He's not going to enjoy his day very much, I don't think. Michael, thoughts from you? And then Jim Maxwell's coming here.
Yeah, it's looking hard work out there for England. It's a flyer for the Aussies. Weatherald 40, Head 33, 77 for naught. Mention Will Jacks just to change the pace, just to slow things down slightly. This pair look like they're enjoying the pace on the ball. It's a pitch that's just not doing a great deal, Jim. Yet.
I was going to ask you, I saw you interviewing Creepy Crawley out there before the start of the day.
He's tall, isn't he?
He's seriously tall.
And I asked him about his batting and the way that he copes with being on a pair, and he just said he slows everything down. When he walked out yesterday, he just tried to slow everything down. So that was a good indication of how he goes about his business.
Cast bowls. And it's miscued straight up in the air. He should be caught down to wide mid-on. He is. A total miscue. And Travis Head is on his way. After trying to play one of those whippy onside shots, it just bounced on him a little bit. And Atkinson running around down there at mid-on has taken a catch. That's a relief for England because they were being taken by the sword. 1 for 77 in the 14th over. And Head is out. You'll be pleased to hear. Head is out.
Well, that's huge. That really is a massive wicket. He'd been playing a couple of these to Ben Stokes. And he just tried to play a little bit too square. Good catch from Gus Atkinson. They're not easy. Went pretty high into the blue sky. and he steadied himself and took a really good catch. Oh, England needed that.
Yeah, they were taking a bit of tap after bowling three maidens to start the innings. Looking okay. Archer bowling a couple of very good balls and then having a head dropped on 3 by Smith.
Well, I was looking at the time with 36 minutes to go till the dinner break, and I was like, if Head and Weatherald are still there, they're probably going to be on 120 with the way that they're scoring. So that's well, we've got a streaker. We've got a streaker. Not seen one of these for a while.
The best disposal of a streaker I've ever seen was Andrew Simons in a one-day match at the SCG. The bloke came out, and Andrew always fancied himself as a rugby league player. He put his hip into this bloke. He must have gone 5 yards.
Yeah.
And then they picked the crumbs up, the security boys, and dragged him off the field.
Well, the security were quick onto that.
Yeah.
And he did a good job, and Marnus Labuschagne's made his way out to the middle. Yeah, but Zach Crawley was telling me about his kind of mental approach to clearing out what was last week. He's not on social media, so he doesn't read any of the negativity, and he would have had plenty of comments about the way that he plays with his results in Perth, but he's got a real strong mentality to kind of just block that, it's gone, and just watch the ball. And he just said he just tries to slow everything down. And then I took his cap off, and they've all had a haircut, the England side. And there's been a hair
marine-like.
Oh, this is the New England. The hairdresser came to the hotel, set up a room like the football style, all getting a trim. But Zach said he went to a barber's. He said he wasn't going to have that. Went to a local barber's and had well, he's had a very short cut. Well, usually in Test cricket, or often, when someone makes a big mistake like Travis has done, you can sometimes see a quick one follow after.
First ball, Labuschagne is back across and behind and away to the onside. 3 slips in the gully. Crawley's a 3rd slip. What did he say about the day? Because the more you watch England these days, the more you think they're only ever going to make a score if Joe Root hangs around for a few hours, because he brings calmness to the occasion.
Yeah.
And there isn't the sense of calmness about the rest of them.
No, that's... you kind of look at the way that England pick players these days and what they want from their players. And there's not many Joe Root style players that they pick.
Cast runs in, Labuschagne back, pushes away defensively to mid-wicket.
And it's hard to get a Joe Root style player because he's a genius. But the style of player that England pick, they generally like to pick players that get on with it. A lot of teams around the world are very similar. You look at Steve Smith, Joe Root, Kane Williamson, Virat Kohli. How many others are kind of coming through the system playing in a similar fashion, that bat for time,
Jaswal
play with great... Jaswal's it, but he's an aggressor.
Yeah.
England particularly like players that can get on with it.
Cast runs in and Labuschagne defends, cross and back. The arrival of Labuschagne at the crease may just temper the run rate a bit here as he tries to get himself in. But he hasn't scored. Weatherall, though, has looked a little like Travis Head at times. He's made 40, and the flashing shot to the short ball has been a feature.
Did you hear me talk about the A game? Jai Richardson, 4-for.
He got 4-for, did he?
Bowled the Lions out for 166.
Aye, I didn't see that. In goes Cast, and back and across, pushed away. A single here for Labuschagne. That man at points Archer's just a little deep, and he's off the mark. That's good news for Australia. They need a bit of backup, but Richardson, of course, has got a history, like a lot of fast bowlers, of injury. So whether he's durable enough is going to be a question if it comes to that.
Yeah, Andy mentioned his 5 for last time against England. It was with that pink ball there, but he's a class bowler.
Yeah. Well, Australia will be looking at, between now and the next time England come, I wonder how many of these players will be playing, of the bowlers anyway. Cast is rushing in around the wicket and back, and over the ball goes Weatherall to defend. 1 for 78. England all out for 334, with Archer out for 34, swinging into a short ball and sending a catch that was beautifully intercepted by Labuschagne at deep backward square. Andy.
Yeah, good recovery by Bryden Carter. He conceded 23 from his first 2 overs, only twice in Ashes history where we have ball-by-ball data, which is most of the games. Has an England bowler conceded more in his first 2 overs? Ben Stokes at the Adelaide Oval. In the second innings, conceded 24 of his first 2 4 years ago, and Simon Kerrigan's ill-fated debut at the Oval, 28 off his first 2 back in 2013. Carter recovered well with a wicket that stopped a partnership that was 77 in 13.1 overs, 20 dot balls at the start, so then 77 runs from the remaining 58 balls.
So Australia are off to something of a flyer after a cautionary start, but the fillip for England, a wicket. And Stokes has brought himself on earlier in the piece than Perth when he took 5 for 23, and he's got 3 slips in the gully, and he's running in towards Labuschagne, and Labuschagne ducks out of the way of a bouncing ball outside the off stump. But this is a pretty good surface to bat on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good pitch.
Is it going to change? That's the question.
Well, I think, as we saw yesterday, that the ball started to do a bit more when obviously twilight came and the lights were on later on, but there was a little bit more moisture in the deck yesterday. It's very dry.
Yep.
The one thing England have in their favour is that this pitch will crack.
They've got
chip
the spin bowling too. Oh, but they've got the fast medium stuff. It gets a bit up and down, which it can do here. Away goes Stokes from the Vulture Street end, and Labuschagne carefully playing away on the onside there with the score 1 for 78. So what else did you get from Crawley in your chat before the day?
I think they felt they were in a good position.
Yep.
Asked him about the game. He thought that England had a good day. 325 on that pitch. They felt it was maybe a bit beyond par, but I'm not too sure. I've seen Australia strike 70 odd in quick fashion.
There's a lot of runs here, at least until twilight time, you would think. Stokes charges in and he lets it go. Does that flick his pad? He's got this fine line judgment about balls near the off stump and going over the off stump. And again, as he's been doing a lot in his recent Test career, he plays almost posthumously at the ball. He allows it to go at the last moment. That time he dragged it down towards his off stump. Yeah, he was out doing that in Perth, wasn't he? He gloved it into his elbow, I think off his elbow into his stumps. So Stokes knows the length to be hitting here around that off stump. He comes in again, and Labuschagne is defending away on the onside. Alex Hartley, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Jim, how are you today?
Very relaxed. Very relaxed. I don't necessarily enjoy these games because it means if you're having post-prandial refreshments with your friends, you don't get to bed until the next day.
So have you just admitted that you were up very late last night?
No, it's just 12:30.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
To have a nice lie in
they
this
kicked us
morning.
out after 12:15.
See, I love these games because I can sleep till 10:30 in the morning.
10:30. What about the run you were supposed to have? Stokes bowls short, he pulls it away, and there's a man down there behind square in the deep as they get a single. Labuschagne doubles his score, 1 for 80. So did you manage to get back to your hotel from here? Because it's always been a problem at the Gabba.
Yeah, do you know
what? You
what?
need to have your own scooter or something.
Yeah, I scooted to the ground, but because we've got the post-play TV stuff to do, it was very, very empty by the time I left about 11:15 last night. So
On your scooter?
no, I got a cab.
You found a cab?
Yeah, I found a cab.
No, it's a horse and sulky place here, really. There's no cabs, there's no Ubers, no. Around the wicket, Stokes comes in, Weatherall's forward, hasn't had the strike for a bit, pokes it out there on the offside.
There's been a lot of chat on Nathan Lyon and him not playing in this Test match, and if he should, and everyone's being surprised. But Greg's just sent us a message saying, was the streaker Nathan Lyon trying to get into the match?
It's lovely to see the sense of humour prevails. They've been an excellent crowd, and that streaker, he had a go, but he didn't get far.
No, he didn't.
He was mauled to the ground.
Why did you do that in the first session of the day? Surely you'd do that in the last session and you're not missing so much.
Yeah, you get a lifetime ban now, don't you? And
he maybe thought that was his chance. Go early. Here comes Stokes. He beats him with a good ball outside the off stump. That bounced and went past the edge of the bat, and the retinue of drink waiters and glove changes are coming out. 15 overs into this Australian innings. It's 1 for 80. Labuschagne 2, and Weatherall just beaten by a good one there. Is on what's he on? 41.
40.
40. Right.
yeah, he's looked good today, Weatherall. I actually thought in the second innings of the first test he looked a lot better as well. I know he didn't get very many runs, but he's looked so much better today.
Yeah, he's a goer, this fella. If he gets into a stride, he's a bit like Travis Head. He can ping it around like Warner. Anything outside the off stump, meat and drink to these lefties. On hard Australian pitches where you get the bounce and you can cut it or uppercut it. And the field would tempt that at the moment if he bangs it in short here. 2 slips a gully. Now a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So Brendan Carse 1 for 24. Away he goes, just outside the off stump. What are you fiddling with there, the air conditioning?
I'm trying to get the screen on so we can read our text messages.
Oh, I see, yes. You can make them up, you know. On radio, no.
But that's true, that is true.
No one knows. Yeah. You're struggling, you'll have to make one up.
You can't give away the secrets of the trade, Jim.
Yes. Oh, there you go. There's something to read. As Carse bounds in again, bouncing along, and it's driven by Labuschagne down towards mid-off. But there's no run for him there. What have you discovered?
I haven't. I've just discovered the art of signing a number from the producer behind us so we can unlock the iPad.
And what have you unlocked?
I've unlocked.
It's pithy and interesting.
Well, a reminder that Jack Leach is coming on the first interval break today, which I'm calling
luck. Bowl, is he?
Just after 6 a.m. Could do with him, actually, couldn't we? Get him on to have a bit of a spell.
I think he would have been a better bet than what you've brought, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. I'm a Jack Leach fan. He's part of the Left Arm Spinners Union.
He's a very good batsman, too, as we've seen.
Oh, yeah.
Annoyingly, hittingly. Carse charges in and it's allowed to pass. It must have gone close to the pad. He's a last second player. As I say, he's almost posthumous in the way he plays those deliveries. He's standing there watching, waiting, and then he just flings his hands away from the line and the ball sizzles past the off stump. That wasn't far away from the off stump there.
Yeah, great delivery from Carse. Ben Stokes in the previous over just got one to nip as well, as did Bryden Carse here with the wobble ball. And just getting that new ball to talk a little bit here, England. Joe Root couldn't believe it missed the stumps.
Carse bounds up again and Labuschagne back and across. A little jittery stabbing shot to keep the ball away from his body and his wicket. 1 for 80. Travis Head, the man out in this innings for 33 from 43 balls, 1 6 and 3 4s. Caught by Atkinson down at mid-on off Carse. And totally miscued. It was a skyer. And Atkinson had to wait, watch, and he held on to it.
They're never easy, those catches.
No.
When you're standing underneath going, I've got too much time here.
Carse bowls back and across and over the ball. Goes Labuschagne again. Yes, they can become more awkward under lights. But we'll see what happens when we get to that point. This is a game of extraordinary moods, this pink ball test. You go through this fine weather, and on a pitch like this, runs to be had, I suppose. But then the ball just seems to take on a mind of its own under the lights. And it moves around a little bit more, maybe bounces too. Anyway, we'll wait for that, see how hard it is when that happens. Carse bowls again, and on the back foot he flashes it for 4. Down through the gully. There may have been a little streaky bit. It had plenty on it, and it went into a gap between the slips and gully and for 4. So he's got himself to 6 with that back cut. Simon Mann is going to come in and join Alex Hartley with Australia 1 for 84.
It was there. You're turning me off. You need to turn yourself off there, Jim. That's all right. It wasn't that good anyway, to be honest with you. I was thinking, what can I say? So you've done me a favour as Simon Mann's coming in next to me. But yeah, Labuschagne just going back in his crease. That ball flying aerially between the two fielders. Some would say he timed it or placed it perfectly, but he's a little bit lucky there.
It was a nice shot from Labuschagne. He also almost did a bit of the Tony Greggs, those who remember that back in the day, on this ground actually, a long time ago, signalling boundaries. Famous test series of 74-75. Stokes round the wicket, balls to Weatherald, who elects to leave. A ball in the channel outside the off stump. Yeah, Labuschagne was just, he gave it a little...
Said, I've got 4.
Yeah, it was a nice shot, well played. 84 for 1. Labuschagne with that boundary to 6. Australia 250 behind.
They're flying though, aren't they? They're motoring out there in the middle.
Yeah, it's difficult to just assess how good that England score was. Obviously, it helps you when you see the opposition bat, but okay, we're only 15 overs into their innings, 16 overs. Stokes bowls, full, turned away by Weatherall for a single towards mid-wicket. Stokes runs through with his hands in the air as if he thought he got through there. Cast goes to his left at mid-on. So one more, 85 for 1. This is an England-style start, really. Mighty relieved to get rid of Travis Head in the way they did. Weatherall has taken it on. I think the first 3 overs were maidens as well. Is that right, Tots?
Yes. Yeah, 0 for 0 off 3 overs, and then when the time the wicket fell, they scored 77 off the next 10. Just 8 runs since then in 3 overs and 1 ball.
So we're moving towards the first break, which is 18 minutes away. A 40-minute interval. Stokes going into bowl to Labuschagne. 3 slips in the gully. Stokes is with him now. Labuschagne is edging, but on the bounce to 3rd slip. Then he takes one hand off the bat. We've seen a bit of that from Australia, suggesting there is some an even bounce, but it's mainly been up, or it's a no ball. It wouldn't have made any difference in any case. It's been up rather. What you haven't seen is low bounce and then high bounce. It's just been one way. When you start to get low bounce as well, that is when a pitch becomes tricky. Stokes seemed that convinced by the no ball calls from the umpire. He's walking back as if the world's against him. But the technology tells you everything these days, so they'll confirm that. So one more to the total, 86 for 1, and the 17th over of Australia's reply to 334. Stokes into bowl to Labuschagne. He's up on his toes, playing that away into the offside, and there is no run. How many overs has Stokes bowled in this spell? It's only his 4th over. Yeah. No wicket for 22.
I like it when Ben Stokes comes into the attack early though. I often think he waits and waits and waits, then he'll pick up a few wickets, and we're almost always pleading for him to come on earlier, so I'm glad he's got himself the new ball in hand.
One of the other factors with him, of course, he bowls very long spells, and he kind of wince a bit about how many overs he's bowling, trying to drag his team back into the game, or at least push their cause forward outside the off stump from Stokes. Flies through, Labuschagne leaves, taken by Jamie Smith. I think they've stopped doing that cheer when Smith collects the ball now. I mean, it helps, and he'll be so relieved that Head was dismissed without too much damage. Out for 33, he was dropped on 3. Those who are waking up on a Friday morning. Yeah, it was desperately frustrating. A fine ball from Archer. Had nicked it through. What was the score at the time?
The score was 30 for 0, so 47 more runs added in the partnership. Head added another 27 from 18 balls.
So some damage done, but not mayhem. Stokes bowls very full. Labuschagne drives it down the ground. Fine stroke, easing it up towards the long on boundary. Archer pursues it. The ball gets there first. And another 4. 90 for 1, Australia. This has been an excellent response. I think England feel that 3-3-4, they're right in the game. Australia responded superbly.
Yeah, they put pressure back on England, and Ben Stokes there just going too full. A ball that was able to just be driven down the ground, and he shouts at himself as he's walking back to the top of his marks. He's incredibly frustrated. He's bowled a no ball, he's bowled a slot ball.
Tries again now, into bowl to Labuschagne, very full toss, and it's half stopped at mid-off by Carse. He goes behind him, he has to chase it back, and they come back for 2 runs. Well, that probably deserved to go for 4. Stokes takes his cap. He's not happy there, Stokes, I don't think, with the way he's bowling.
I think he's going to take himself off here as well.
Yeah, he walks away shaking his... Yeah, he's just indicated, I think, with change of on. I didn't see who it was he's told.
So he was talking to Root. So I would be surprised if it is Root.
Yeah. Anyway, I think Stokes is taking himself out of the attack. 4 overs to 28. It's 92 for 1 at the end of the over.
Marnus Labuschagne was dropped for Australia's last couple of tests before this series in the West Indies, and he'd had a fairly pronounced downturn. He's come in with excellent domestic form in this series and made a good 50 in the second innings of the first test. He's been outstanding through his career in pink ball cricket. It's heading towards becoming the first player to reach 1,000 runs in day-night tests. If he reaches 42 in this innings, he will achieve that. Averages 64 in day-night tests. This is his 10th match.
It's going to be Bryden Carse meanwhile to bowl to Weatherald. Round the wicket, bowls to Weatherald, he nudges it for 4. Down to fine leg, taking that off his hip. Nothing Archer can do about that either. So the boundaries continue to flow, and Australia move to 96 for 1. And Weatherall to 45.
Just to finish on Labuschagne, coming into this test in his last 17 matches, he'd averaged just 26 with 8 50s and no hundreds, averaged just under 31 in his last 29 tests before that having had a run of 25 matches from when he came into the side during the Lord's Test in 2019 as Smith's concussion replacement, in which he'd averaged 67.
Weatherall 45 not out, better than a run aboard, goes up and over. This is heading out towards the boundary. 1 banks for 4. There is a fielder down there, Will Jacks, but it was to his right. Superbly played by Weatherall. Australia's 100 is up. It was the upper guide, really. It wasn't really a cut shot, it was just lifting it over the slip cordon. He's on to 49. 100 for 1. And we're only in the 18th over. And then going around the park.
Well, they need a plan B here, England, or they need to just tighten up a little bit. We saw in the first test when Travis Head was hitting them to all parts, they almost looked rattled as a bowling attack. Well, they need to change their plan before it gets to that stage.
Carse goes in again, bowls very full, Yorker length, dug out by Weatherall. Really changing the length there after the short ball. Weatherall was equal to it, hitting it up to Stokes at mid-off, and he immediately walks away from the crease just to compose himself. He's on the verge of a half-century. Only his second test match. And he's done it in very good style as well. He's 1 away. Carse. Knees pumping, up to the crease and bowls. And pulled away, there's his half-century. It's only a single towards deep square leg. He's hit that well. I'm going to come back for a second, but that would have been very risky. Just take the 1. And there is a half-century for Jake Weatherall in very good time. 45 balls. Not a bad way to bring up your first half-century in Test cricket. Counter-attacking against the new ball. He gets a hug from Labuschagne on this warm afternoon. I mean, normally you get a hug for a century, don't you? Not for a half-century, but it's a milestone for Jake Weatherall.
Yeah, 45 balls, 1, 6 and 9 fours. This is his 3rd innings in Test cricket, and that is the 4th fastest 50 by an Australian opener against England. Travis Head's 36-ball 50 in the first Test was the 2nd fastest. 101
for 1, Labuschagne on strike. Carse leaps and bowls to him. That's helped on its way into the leg side, and that's 4 as well. This time to the left of Jacks on the fine leg boundary. So the runs really are coming, and this is the sort of cricket we're used to from England, but Australia playing with great surety. 105 for 1, short from Carson, just help round the corner.
It's not short enough though. If he's going to go short, that's a bit of a nothing delivery from Carse. It just comes up around just above hip height. It's always going to get pulled into the leg side. There's only one fielder out there. You want him driving.
Carse has gone for 41. This is the last ball, his 5th over. That's full, that's driven. More runs through extra cover. It's 4 more. England really are being hammered here.
17.
Boundary count is rising. So Carstenow has gone for 45 from 5 overs.
Yeah, 17 from that over, so as Alex said, 4 fours and a single. Just to finish on Jake Weatherall's superb maiden test 50, 4th fastest for Australia against England. David Warner has the fastest, 35 balls at Edgbaston in 2015, then heads 36 balls in Perth. Then Joe Darling back in 1898, 40 ball half century. What an innings that must have been. Michael Slater had a...
Hold on, so what year was that?
1898 at the SC.
Okay, so they know he had a 40 ball half century. How do they not know for certain that Gilbert Jessop's was 74, 75 or 76 balls?
It all depends on what evidence we have from each game. So some sort of researchers and cricket historians have sort of pieced together these things and obviously made their way into the Cricketers database. Right. Victor Trumper has 3 of the top 11 fastest Ashes 50s by Australian openers. A great player in the early 20th century.
Right, Stokes is going to continue. Looked as though he had enough, didn't he?
Yeah.
Looks as though, well, that's the end of my spell. 109 for 1. He's coming in round the wicket to bowl to Weatherall. It's outside the off stump. It's hit hard into the ground. Bounces out to Crawley, who's fielding in the covers. And we've got 3 men back for Weatherall now. Deep forward square leg, fine leg, deep backward point. And they're down to 2 slips and a gully. And this has been a fine counter-attack from Australia, and the ball's been there to hit, and they've hit it.
But I also think it's a really good way to play against England, because England like to play aggressively themselves, put them under pressure and make them have to be a little bit more defensive rather than attack.
Australia scoring 6 runs and over. 9 minutes to go until the first break. Stokes bowls to Weatherall. Weatherall goes up and over and hits it out towards deep backward point. There's a leaping ducket there in the gully. He thought he was in play. He went over his head towards deep backward point. It's another single to Weatherall. I say another single. There haven't been many singles. It's largely been boundaries, but it's another run to him. He's 51 not out from 47. You're waking up on a Friday morning. Australia 110 for 1. Only in the 19th over their innings. England were back to 334. Jofra Archer caught at deep backward square leg after 9 runs were added. Last wicket partnership was 70. Root was 138 not out, equaling the famous score by Ian Botham on this ground in 1986, the last time England won a Gabba Test match. 2 slips in the gully for Labuschagne. Stokes bowls to him, full driven, a thickish inside edge on it though, through deep backward square leg. Labuschagne's off quickly, looking for 2 there, and he slipped, coming back for a notional second. Probably just as well he didn't bother, because the throw was right over the bails. I don't think he'd have got back for a second there, but then we don't know whether he'd have gone for it, because he did slip. It's 111 for 1, all the ones. Mind you can watch the key moments of the opening part of this second day on the BBC Sport website and app. 2 wickets have gone down, and quite a lot of boundaries have been struck. How many 4s and 6s have we had overall now, Zols?
We have had 16 4s and 2 6s.
Weatherall waits for Stokes. He bowls to him outside the off stump. There's an appeal there as he flashes at that from behind. Nothing from Stokes. And that wasn't a great shot from Weatherall, really. It was just
too close to cut. Too close for him to be cutting that one from Ben Stokes.
So I'm just getting a bit carried away. I think Labuschagne might just be making that point, Jim. You don't have to cart everything to the boundary. The full highlight show is on at 5 o'clock on the BBC iPlayer, where you can find the TMS Ashes debrief with Alex and guests. Who did you have yesterday?
We had Michael Vaughan and Glenn McGrath, who spoke very well yesterday.
The heavyweights.
Yeah.
Stokes bowls, and another flashing cut from Weatherall, and another miss. Through to Smith, and you see it's tempting outside the off stump. I don't know whether Weatherall's getting a bit carried away here. It's funny actually, you watch players. I mean, I saw it 3 times yesterday when they play those big shots. Pope, Jacks did it, and Brooke as well. Sort of head back. Oh, what have I done?
Yeah.
Well, and think, well,
that one there was actually there to be hit, but it's that extra bounce that Stokes is getting. That tennis ball bounce means it's gone over the top of the bat. It was short and wide outside the off stump. He's played that uppercut nicely a couple of times.
Last ball of the over. Stokes bowls to Weatherald, and Weatherald for the leading edge goes for a quick single, and Pope's onto it, but Weatherald is home. For a moment there I thought that was right in Pope's channel, but it was fractionally to his left in the covers. It looked an ambitious single, but he judged it well. And he's looking confident as well because he's taking the bowling. Australia are a Ritchie behind, 2-2-2, with 9 wickets left. And here's Will Jacks. Will Jacks is going to bowl. The man who took 6 for 161 in 40 overs in his first bowling in Test cricket. It's quite unusual figures, aren't they, in that remarkable game in Rawalpindi.
I thought that it was also interesting, Stokes coming out and saying, if we were to pick our best spinner, Bashir would be playing. So do you want a spinner or do you not want a spinner? So if they're picking their best, they think Bashir is the best spinner, he would play. You know, we've spoke about Nathan Lyon, his record here at the Gabba and how good he's been. The pitch is baking in the sun, it will deteriorate moving on. But they've almost gone extra batter, part-time spinner. So I'm really interested to see if he does cause any threat.
Yeah. What's the time? We might have time for 2 more overs, depends how quickly he gets through this. Hold on, what's happening here?
Just slowing down.
Oh, they're bringing another helmet out, a different helmet, I think. Oh no, they're bringing the wicketkeeper's helmet out.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Keeper standing back.
Yeah, it's weird actually. Almost as if Smith, like, oh, I haven't got my helmet. I think he was taken aback there. He didn't have his helmet on and realised he needed his helmet because Jack was going to bowl. Jack Leach is joining us shortly, by the way. You can put your questions to Jack. Right, here's Jack's bowling. Down the leg side, it's going to be 4 byes. Smith doesn't get across to stop that. There we go. Well, not a great start from Jacks. Not a great start against Jacks from Smith, although it was way down the leg side. Well, this is all going horribly wrong for England. They want to get off the field actually here.
Yeah, and I think we were just talking before about how you counter-attack England. I think this is the perfect scenario. If you get on top of them, you make them change their plan. You make them go to plan B, plan C. Because we saw in that first test, they didn't have anywhere else to go. They were panicking.
Jacks' second ball, bowls to Weatherald. Weatherald's right forward, squeezing that away towards cover. By the way, if you want to put a question to Jack Leach, 0330 123 1826 on WhatsApp or tms@bbc.co.uk. Jacks to Weatherald. Weatherald tickles this away. More runs from here. This is coming down fine. Brooks after it, Archer's after it. The ball wins. Boundary after boundary after boundary. Australia steaming ahead in this first session of the day. Another way you can get in touch with a question. Most smart speakers, you can send a comment. Just say, ask BBC Sounds to send a comment.
Always wanted to try that, but I don't have a smart speaker. I might have to go around to a friend's house.
120 for 1. Weatherald to 56 from 53 balls. That's his 10th boundary. And cutting that one away from Jacks out towards deep cover for a single this time. And Australia 121 for 1, and we're only in the 20th over.
So I made that 80 runs in boundaries, now 17 fours and 2 sixes. Weatherald had 42 of his first 50 in fours. And the 100 Australia scored, 17.2 overs to reach 100 after this first 20 balls went scoreless, the 5th fastest they've ever reached 100 against England. Perth, just 2 weeks ago in the second innings, 14.3 overs was the fastest.
It's a chastening morning, or first session for England, as Labuschagne drives down the ground, and that's going to be 4 as well. Hit really hard. Jacks died to his right, he couldn't stop it. Mid-on fielder couldn't stop it as well, to his left-hand side. Stokes there at mid-on gave it everything, but that was very well struck from Labuschagne. So immediately England putting pressure on Jacks here.
Well, you
runs off the over. I think that's 13 off the over.
9 off the bat and the 4 by. Sorry, Perth was 16.3 overs in the first test. That was Australia's 4th fastest 100 against England. So 2 of their top 5 in the last 2 innings.
125 for 1. This might be the last ball before lunch. Might have time for one more. Jacks goes in and bowls, and Labuschagne tries a big drive there and scuffs it towards mid-wicket. Didn't time that. That's the end of the over. I think we will have time for one more. My clock says 5:59 and 10 seconds. Umpires coming in. Yeah, we are going to have time for one more over. It's going to be Ben Stokes to bowl it. He's bowled 5 overs, no maids, 0 for 31.
But you, as an Australian, you would put pressure on Will Jacks. You would try and hit him, because when you're an out-and-out spinner, everyone, I'm going to put this box on the other side.
It's all right. Yeah, I turned you off as well there.
Oh, it's all right. When you're an out-and-out spinner, you still feel those nerves. You still feel nerves when you're coming into the game, and that's your main discipline, let alone when you're a part-timer and you're going, okay, I've just got to get through to lunch here, see if I can burgle something, get something to happen.
And Stokes moves in to bowl to Weatherall. England desperate for a wicket here. Bowls to Weatherall, who clips it away into the onside towards square leg. Another single. 126 for 1. Yeah, absolutely makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just put the part-time spinner under pressure, and then you've got to go back to the seamers.
Of course, we even talk about the fact that when Bashir comes into the attack, teams do try and get on top of him a little bit, or when you're playing anyone. So especially if you've got, somebody that isn't an out-and-out bowler, you'd be silly not to put them under pressure.
Bashir is playing in Brisbane. He's playing for the England A team, or England Lions, against Australia A, who were dominating that game as well the last time I looked. A very strong Australia A team, actually. Here's Stokes bowling outside the off stump. Labuschagne leaves, few hands in the air there, suggesting it's close to off stump. There's one that he left earlier, Labuschagne. I think he was lucky that it just left him a fraction, because he was going to leave it anyway, and it left him a fraction, and it almost shaved the off stump. It's the latest score.
Yeah, he's not had a bowl yet, Bashir, but Australia A are 62 for 1 after 15. Josh Hall's picked up the wicket, but he's going at 7.6 and over.
And England were bowled out for
166.
166. Of course, they're more advanced, aren't they? Because this is a day-night game, and that was a day game at the Allan Border Field. Stokes bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends, playing it up towards Archer at mid-on. Well, Australia have had a session almost beyond their dreams, I think, here. Got rid of that last wicket, so not too much damage done. Archer holing out to deep back with square leg, and then making rapid progress. England, they're in that situation where a team needs to get off the field and kind of regroup and rethink. Labuschagne's already 25 not out. Stokes bowls to him. An appeal from behind for LBW. There's Labuschagne trying to flick that into the leg side, but it looked far too high. Stokes is not interested. Goes to backward square leg. Leg by signalled by umpire Shah Fadullah, and that's the 50 partnership. Second of the innings. First stand worth 77 between Head and Weatherall, before Head lofted one into the onside, a missed cue off Cass. Almost an England style dismissal, actually, from Travis Head out for 33.
Sorry, 50 partnership in just 7.3 overs, so 45 balls.
Got any positive stats for us?
No.
127 for 1. 2 balls to go until lunch. Stokes bowls to Weatherall. Weatherall plays into the onside for another single across his front pad. Stokes stands in the middle of the pitch with arms raised. One more to the total. 127 for 1.
This theory started very well for England with the ball. They bowled Australia out for 132 in 45.2 overs. Australia went at 2.9 per over in that innings. Since then, Australia have now scored, by my reckoning, 334 for 3 in 49 overs.
Wow.
Across the 2 innings. 205 for 2 in 28.2 overs. In the second innings in Perth, and now 128 for 1 coming to the end of the 21st here.
Good.
128 for 1, yeah, but that's thing. England are going to put a third slip in there. They've decided against that. They put a leg slip in for Labuschagne. So 2 slips to Gully and a leg slip. Last ball before lunch. Stokes goes in to bowl to Labuschagne. Labuschagne knocks it away into the onside. Might get 2 here. Labuschagne wants 2. He's coming back for the second. Throw comes in from the deep, and Labuschagne is home. Good, busy, positive cricket from Marnus Labuschagne, who started it all off for Australia today with a really good catch deep back with square leg. That was the sort of catch you'd expect him to take, because he's such a gun fielder, and that's why he was out there at deep back with square leg. So Australia walk off at 130 for 1 after 21 overs. And what a morning for Jake Weatherald. 59 not outs, first Test half century. Labuschagne joined him and continued where Head left off. And that has been a very chastening morning for England. Ben Stokes said they were shell-shocked after the defeat at Perth. He's standing there on the boundary, just applauding his players off. They've got one or two problems in this Test match. Australia going well. They've still got 204 runs to make up, but the way they played after 21 overs. And what a morning for Jake Weatherald. 59 not outs, first Test half century. Labuschagne joined him and continued where Head left off. And that has been a very chastening morning for England. Ben Stokes said they were shell-shocked after the defeat at Perth. He's standing there on the boundary, just applauding his players off. They've got one or two problems in this Test match. Australia going well. They've still got 204 runs to make up, but the way they played this morning, England are the team under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ben Stokes is the first to walk off the field there, just with his head down, probably a little bit frustrated, but Australia put England under pressure. They've put their bowlers under the pump, and it's exactly what Head did in that first Test match in the last innings. And the way Australia are going, they'll get those 204 runs very, very quickly. But we know that this wicket will be a little bit flatter when the lights come on, but it's all about how hard that pink ball's going to be when the lights do come on. So England, they cannot wait for that session. They have to make something happen before the lights come on. So they've got to regroup at lunch. They've got to have discussions. I think they've got to change plans a little bit, because what they're doing isn't necessarily working right now for them.
No, indeed not. I think that's an understatement. And the stats results.
Well, you've got Brydon Carr scoring at 9 runs and over.
Well, let's have a look at the bowling figures. Archer actually bowled. He was a bit wayward just to start with, but he bowled well. And he had Travis Head dropped by Jamie Smith on 3. It was one of those you just got to catch as a wicketkeeper. He did get a bit big on him, but you got to catch them. High to his left-hand side. He put it down. Head was 3 then. He went on to make 33. It was 30 for no wicket, and Australia put on 77 for the first wicket. So Archer 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9. Atkinson's bowled 4 overs, or the only maiden. The third maiden. He started with 3, bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. And then the runs started to flow. Carse 5 overs, 1 for 45. Stokes has bowled 6 overs for 35, and Will Jacks 1 over for 9, including 4 byes from a wayward first delivery, so 13 runs coming off that over. So Jack, small sample size, has gone at 9. Carse has gone at 9s. Stokes has gone at nearly 6, and Atkinson 5.75. It's only Archer 1.8 runs per over that's was kind of on it early on, and a whole plethora of boundaries, 4s and 6s. Where are we on that count? So is it 16 4s? Is it?
It's 18 4s
18
and
fours.
two 6s.
Yeah, there's been so many boundary balls. I think the disappointing thing for me is England, when they've bowled full, they've gone too full, so there were slot balls being able to be driven down the ground and through the covers, and then when they've gone short, they've not necessarily gone short enough. You know, Stokes got a couple to go off the wobble seam, casted as well, but they've just almost bowled in 2 halves. You know, it's not been short enough, it's been too full. So they need to regroup, come out and come back with a better idea of what they're trying to do.
What about the end of England's innings today?
Disappointing, to be honest, to have Joe Root left at 138 at the non-strikers end. You know the plan. You know, Australia, were always going to bowl short, and they were always going to go to that plan. If England could have batted for another 20 minutes and added a few more runs, then obviously they would have had more on the board. Personally, for me, I would have wanted them to bat a little bit longer. I think Root being 138 not out, barely facing a ball this morning, is a bit disappointing.
Yeah. Okay, right. What are we going to do? We're going to hear from Jack Leach very shortly. Your questions to Jack Leach early on a Friday morning. Jonathan is coming in. It's 130 for 1. I'm sure people are just switching on the whole time. waking up. 130 for 1 Australia from 21 overs, head out for 33 after England made 334 all out. Joe Root left 138 not out, and the wicket today to Brendan Doggett. And look at those Australian bowling figures. Boland 1 for 87, Doggett 1 for 81, Cameron Green 0 for 43 off 8 overs, only start for them. And England have found it pretty tricky as well, their pace bowlers. So a lot to do in the second session for England. Play is about to resume after the first break, the 40-minute break in the day. I think it's fair to say, we're just listening to the score there, that England need to get their plans right at the start of this second session and need some wickets to get themselves back on an even keel after a disappointing morning session in which Australia's got 130 for 1. Not just 131, off 21 overs as well. So Weatherall is 59 not out, and Labuschagne is 27 not out. The man out, Travis Head, for 33 after England were bowled out for 334. You can watch the highlights of the morning session, the main action, on the BBC Sport website and app. Our full highlight shows at 5 o'clock today. And you can also find the TMS Ashes debrief with Alex Hartley there as well. All our podcasts, and we've done quite a few on this trip, but our roundup of the day's play you can find on BBC Sounds. Just search for Ashes. Some news from Australia's camp. Josh Hazlewood reported Achilles soreness this week during his rehabilitation from his recent hamstring injury. It's a low-grade issue, and he's expected to recommence running and bowling next week. Well, at the moment, it doesn't look as if Australia need him. I mean, they seem to find a way to bowl England out, and their batters are beginning to dominate. They dominated on that second day at Perth, and they have dominated this morning. The England team down beneath me, just on the boundary edge, waiting for the umpires actually. Labuschagne and Weatherall, they're keen for more. I'm not surprised as well, having seen that morning session when there were 18 fours struck and 2 sixes. So I think they were full of optimism going out there with a new ball after 20 minutes play. And they bowled 3 maiden overs at the start, and then Head and Weatherall took over, and Labuschagne continued where Head had left off as well. He's been busy. So we're not far away from this middle session in this day-night pink ball match, in which the light will go during this session. Whether that's something to lift England or give them some encouragement remains to be seen. Glenn McGrath alongside me. So Glenn, just put yourself, if you can, in England's shoes at lunchtime. They've had that morning session where they 130 for 1 off 21 overs. They did drop Travis Head as well on 3. Jamie Smith behind the stumps. What do you do as a team in the field when you've had a session like that? What from your experience, what did you do? I don't know, it didn't happen very often, but it probably happened from time to time, didn't it, where you had a session like that where things got away from you. What do you do?
Yeah, g'day Simon, g'day everyone. It's pretty tough. You've got to take the conditions into play and work out, did they play really good shots, really good cricket, or did we not bowl as well as we can? So the problem at the moment is the scoreboard's ticking over, and it's ticking over very quickly. They're giving boundary balls. This is not a pitch you're going to blast the team out on. The ball's now 21 overs old. It's not a new ball anymore. This pitch is very good. It's coming on nice. It's a little quicker than yesterday, which means that coming onto the bat probably easier to score runs than what it was yesterday. So you've just got to get back to bowling dot balls. You've got to try to build some pressure. They're playing plenty of shots. They're scoring quickly, and when you get in that mode, you want to keep going. So if they can start cutting the scoring options down, that does mean bowling with control. The way they started, Jofra Archer bowled well in his, what he bowled, 5 overs. 5 overs none for 9, or 9 for no wicket. So they have to get back to that mindset and start building some pressure. When their scoreboard's ticking over, there is no scoreboard pressure. We've seen England in similar situations where they're going along and then they'll play a big false shot and bring their own downfall. I sometimes think the Australian cricketers, they know the conditions here a lot better, and they're a little bit more watchful when it comes to that. So, yeah, they just have to get back to bowling good areas, build some pressure, put some maiden overs together and go from there. They're starting with Jofra Archer here. He's bowling from the Stanley Street end, so bowling from the opposite end to what he was earlier today. But yeah, you've got to start positively and just cut their scoring options down. That's sometimes all you can do on pitches that aren't offering a huge amount. There's still got a little bit of bounce in it. The ball's not that soft yet, so they really need to strike here after this break.
Well, Australia are, 204 runs behind. Here's Archer's first ball after lunch, bowls to Weatherall, and Weatherall plays defensively back up the pitch, and Archer steps forward to pick up the field England have gone with here. 2 slips and a gully, and then a ring field. So run savers on either side. They did try a deep third, deep backward point to Weatherall. They're not going with that. And straight after lunch, so 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. There's a fine leg. Gus Atkinson in the shadows to our right hand side, about a quarter of the ground, a fifth of the ground in shadow at the moment. That will increase as this session goes on. Archer around the wicket, bowls to Weatherall down the leg side, doesn't really bounce that. Goes on the second bounce to Jamie Smith. He tried to glance it, Weatherall missed it, and Smith stopped it to his right hand side. Smith, I don't know how long you think about a drop catch once the player's out.
It resets once the player's out, doesn't it? But that ball there was only 133 kilometres an hour, so as long as Archer can get back up to the pace he was, but they bowled a lot of shorter stuff and a lot of fuller stuff, and that's where the boundaries came from. So it's a very specific length you need to bowl here on these pitches that have a little bit more bounce.
Archer bowls to Weatherall, who clips this down towards fine leg. Atkinson in play, scuttles away to his left hand side, has to get round quickly. Feels like quite a short boundary straight here at the Gabba. And we've got this very privileged position on the first floor. You almost feel at times you can reach out and touch the players.
It does look a lot shorter this end than the other, but maybe that's just a optical illusion from where we are.
But the square boundaries, as we had at Perth, are quite big. So 1 there to Australia. That's their first run after lunch. 131 for 1. I was impressed with Labuschagne after heads dismissal. He's come out and played nice and positively. 27 not out, 29 balls. So he's going to face Archer now. He's struck a couple of times, once on the elbow, once on the glove. And Archer moves in to bowl to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne lets that one go. And, interest from behind. Morton Duckett in the gully, really. I don't know whether he could judge the angle, not so much from Root and Wicketkeeper Smith.
Yeah, watching that ball was about a foot and a half outside off stump, so I'm not sure Duckett's trying to get in their mind. Oh, that was closer than you think. But
Labuschagne's got this idiosyncratic way of playing where he's so much movement. When some players go for economy of movement, he goes the opposite way. So sometimes he can look a bit fidgety. See Atkinson loosening up. He's at backward point. I presume then he's going to bowl first over from the Vulture Street end after lunch. Archer bowls, Labuschagne defends, goes towards cover, and there's no run. Well, when Archer has bowled this one there, England did have some control. When the others bowled, not so much, it's fair to say. But there's in danger of getting away from them this game. You say you want to bowl under lights, but you get to a situation where, the ball's going to be a bit softer, and maybe that Australia a bit too close to your score by the time you get to bowl under the lights. The way things have gone this morning. Archer tries again and bowls to Labuschagne. That feels a bit closer to the off stump. Again, interest from Duckett. He was the ooh you could hear in our effects microphone. Collected by Smith. It's the end of the first over after lunch. Well, there were 5 dot balls in that over.
Yeah.
131 for
no, they got a single, didn't they?
Yeah, so 5 dot balls, not 6.
Sorry, right. Yeah, so now I go back to last night. There was that extra 40 minutes when Archer was batting with Joe Root, and they were having a bit of fun. They were scoring runs quite quickly. They put on another sort of 60 runs. And at that time I was wondering, how important are those 60 runs, or get Australia in with a new ball under lights when it's at its toughest and pick up 2, maybe 3 wickets? Would you change those couple of wickets for 60 runs? And
it's so difficult to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, because that presupposes you are going to get 2 wickets, say, but it gives you the chance of getting them.
Yeah, exactly.
But if they declared and Australia were then 15 for no wicket at the close, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so tough to know. Atkinson bowls to the crouching Weatherall, who clips his first ball into the onside for a single to the left of Brydencast at mid-on. So 132 for 1. I mean, just listening to Zach Crawley last night saying that basically it was hit out and see where that took us. If we got out, then fine, we'll do some bowling. If we hit out, we're going to score lots of runs, and that's what happened. They got lots of runs, 70 for the last wicket. I mean, the final analysis that might be vital, but at the moment it feels, well, it felt in that morning session as though the game was getting away from England. It felt a bit like Perth all over again. And when that's happened to you once and then it happens to you again, sometimes it can be difficult to drag it back. So you need to find some discipline in their bowling. Atkinson bowls a loose drive there from Labuschagne, inside edge, and it went away into the onside. He was looking to hit that through the offside. It went into the onside towards short fine leg.
No, it actually hit him in the pad and went between his legs and the stumps, or between his legs it went, so not too far away.
Yeah, inside edge between the legs, hitting the pad. I suppose, Ollie Pope would say, well, I played that shot like that yesterday and I dragged it on. Labuschagne's played it and he dragged it into his pad. 133 for one, single to Labuschagne, takes him to 28. Atkinson bowls to Weatherald, and Weatherald has a Labuschagne extravagant leave as well there. They'll flick at the wrists as he let that one go outside the off stump through to Smith.
Yeah, a couple of those deliveries haven't carried through to Smith. One from Archer and that one there from Atkinson. That dropped a good 2 feet in front of Smith there. So
what are we thinking?
There's a length that hit the deck, top of off stump. It's not too short, not too full. But this pitch is... I was surprised they only left 3 mil of grass on it. So it's just not enough, I think.
And that's a big drive from Weatherald. He's missed it past the outside edge. Well, he's played 2 or 3 of those. There was a couple of cut shots against Stokes this morning, or in the first session, that went past the flashing blade of Weatherall. There's another one there.
Yeah, that one was foolish, outside off stump, just moving away. So I don't mind that. You don't want to get any fuller than that. You can, probably a little, 6 inches shorter than that, but that's the area you want to be at.
Weatherall is 61 not out. Great opportunity for him in this middle session. Atkinson bowls to him. It's full. It's closer to him. And he drives it up towards mid-off, where it's picked up by Stokes. And there is no run. Weatherall making his debut at 31. I think you've got to be in your 30s to get into this Australia team.
We like a bit of maturity, a bit of experience.
Well, there is something in that, actually, isn't there? You think about picking young players, not quite for the future, but if you've got a talented young player, you want to get them in the side. But if you know your game well, you'll be playing a lot of state cricket, and why not go with it? Atkinson bowls to Weatherald. Weatherald leaves that one, channel outside the off stump. So we've had 2 overs since lunch and 3 singles. It's 133 for one.
Well, you talk about the age of this Australian side, 10 players over 30. Only one other series in the Ashes of Australia had 10 players over 30. That was Glenn and Shane Warne's final series in 2006-07 in all 5 tests. Before that, for another Australian Ashes side with in which 10 of the 11 players were aged 30 or more, you've got to go back to 1926.
Okay. 06-07. Quite an ageing older team, wasn't it?
Did all right.
What was the result there?
Can't remember.
There
was definitely a
That's not in your it's not in your stats bank.
No.
I've erased it.
It's like 2005. I've seen the DVD disc pack for that. It is four DVDs, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th tests. They just left the first one out.
133 for one. Archer bowls. That's edged and it's not stopped in the gully by Duckett. Brook goes behind him to pick it up, and so no damage done. He was squared up by that one, but the edge went along the ground off the outside edge of Labuschagne's bat. Did you watch that series at all? That was one of the great series. Did you watch it back over in 2005?
I sort of watched it first, maybe the first test a little bit, but the 2nd and 4th test.
Don't bother with.
Yeah, a lot of people remind me about the 2nd test for some reason.
Archer bowls a low, strange manufactured shot from Labuschagne, a low dab pull into the onside through square leg, gets him a single. So Australia, they've yet to strike a boundary in the afternoon session, so far I think they've cut off that supply of runs for Australia, but they are now only 200 runs behind. It feel very many when you're 134 for 1 in the 24th over. But we know games of cricket can turn around quickly, can turn around a game far quicker with the ball than you can with the bat. Apart from, of course, the Perth Stadium on the second day of that final session. So did that very quickly. Archer bowls to Weatherall, who hits his way into the leg side. Doesn't get all of it. He'll get a single, possibly two, towards wide mid-on. Bryden Cass is after and hurls the ball in. So 2 more to Weatherall. He's on to 63 from 65 balls. It shows you how positive he's been. It's come off for him.
Yeah, the Australians here, I like the way they're playing very positive. They did in the second innings in Perth, but the first innings they looked very negative. They're sort of defensive and looking to survive rather than put the pressure back on the bowlers, and look far better side playing this way.
Archer tries again, bowls to Weatherall. Weatherall is firmly forward to that delivery, playing it up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
So still quite warm out there. As the shadow starts creeping across the Gabba here, it will get a little bit cooler. So these English bowlers, they probably wouldn't have played too many games in this type of weather. A week, 10 days ago, it was hotter than this, but it was really humid. It was, I reckon, 90% humidity. So that's the one saving grace for the cricketers. It doesn't have the same humidity.
Also, as well, if you're not playing in the sun all day as well, it does go down, and so it is a bit cooler in the evening, so you get that respite. Archer to Weatherall, who flashes at that one and misses. Well, that's a few times he's done it now. There might be a few England supporters saying, when we play shots like that, we nick them.
Yeah, he was trying to lift that over the slips, and Archer gets that extra little bounce.
Weatherall, he's got that distinctive movement where he walks away towards square leg to try to reset. 136 for 1. The shadow is close to the square leg umpire now. It's creeping across the ground from right to left as we look at it. Archer bowls to Weatherall, flicks that one down towards fine leg, and he goes through for a single. They could easily call Weatherall the croucher, couldn't they? He's very low in the crease. I mean, it's really distinctive. You don't see. I mean, you see players playing against spin in white ball cricket really bend at the knees. Josh Buttler does it, for example. He goes down as the bowler bowls. We don't often see someone as low as Weatherall. You feel he might have a bad back at the end of a long innings. 137 for 1. Shaven headed. He's taking his helmet off at the moment. He's having the day of his life, really, isn't it? I mean, it's his second Test match. He's 64 not out in the Ashes. It doesn't get much better than this. And if you score another 36, well, it would be the. I don't know what. I haven't looked into also, whether he's got family or whatever, but it would be the day of his professional life anyway.
Well, the old commentator's curse. You're trying everything from up here, aren't you?
He's playing magnificently. Combination of Viv Richards and Brian Lara so far. 137 for 1. Atkinson, pitter-patter run, bowls to Weatherall. He lets that one go.
Well, you think he got his opportunity because Usman Khawaja was the other opener at the start of this series, and Usman doesn't score as quickly as some do, and so they needed someone to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and Jake Weatherall's name was thrown up there. So in a way, because of the way Usman played, maybe you've got an opportunity, and now with Travis Head, fellow from South Australia, gives him that confidence and someone at the other end to open with, and he's looked very good today.
He's played really well, almost Bradman-esque. Here's Atkinson bowling, dabbed away towards Crawley at cover, and there is no run.
Well, Andy's enjoying your comments there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really believe in the commentators.
Nor do I.
But keep trying, Simon.
Yeah, you just say it as you see it. But I mean, you might ask. I mean, Constance was called up, wasn't he? And we had McSweeney's actually captaining the Australia A team against the Lions in Brisbane at the moment. So they played. Where was Weatherall when they were being called up? He's been in the game for a while.
He's been around for a while. Yeah. He's very experienced.
Atkinson bowls to him, and he swings that away into the leg side. A misfield from Archer at forward square leg, looking into the sun. Again, the ball only went yard or two behind him, so not a problem. No run there for Weatherall. He's looking to play that low pull into the onside.
Yeah, he's sort of, as you said, he does crouch a lot there, but it's like he's just spring-loaded for anything short and wants to just hook into it there. You see him sort of, as that ball was just dropped short, he's sort of ready to power into it, but didn't get hold of that one.
137 for one. Atkinson bowls to Weatherall outside the off stump. No stroke there. Again, arms raised. I mean, it didn't look a particularly threatening delivery. I was in the corridor, but Weatherall lined it up nicely.
But just on why Weatherall wasn't in the mix maybe a year ago, didn't have particularly good first-class numbers until sort of November last year, since when he scored 4 centuries, 8 other 50s in 15 first-class matches, including this one, averaging 56, prior to which in his first-class career, 64 games, averaging 33 with 900. So he'd been a steady player in Shield cricket, but over the last year has taken a big step up.
Atkinson bowls to Weatherall. He cuts and finds the gap. Might be the first boundary after lunch. Being chased down. Ball wins. There we go. Another 4 to Australia. It's taken them 20 minutes to score one after the interval. And the normal service resumed. 141 for one. And Weatherall goes to 68. So he's not got a really eye-catching first class. We're a bit like Inglis, actually. I mean, Inglis is into this Australia side with a first class average of 35.
It's just about timing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Opportunity presents itself, you're playing well, you're scoring runs and or taking wickets, you get a chance.
The last time I saw Inglis play against England, he scored 100 in Lahore in the Champions Trophy. Atkinson bowls and he leaves there Weatherall through to Smith. So Australia continue to make progress. They're 141 for one in reply to England's 334. Labuschagne has 29. Weatherall has 68. Head the man out to Cast for 33 and Archer last man out for 38 today with route 138 not out. More from Glenn and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, thanks Simon. Just watching the way both these teams go about their batting. The Australians are quick to pounce on anything sort of too full or too short and wide, but they're very watchful. They're prepared to leave balls outside off stump, that sort of foot outside off stump on that sort of foolish length, whereas we've seen a lot of English players go chasing those and getting the edge, and that experience is paying dividends at the moment, Dan.
Well, it's certainly been the case for Labuschagne. Weatherall's led a little bit of a charmed life since the break. He's played and missed at 3 or 4 as Archer starts a new over. Labuschagne tucks this ball off his hip. He's going to get at least a single. He's run the first eagerly. Says no to the second. 142 for one. England have bowled a bit better since the break, but then that is not a very high bar from where they were bowling before the break, which was a mix of incredibly full and incredibly short. We were talking, weren't we, Glenn, in the break?
Yeah.
It was sort of, it was epitomised by Jofra Archer getting the edge of Travis Head's bat after beating that bat 2 or 3 times on absolute pearlers. Gets the edge, it's dropped from round the wicket, and then inexplicably changing his line for the next ball and just giving away an easy single. It didn't
coming over the wicket. Yeah. It was strange.
Archer round the wicket now to Weatherall, who takes a ball on a roundabout off stump and works it into the onside. Won't get a run as it heads out to Crawley at mid-wicket. 142 for one.
But the other thing that did, Head was very watchful up into that stage. He wasn't looking to play too many big shots. Been beaten a few times. Edge. Then all of a sudden it's like a switch went on his mind. Say, stop playing like this. Actually be a bit more positive. Start playing a few shots. And from that moment on, Australia just flicked the switch and off they've gone.
Yep, they were dominant for the rest of that session. They've been reined in just a little bit since the break as Archer is into the crouching Weatherall, who drives into the offside but can't beat extra cover as he hits it into the ground. Ollie Pope fields. Andy?
Yeah, Head was 3 off 25 when he was dropped, scored 30 off his next 17 balls before the ball that dismissed him. And to put in context, how difficult England have found it in the last 2 innings. The score at lunch was 130 off 21 overs. It's a bit of a niche stat, scores after 21 overs, but the highest scores England have conceded at that stage of a test innings, 2 of the top 3 have been in Perth and here. That's in their entire test history.
Archer in, cut beautifully away past the diving gully down to the boundary for 4. A little bit of width from Archer. And he's got on top of that Weatherald. He's been quite loose in this innings, but aggressive as well. I mean, he's
A little
ridden his luck, but he's ridden it well.
A little bit harsh. 3 or 4 player misses. I'll give you 1, maybe 2. But yeah, he's been very watchful. He's prepared to take them on here and play his shots. And as I was saying, he's got that crouch position. He's sweating on anything short or short and wide. And England have been giving him a few options.
The danger might be the one that pops on him, but we haven't seen that more than once as he clips this away. As he's hit on the pad, he's given out. Well, and that looks absolutely plumb. That's hit him full on the boot, and he's just walking away. He knows that's out. It's hit him in front of middle and off. And it was fast as searing Yorker. Weatherald looking to turn the ball into the onside, and that's done for him. And England have got their breakthrough. Australia 146 for 2. Weatherald goes for 72.
Yeah, no, the key there, Archer didn't even turn around when he appealed there. He just ran through. It was absolutely dead. You got Labuschagne running down to Weatherald just to check. But, is it outside the line? No, that looks...
It's a painful blow, isn't it? It's right on the foot. It might, when we see the ball tracking, it might be maybe umpire's call
coming around the wicket.
Yeah,
there's always a little bit, but...
And now we get the pantomime boos. So this is where you can find out how many England fans are here. And it's a great sight, this, because...
Geez, they're clutching at straws, aren't they? They're going back there.
Oh, it's absurd. I mean, you've got the English fans giving Smith stick, and in response, all the Aussie fans dressed in their yellow are all standing up in support of their, captain. He's captain again, his former captain. He's captain again now, Steve Smith, who's done enormous damage to English hopes over the years, and he's coming out the bat. Australia having lost their second wicket. It was a terrific bit of bowling from Archer. We haven't seen much in the way of the Yorker, have we?
No. Well, Archer was the pick of the bowling before the break.
Yeah.
He bowled 5 overs for 9 runs. But again, he's the danger man. And you're not going to get long bursts out of him. But that ball there, he can bowl wicket-taking deliveries just out of nowhere. Been bowling a bit shortish and then just full at the stumps. We haven't seen a full replay of ball tracking, but that one looked pretty close to me.
Well, I think what we can definitely say is it would have hit the stumps. The question might be around impact, but it looked to me the impact was around off stump.
Yeah,
I'd be very surprised if it was outside.
At worst, it would have been umpire's call at worst, but that if umpires aren't giving them, then they're not giving a lot of them.
Here's Archer, his first ball, Steve Smith. And it's a bouncer. It's a reprise, of course, of that duel at Lord's back in 2019.
He ducked it.
And he ducked it.
What would Harry Brook have done?
Harry Brook would have flailed at it and might have got a top edge for 6. You never know.
And off the marks.
146 for 2.
Here we go.
Goes down
is that going down leg? Oh, no.
No, it's hitting. It's hitting the middle of middle.
It's going down leg and it's going down off. That one looked absolutely dead.
Yeah, it's hit him in line, right on the toe.
Archer didn't even appeal. Just ran through as if it was bowled.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he's got good toe caps on those boots, because that's a nasty place to be hit.
That's a nasty one.
Weatherall's inning 72 from 78 balls, 1 6 and 12 4, so 54 of those 72 runs in boundaries. His first Test 50 in his third innings in his second Test.
Thank you. Right. Atkinson is going to continue, and now England have got 2 right-handers to bowl out. They've got rid of the 2 left-handed openers. 2 slips in, Atkinson in, and Labuschagne tucks it into the onside. They think of a single, and it isn't there. So you've got Steve Smith at one end and the kind of Steve Smith protege, is it fair to say? I mean, Labuschagne does model himself a lot, doesn't he, on Steve Smith?
He probably more so in the past. You know, he's more his own man now, but if you've got 2 guys at the crease that have all these little idiosyncrasies, all these movements, there's a lot happening.
Yeah, and they complement each other, and they can bat a long, long time. England would love to get a second after getting that wicket, as Labuschagne just defends a ball that popped a little bit, but he plays it very well, very solidly into the offside. Labuschagne quite rarely he has a better record than Steve Smith, doesn't he, in pink ball tests? Averages over 60, 64 in pink ball tests coming into this. And Steve Smith, not quite so good against the pink ball. With the time now, what are we looking at? 10 past 5. The shadows starting to cross the ground as Atkinson is in. Labuschagne lets this go outside the off stump through to the keeper. So we can expect twilight in around about, 50 minutes at a time from then on, maybe an hour?
Yeah, so we saw Stokes and Root batting in that period yesterday. If you've got two set batsmen, it is a bit easier. But coming in, just getting your eyes adjusted to the light, but then the pink ball itself, the batsmen say it's not as easy to pick up as a red or the white ball.
Well, we're finding that ourselves, just trying to spot it when commentating, as Atkinson is into Labuschagne, who just defends into the onside, makes its way up to mid-on, where Cars does the fielding. And you can actually see the shadows, you almost see them moving. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Because we're that much closer to the equator, I guess. So the sun drops a bit quicker, doesn't it?
Well, what is it? Tropic of Capricorn.
Is that your tropic?
Is above us halfway. Yeah, basically halfway through Queensland there. So
here's Atkinson again. And then Labuschagne defends, gets a thick inside half of the bat. It squirts down to deep backward square. And they'll take the single. You imagine now, with those two aggressive openers gone, the scoring rate will probably drop a little bit. Certainly as Smith tries to find his way. Labuschagne, 31 off 41. He's been pretty aggressive, but he's been helped, hasn't he, by some bowling of two lengths.
Yeah. They're bowling a little bit better here after the break. Always getting a breakthrough helps. Atkinson here bowling in better areas too. So you've got to get back to just building pressure. Start by building pressure through stopping the scoreboard.
Now, Smith early in his innings will do more fidgets than normal. He starts with a whole bunch. He's just tapped himself on the left thigh. No, he's gone again. He's gone left thigh, right thigh.
I've seen him change 2 sets of gloves before he's even off the mark.
Atkinson into Smith, who goes across his stumps as ever and works it into the onside. Crawley fields at a square leg position. End of the over, just the one run from that. 147 for 2. Labuschagne 31. Smith yet to get off the mark. We've had half an hour since the break, and how many runs is that? 17?
Yep.
17 in
6 overs.
6 overs. So still going on perfectly comfortably here, Australia, but they've just been reined in
under 3, not over 6.
Not over 6, yeah.
I prefer over 6. Except when we're bowling.
I didn't think you were a fan of this baseball stuff.
No, I am. I've always said I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I like seeing sports people go out and play without fear. I'm not a fan of going out and playing without pressure or accountability. That's, if you back yourself, but there's accountability, and enjoy the pressure, absorb the pressure, and that's when you lift.
Archer starts a new over from the Stanley Street end, and he's worked into the onside by Labuschagne, just got a little bit too straight, and he's able to take the single as Pope moves from mid-wicket to his right to field. 148 for 2, which brings Smith back on strike, and it was an absolutely box office clash between these two, wasn't it, at Lord's back in
brute of a ball that he bowled to
Smith.
Was that the first time they used the concussion sub in
wonder if
World Cricket? Or was there one before then?
It was very early on in that quite correct experiment.
Nasty delivery though, wasn't it?
Oh, it's horrible. Do you know,
went up the slope at Lord's.
I'll explain in a minute as Archer is in. This is clipped away by Smith for his first runs. He should get a couple as it goes out towards deep square legs. No one there. Pope has to scamper after it from mid-wicket. Smith to 2. And the 150's up, 150 for 2. Yeah, I was watching that passage in the Warner stand, and the crowd were very, very much up for it. Because, Steve Smith had been the scourge of the English, and this was this rare moment when he looks hurried, because he never looks hurried, does he? He's got so much time, it seems. And you could hear the crowd kind of baying for blood almost as Archer is in again. And Smith moves exaggeratedly across his stumps. And the ball just hits a bit of him. I don't know if he's got any glove on that. It might be counted as evasive action, or he may have got some glove. The umpire's not signalling, so he must have done. And he takes a single as it dribbles down to fine leg. 151 for 2. And then when Smith was hit, it was almost like the crowd realised that maybe they'd gone a bit too far. Do you know what I mean? That all of this kind
you
of...
reckon?
Yeah.
They didn't enjoy that either?
No, because when he was hit, do you remember, he was hit so badly, and he kind of really went down.
Yeah.
And it was sort of quite a shocking sight at that point. And I think everybody suddenly started to think about the consequences of their bloodlust.
So you're saying it was the English fans' fault?
No, not entirely, no. Archers into Labuschagne, who drives squirtily through deep point. They'll get one, they'll come back for a second, they might well get a third, they will. As Crawley has to go almost to the edge of the boundary and sends the throw in, the sun behind him. 154 for 2, Labuschagne to 35. But it was an eerie moment. And then, of course, Labuschagne came out to bat and was hit in the face immediately, wasn't he? Archer.
Well, whatever Steve Smith does, Labuschagne wants to do as well. So, but it wasn't as nasty a hit, though, was it?
No.
It did knock knocked him off his feet, but he was straight back up.
And that was sort of the start of Labuschagne's purple patch, wasn't it? Smith on strike. Archer in, and he just really easily defends the ball, having moved across his crease and pushes into the onside. It's an unusual technique. People have said, haven't they, Glenn, that it's sort of how they might have imagined Bradman might have played, this business of going across the stumps and the bat coming through from gully and across.
Yeah, but Bradman must have had so much time. Just you look at someone like Harry Brook, who seems to have so much time, and you wonder. Every now and then a batsman comes along that just does it easy. Mark Waugh, Damien Martin as well. David Gower was beautiful to watch.
Archer in outside the off stump. Good carry through to Smith. Round about waist height. There's no run. End of the over. 154 for 2. Labuschagne 35. Smith has 3.
Yeah, just to put in context, Steve Smith's series, he'd scored 144 and 142 in the Edgbaston Test, which Australia won after England had been in a good position. Then he was on 80 not out when he went off due to concussion in the first innings at Lord's. Came back and was LBW for 92. Then didn't play the second innings after the concussion had been diagnosed, and Labuschagne came in and scored a half century. Smith missed the legendary Headingley Test due to the concussion, came back at Old Trafford, scored 211 and 82. Then at the Oval, 80 in the first innings before England finally got him out the 7th time of asking for less than 80 with 23 in the second innings.
Incredible series, wasn't it? Atkinson in. And that's flashed at and missed by Labuschagne as I say, and it's flown through around about clavicle height to Jamie Smith. How he's not got an edge of that, I don't know. Bill Tufton's alongside me.
Afternoon, evening.
Steve Sainsbury, by the way. It's good. Since you're here, you might be able to answer this question.
Oh, go on.
Steve Sainsbury. He's emailed us.
Okay.
TMS.
Sorry, the clavicle is the collarbone, isn't it?
That's right, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
Did someone dig up the pitch overnight that England batted on yesterday, replace it with one more conducive for the Australian innings? Or is there another explanation for the amount of duck eggs in the England scorecard? Atkinson in. That pops a little bit.
Yeah.
Labuschagne just can only guide it to point. The hubris of Bazball must be consigned to history forever after these two performances. Steve Sainsbury's off on his long run. Tuffers, you seldom had a long run when you were bowling, but how would you like to respond to Steve?
Listen, they came out as the aggressor, didn't they? Both of the Australian batsmen looked to get on with it. They could have nicked off many times. We started actually off all right, didn't we? But I think Andy 2 or 3, 4 maiden overs at the start, and then we just sort of, I don't know, the wheels came off.
Atkinson in, forward comes Labuschagne and defends into the offside. It's a bit of a spring in England's step at the moment.
Well, that's right. They've probably been given a bit of a telling off, I should imagine.
Well, OK, so try to explain to me then, Phil, because I've been ruminating over this. Who's decided what that plan was, that hour before the break, was completely bamboozling?
Yeah.
They'd done things that were right.
Yeah.
And then abandoned the right thing for what appeared to be the completely wrong thing. Repeatedly.
Yes.
So who's decided that?
Well, no, they've just got it wrong. You've also got to execute it, though, haven't you?
Atkinson in, defended easily by Labuschagne. The back foot, back up the wicket, no run.
It's all very well and good having all these plans and everything, but then the boys have got to be able to deliver it from the ball into the pitch.
So you think it was poor execution?
I think it might have been poor execution. They just listen. It's quite a straightforward game. Really, cricket sometimes, top of off stump, keep it in that channel, odd bumper, odd yorker, lovely. Live there and live and die by it. Instead of all this sort of like it's when you start bowling both sides of the wicket. And you're getting clipped leg side, and then you try to then adjust, and it's wide of off stump.
Here's Atkinson. Labuschagne drives in the air off a thick outside edge to point, and there's no run again.
Sometimes, I can remember when I bowled and things weren't quite happening. I used to run up and bowl at the wicket-keeper's gloves. If you kept getting knocked round the corner, or kept getting lapped on the leg side, or kept getting sort of like too wide, driven through extra cover, if you can then just sort of go, sort of check your process, and then as you come up and bowl, just say, right, I'm not actually sometimes going to look to bowl at the wickets or whatever. I'm just going to hit those wicket-keeper's gloves, and it gets you back into a rhythm.
Atkinson in, and that's left. It's a tight lead. That's close to off stump, goes through quite low to Jamie Smith. It's the end of the over. England are bowling better since the break. It's 154 for 2. 24 runs have come in the first 40 minutes of this session, and I'm staying here.
Yeah. It is difficult though. It is difficult because when things start pinging around, some pretty good players out there as well, and you kind of run up and you bowl what you think is probably your best ball, and it's just that little bit wide or that little bit short, and left-hander whack, and it goes over cover or over gully or something like that. Things can run away with you, and so 9 times out of 10 it's good for the captain just to sort of like regroup the guys and say, right, hold on a minute, let's just have a half an hour period of just perhaps set the odd field back or put in an extra cover and just try and contain and create some pressure.
So that break's come at
good time.
Rather a good time.
Yeah.
It's 5:21 local time. We know from being here and from the movement of the Earth around the sun and how it twists on its axis that it's going to start getting dark in around about 45 minutes, and that is the moment we're assured of maximum peril as Archer starts from the Stanley Street end with 2 slips and a leg slip in. Smith lets this go by, just lets it go past his legs down the leg side to Smith.
Leg slipping for Archer, perhaps sort of trying to target that sort of. He gets offside of it, doesn't he? He tries to sort of nudge it round that corner sometimes, so that's just put something in his mind.
Is it very tempting as a bowler when you see Smith moving so far across? Try and fire it into the base of leg stump. I mean, the danger is he's got such good eyes.
Absolutely, yeah. Or try and blow his pad off.
Archer in again. Now he's gone for the pull, and he's hit it down to long leg along the ground. Just the single. 155 for 2. The wicket to fall since the break was a full fast yorker delivered around the wicket that smacked Jake Weatherald on the toe, bang in front of off stump. It was shown to have hit the middle of middle stump. He didn't bother to refer it.
No, it weren't going over, was it?
Well, it's rare. He didn't even bother to actually chat, did he? I mean, I think Labuschagne called him back and said, "You want to chat, mate? You want to chat?" No, there's no point. Here is Archer to Labuschagne. Leg slipper's gone, and he lets this go by again. He's leaving well. Here is Labuschagne. He had a very productive hour or so before the break, but what was he on at the break? Was 30, 31?
He was 27 off 29 at the break, now on 35 off 50.
8 off 21.
Even he got a bit carried away, doesn't he? Because he's a little bit of a hanger in there, isn't he, Labuschagne? But even he got the buzz, didn't he, and started playing a few shots as well. So, very quickly things can unravel in the field. So you've got to then sort of bring it back. Crucial partnership this. So if we nick one here,
scurrying in, that's just wide of the off stump. Very elaborate shouldering of arms. Everything that Labuschagne does, he does with great. Yes, elaborate. I'm not going to say flamboyance because it doesn't sort of have that cavalier 17th century periwigged quality to it.
Did you say elaborance?
Did I say elaborance?
It sounded like, I quite like that as a word.
Yeah, I might. I adopt it, you know?
Does it not?
Well, it exists now, Simon.
Yeah. Because you said it.
Yeah, Lewis Carroll invented the odd word, didn't he? That's permissible. There was no Wendy until Peter Pan. As Jofra Archer is in bouncer into the keeper. No run. It's true.
You're going to have to.
The first Wendy was in Peter Pan.
Why? What?
He invented the name Wendy, didn't he?
Did he? What
J.M. Barrie.
What a girl's name?
Yeah. I believe that's the first ever Wendy, isn't it? I'm looking to my producer for help.
Ever?
Yes.
Well, I mean, you can't invent...
First Wendy.
You can't invent a girl's name because anyone could invent anything.
Well, I think...
If you called it a name...
Can you check it out for me? I think that without J.M. Barrie, we'd never have had Wendy Wimbush.
No.
For example.
I'm not sure.
And that's a lot to thank J.M. Barrie for.
Yeah. Collywobble, double hobble.
Well, if you want to make a character
dog.
call that, but very few people will follow it up, I think, as this is guided to backward point. There's no run.
If I wanted to call my daughter that, I could do.
You could do, yeah.
Absolutely. So I've made up a word.
Yeah. No one's going to stop you.
Let them try.
On 55 for 2 after 30 overs. Am I right?
Well, I'm checking a prominent online encyclopedia before you explain for our young listeners who Wendy Wimbush is. There was apparently a Captain Wendy Oxford in the English Civil War. He was male.
He was male.
The prominent online encyclopedia says the popularity of Wendy in Britain as a feminine name is owed to the character Wendy Darling from the 1904 play Peter Pan.
I didn't know her surname was Darling.
So that's obviously where Wendy House comes from, is it?
I don't know, possibly. As Atkinson is in driving his Smith into the offside no run. I promise you that the game is enthralling enough for us not to have gone on this tangent. I apologise, but
you started it.
I did start it. Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
Now, pitch fully in shade now.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and those horrible shark's teeth are moving across the outfield.
Oh yes, I see them.
The teeth from the shadows from the stand as Atkinson comes in to the fidgeting Smith. And Smith just defends as easy as you like at the offside. There is no run. It looks like Jonathan Agnew has made it back from ABC, so I'm going to get out of the way and leave him in your company, Tuffers.
Yeah, you get the feeling that England will be desperate to try and break this partnership. Two very similar kind of players, both great mates and like batting together. Same as you said, Dan, fidgety kind of players. And they just need to just keep a bit more consistent. England, Aggers, old boy. You look a bit.
Oh, sorry, well, it's kind of sprinting between the two, isn't it? You know what I mean? But anyway, lovely to be here again. Atkinson bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side, out to square leg. You know what it's like, because you've been doing some ABC.
Yes, I have.
The door is usually closed.
Yeah.
And so having had years of experience, go to the door, take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Come on, Jonathan, you can do it.
All right.
Open the door. And all you hear is, oh, mate, that's not going very well out there. 4 more, the Poms of this. You sit down, you take your punishment for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Did you get a wicket, though? You must have got the wicket.
No, I was on. No.
Shame.
Just missed it, unfortunately. Atkinson bowls, and that's turned away by Smith out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. So, no, they're lovely people. It is nice. It's lovely talking to the Australians, too, and that's part of what we've done for over 30 years. But, it can be quite punishing just towards the end of the series.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's much more... It's just nice and calm in here. 155 for 2. They're being a bit firmer on the translation of absolutely filthy in there than Glenn was this morning. We've had a bit of that.
Right.
Atkinson bowls and Smith plays him up towards mid-on where Cass is fielding, and again there's no run. So it sounds, I think the true version, of absolutely filthy is actually you're really quite cross.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can see it as well.
So can I. But then interestingly, I sat down just now and said, because we're having lunch with Stuart Broad. Two old Poms, I say, to try and get them on side next door, chuntering away over our lunch. Well, the text messages come in. What's chuntering? We've told you what absolutely filthy is. Can you please translate chuntering from English to Australian?
Right.
They don't use the word chunter. Strange, isn't it? It's tucked away down to mid-on. And there's no run. So
chuntering is sort of, well,
it's grumbling away. You've got your chin in you.
I don't think it's absolutely filthy.
No. It's not absolutely filthy, definitely not. But it's just having a bit of a grumble, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
a bit of a moan.
Stewart's having a bit of a moan. Ben Stokes is coming off. He looked right here when he ran off.
Harry Brook to be captain.
Yes. Somebody eagle-eyed spotted that Jofra Archer had been talking to a physio on the boundary rope and pointing to his ribs, but I don't know if that's just them winding me up or not. It's hard to tell in the BBC. Might have been.
Back-to-back maidens by Gus Atkinson, and just 25 in the 10 overs since lunch, and the 1 wicket.
He does find nip, doesn't he? He just... He bowls that fuller length.
Yeah, he'll be searching for his first wicket, John.
I know.
He's bowled all right.
Yeah.
Just hasn't had a lot of luck. And
I had him as a leading wicket taker.
Well, so did I, on these sort of Aussie pitches.
Yeah.
Banging away on
he's
that
bowled
air.
nicely.
Yeah.
So Labuschagne then, dip at the knee. Archer cruises in, bowls, trims down the leg side, ill-directed. And Labuschagne takes the bat out of the way. 155 for 2. Australia racing along their scoring rate. I was saying one of the things talking with Stuart was that they've done it without sort of the reckless streak that you see about England going about the 5-6 runs and over. Do you know what I mean? They're just charging down the pitch. There's not head in the air. There's not cross-batted swipes. They've been going largely, they've been fed a lot of it, obviously. But it looks more controlled, higher rate of scoring without the risk. Archer bowls outside the off stump, and Labuschagne lets it go through to Jamie Smith, who's still getting some stick for the crowd every time the throw comes into him from the deep. You hear that, ooh, and a great cheer when he catches it, because of course he dropped Travis Head when he had 3.
Yeah, he needs just get a few runs for a start off, and get that confidence back. Perhaps take a blinder down the leg side or something, and sort of get it. He hasn't quite
shut him up.
Yeah, he hasn't quite got himself into the series, has he?
No. Archer spins himself a catch, runs through a little slither of sunlight there, and then moves in again and bowls. And Labuschagne, the loud cry of no, plays that away into the offside. And there's no run, so 3 slips. Everyone looking back here with hands on hips. I think see if Ben Stokes is running on. They've all got hands on hips here in the slip form. It is. And Harry Brook is asking something. It's sort of some sign language going on. Yeah,
I don't know. Is that a sign to the bowler?
Well, where is he? Where's the captain? Archer again bowls. Labuschagne allows it to go by once more. He'll just grind them in.
Oh yeah.
Get a bad ball to hit, he'll hit it. Otherwise, patience personified. It's building their position, grinding England in. Australia 179 runs behind at the moment. They're not out of this, but they just got to keep plugging away. It's hot.
Well, they've got to find something in this twilight, haven't they? This is what we've been banging on about it all Test match. This twilight with the pink ball, you've got to try and get 2 or 3 quickly.
Yeah. Archer bowls, Labuschagne defends again. What they've got to do, though, Tuff, this is a thought, is that they've got to be in a position where when the twilight and dark comes, they can still afford to have people in catching positions. They can't have Australia, almost within touching distance. They've got to be able to have people there in the catching positions to make the most of any chance that comes.
Absolutely.
So they can't let them get away now.
And these 2 guys aren't the kind of guys that you want to be bowling to in these conditions. You want people who are perhaps looking to have a little sort of flourish outside the off stump. These guys, they'll know the moment, which perhaps our boys didn't quite.
Well, no. Here's Archer again, bowls, and Labuschagne goes for the hook shot. He's in the air, but safe, and 6. Just to the right of the fielder. I don't think it was quite where he intended. It was a bit top edgy, but it's gone for 6. 161 for 2. Labuschagne to 41, and at that moment, Ben Stokes returns to the field.
Yeah, Yeah, a little bit too leg side, wasn't he? He was having to sort of follow it around, and even though it was a bit top edgy, it was always going to be finer of fine leg. 6 runs. Now, do you save Archer now? How many's he bowled?
6 since lunch, bowler 5 over opening spell as well, so 11 in total. Labuschagne had scored 8 off his previous 29 balls since lunch. Before that, 6.
Well, he's got a sweat on. Jofra is running down to the shadows. It's a nice place to field down there.
Yeah. Who are your twilight bowlers? Who you're going to be looking to?
See, what time is it? It's 5:30. Shadows lengthening. I mean, we've got the lights on in the roof, but we can't see here if the actual floodlights are on or not. Carse is back. If it goes a big bound and bowls, and that's driven straight. And a bit unlucky there. It was a half stop, and actually it's going to give away 2 runs in the end. A big effort from Atkinson. My twilight bowlers will be Atkinson and Archer.
Yes, I think it's spot on.
And with a bit of Stokes.
Yep. Nice to see him bowl a bit earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, things have filtered through.
Yeah. But yes, that's what I'll be looking at. When overs wise, how many have we got? We've got 48, is it? Goes Cast again, he bowls, and that's a mistimed drive. It runs away out to mid-on, so we're in the 33rd over. So say there's another hour until it should get spicy.
Yeah.
So you can add 12 to that, so that's a 50 over-old ball or thereabouts, isn't it?
Yeah.
45 overs old ball.
I think that might have had something to do with the way Australia came out and played, at the beginning. Let's try and get up there while the sun's shining and the pitch is flat.
Yeah.
Let's not drag our heels in the best batting conditions.
It does create some interesting tactics at a day-nighter, doesn't it? Carse again, leaps and bowls, hurls that down at Steve Smith, who's now complaining about something. Somebody's moving. He's one of those, he can detect a sparrow landing on the sight screen from 100 yards away, and he's gesturing there to Ampar Shafudullah about somebody or other that's moving, and in fact Smith's marching down. He's explaining what it is from long range. The 4th umpire's appeared. He's got an earpiece in. That's all that's about. It's like Ampar Shafudullah was doing some sort of strange dance move there.
It's above us. There's like an open door in the bar, you see it?
Yes. It's way up. How's he seeing that? This Carse is about 15 feet tall. He goes bounding away again, bowls, and Smith works off his pads. Chase for Crawley. He's going halfway, 3/4 of the way to the boundary to our right. Square leg. They take another 2 runs, another cheer for Jamie Smith. It's relentless, isn't it? I mean, you'd think they'd have given up by now.
Well, I went for a little wander around. I did something at lunchtime at the break, and it brought all the memories flooding back to me. The amount of stick I was getting.
Really?
I mean, good stick, and all good fun, banter, as we like to call it. Great stuff from the English, but the Aussies, I remember those days.
Yeah. 166 for 2. And goes Carse, bowls, pushed away down to mid-off. Well, I've told you my favourite sledge, haven't I, by an Australian?
Yeah.
It wasn't on the field, it was actually off the field.
Right.
And this was some years ago. I can't remember which series it was where we'd already lost the Ashes by the time we got to Melbourne. I mean, there were a few to choose from.
You've got to narrow that down.
But it was one of those years anyway. And but the Melbourne Test is brilliant, isn't it? So exciting, the Boxing Day.
Absolutely.
And I was excited about this. I jumped out of bed, had a bit of breakfast, went out into the street, hailed a taxi who turned up, and I jumped in. I said, MCG. That was all I said. And goes Carse, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and this Australian taxi driver looked at me and said, mate, I know who you are. I've been listening to you at the cricket. You're Aggers, aren't you?
Yeah.
And I said, well, yes, I am, actually. I was quite,
nice.
It's not bad to recognise, but I was just saying MCG, is it? I said, yes, I am. He looked at me, he said, mate, he said, you're much less handsome than you sound on the radio. And you sort of get that all the time, don't you? It's relentless. Quite a good line, though. And unfortunately, I couldn't argue with it.
No.
166 for 2. In goes Cast again, and that's tucked away into the leg side. Chase here for the fielder running back. It's Atkinson, and the ball running on. No, he's had a go at bringing it back in, trying to flick it back and missed. Much to the delight of all those Australians there, just yards from him, shouting and yelling and signalling fours.
Beautiful piece of timing.
Yeah, it's a fine shot.
Yeah, just picked his gap, let the ball come to him, and just really beautifully timed through mid-wicket. Really not much effort really from the wrists or the arms, just a flick right out the middle.
Like middle and off.
Yeah, I mean, so
a bit wide
frustrating.
mid on.
Yeah, so frustrating as a bowler when you know, everyone goes, "No, you're bowling too straight." Well, no, I'm not. You know, that's hitting off stump. Well, how comes you're going through mid-wicket? Well, it's because of the way he plays.
Great effort from Atkinson there, it really was. Full length dive, full tilt. Archer's going to bowl. He's going to bowl to Labuschagne. Australia 170 for 2 now. Start of the 34th over. Movement behind Archer again. He's going to set off. Here he comes, and he bowls to Labuschagne, who's in on the pad quite high. He heard a howl there from Archer, but he realised quite quickly that that was not going to interest umpire Holdstock.
What we haven't seen is a lot of swing, you know.
No.
You know, and this is light. I thought it was going to be hooping around the place.
Yeah, no, it's hardly swung at all, is it?
No.
Not even Stark.
No. Another one sort of tailed, but nothing real sort of genuine swing.
That really squared Labuschagne up, though. For no apparent reason, he just got in a bad position. And he's got a great record in these. He averages 66.
Yeah. More than Smith.
Well, yeah. And he's in good form. It has been all this Australian season. As Archer bowls his edge, that somehow he keeps it down. Lands well in front of Brook, who's at second slip. 400s in 10 day-night tests. Average of 66.
Very good.
Well, I guess it shows that when
it can be done.
Yeah, and when you're batting in the daylight, particularly with the pink ball, actually you just get through the totally new ball. There's usually runs to be made. He's got to battle away a bit in the evening, but he is a battler, isn't he? I mean, you know, he's not going to play the big loose booming drives. Archer bowls to him. He's just paddled that around the corner for 4, up around the hip. Archer again, it's just the wrong line. Another boundary.
Looking a bit jaded, aren't they, the England bowlers?
Well, yeah, they are. They got
already.
We're quite halfway through the day yet.
No.
Yeah, that 4 took Labuschagne past 1,000 runs in day-night tests. As mentioned, his average now over 66, including this innings. 4 centuries, 4 other 50-plus scores in 16 innings. He's the first player to reach 1,000 runs in day-night test cricket.
I'm not quite sure where Stokes goes from here. I suspect probably himself. As Archer bowls outside the off stump. Labuschagne lets it go through.
Again, John, I think that the person who's looked most likely has been the skipper, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's quite expensive. He bowled this spell.
Yeah.
He bowled 6 overs for 35 and walked off with a face like thunder.
But, you know, he's that kind of bowler, though, isn't he? You know, he's going to go for a few runs, but he gets that. I mean, he did swing a few, actually.
Yeah. You've probably back him to break this stand, haven't you?
They're looking pretty cement-like at the moment.
They are, and all the fidgeting and carrying on and stuff.
No. I'd hate to have bowled against these two. They would driven me up the wall.
Yeah, they would. The calling, no run, being shouted all the time. Then comes Archer, moves in, bowls. Hey, I heard it. No run.
No run. No run.
Yeah. Archer walks thoughtfully back to his mark again, just swinging his arms casually. Duckett and Brook are in conversation. Just beyond our window here. Root there at first slip between the keeper and Brook, who's now ready for this delivery. Archer again moves in, bowls, and is driven and half stop there. Sliced drive. Pope fielding at point. It's the end of that over at 174 for 2. So Australia 159 runs behind now. Labuschagne 46, Smith has 12, and it's someone else's turn to be late, I think, now, rather than just mine. Jim must be just coming off the ABC. We need to coordinate these rotors, I think. It's all a bit tricky. Drinks are being taken anyway, so there we go. We've got Ollie Pope running off as the drinks cart comes trundling on. It's again one of those situations in which the drinks cart actually is a bit of a waste of time because nobody uses it. It's purely some sort of advertising vehicle, isn't it? Sort of a soft drink company, but the driver comes on and knows, and it's actually quite a soul-destroying job, really, because he knows that he's not going to speak to anybody out there, but he's got to get his esky out that matches the colour of the bottle that he's brought out on the back of a golf buggy, and he'll just stand there by himself. No one will come and see him because they all have their own drinks. Then he packs it up and drives off again. Interesting job, Michael.
He's not got many friends, has he?
I feel really sorry for him. He's just sitting. He's now sitting back in the cab.
We're not allowed to mention the brand, but it's a nice drink. So it's not like he's giving them some rubbish.
No.
I hope, Agus, that Marcus Trescothick, Baz McCullum, whoever it may be in the England management, I hope they sit Harry Brook down. And I'm not saying this is the same style of player as Marnus Labuschagne, but I hope he gets sat down and he gets shown what Labuschagne's just done. So Jofra Archer's probably bowled one more, maybe two more than expected. And Labuschagne realised that, and he's hit him for a few runs when he's bowled a bad ball, but he's just hung in there. And you can see with this pair out in the crease, and again, the different styles of players, but Australia generally realise when the moment's on.
Yep.
And the moment's been on in the last half now that Jofra's bowling great. Could easily have got 2 or 3 more wickets. And that's what Test match batting's all about. It's a long game for a reason.
Well, it is. It's interesting you talk about Harry Brook, and I was reading all the reports, overnight today, and I think every newspaper article that I've read is of the same opinion. This is such a talented batsman. He's got so much in front of him. He could score thousands of runs, but there is a chance if he doesn't sort of change the way he plays and change his approach that he's not going to do it, and that would be such a shame. Mark, I'll leave you because Jim's made it, so you can carry on that vein and Jim will come in.
Yeah, well, he still had a really good start to his Test career, but he's not a youngster anymore. And if Harry wants to go up to that next level, when you start talking about great players, you have to read the situation. And so far, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, they've read the situation that little bit better. You look at yesterday when England were going nicely with Joe Root, Harry Brook, and they ended the day 3-2-5 for 9. And I think the messaging was that we felt that England were ahead, but you look at the way that the pitch plays and you look back to yesterday, and particularly that big mistake that Harry Brook made, and you think, England could have had a belter of a day.
They could have,
but they didn't.
They don't play like that, though, do they?
No, that's what I've just been talking to John about. What Labuschagne's just done there. He's realised Archer's bowling well. Just see him off. He bowls you a bad ball. Yeah, he's played a couple of good pull shots. But you can see the mentality is right. Just get rid of Archer. And they've got what? How many overs have they got out of Jofra Archer already? 13 or 12?
12. 5 before lunch, 7 since.
So he's bowled 12 in 34. That is a lot.
It is.
It's a lot.
Well, he might be a bit tuckered out come twilight time when everyone expects the ball to do more, but it'll be over 40 overs old. And we saw a nick a moment ago at the second slip, and that was a marshmallow, not a hard ball.
Well, last year against India, Jim, you were here, and Australia scored quickly at night, and the ball got soft, and Travis Head got in, and Steve Smith got in. Bumrah was bowling, and they scored quickly.
Now we've had a refreshment break and cast from the Vulture Street Andy bowls wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. This is a tough time for bowlers, particularly when you don't have a frontline spinner. Although it doesn't matter what bowler is bowling with this ball, he's going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see a little bit more movement shortly, but it's
reverse. No, not on this. You need to shear even more grass off it.
Unless they're allowed a bottle top to scratch one side.
Well, it did happen, didn't it? Some years ago. Now there's perhaps a bit more scrutiny about the ball.
Looking at the Cars pitch map on the screen.
Cast bowls, and that is short and is pulled away by Labuschagne off the top edge, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. Well, that was interesting.
50.
It's a half century for Labuschagne with that stroke, and belatedly he realises it as he was wondering what on earth happened there with the top edge. But he's reached a half century from how many balls? Looked a pretty quick one for Labuschagne.
From 67 balls, 7 fours and a 6. His 36th 50-plus score in tests, 11 centuries amongst those, but just 1 in his last 29 tests.
So Cast tries again, and it's short, and he goes back and chops it away to point, getting over the bounce.
Jim, I mentioned the pitch map of Bryden Cast. He's 58 from 6.3. Last week in Perth, he was outstanding, but he's been all over the place. Short, he's been wide, he's been really full, been straight.
What plan do you sense there is with England at the moment?
I think they're just trying to fourth stump, bring the batter forward. Just trying to bowl a few dots and try and force the error.
Well, they've had bursts of doing that, and then bang, a couple of fours. He bowls now wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to go through. There was about 4 overs there a short while ago when Australia didn't have a run, and then all of a sudden 10 from the over when they tried a different length, a bit shorter. There was a top edge 6 from Labuschagne off Archer, then a 4. So
I'm just looking at the overs. What amount of overs do we have left in the day's play?
A lot.
So we've got 3.5 hours of play left, or 3 hours 20 minutes of play left. Trying to work out whether England will be able to get the second new ball.
Good luck. Here comes Cast, pulled away down towards deep backward square. There's someone down there on the boundary in the shadows. That's Archer, and they collect a single.
50 overs theoretically maximum left in the day.
So they're not really going to get that second new ball.
They've got to bowl another 45 overs.
So by the time if they don't bowl Australia out today, the second new ball will probably be 20 minutes into the afternoon tomorrow.
Well, there's the third new ball tomorrow night.
You're getting a bit chipper, aren't you?
Well, I'm just looking at the pitch and everything else. Yes, if Australia don't make some runs, it'll be a surprise. But here's Cast on the back foot. There goes Smith through the covers, sliding into the stroke, and he's going to get a couple of runs for that as it goes out towards deep cover. 2 for 180, and Smith's 14. 282 for 182 at the end of the over, and these two are building.
Well, with around those 44 overs left in the day's play, with the way that Australia is scoring, they'll be pretty much level with England by the close.
Yeah, unless there's a clatter of wickets or something, you would think so. No matter how well England hit the length and the rest of it, they're going to get wickets. How do you get wickets on this surface with an ageing ball?
They've just got to work away and hope to bowl a few dots. Maybe later on there'll be a bit more movement. What do you think to the little black stickers that Steve Smith is wearing? This is similar to Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul.
Yeah.
I think they use them in NFL, don't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you ever tried them, Jim? Or
had no cause to, really. No.
Late at night in a bar, you could just last a bit longer.
I'm probably singing a song or playing mahjong or something like that.
I haven't heard you sing for a while. What have you got for us? Go on, give England fans a little bit of something. It's morning in the UK. We need a lift. We need some wickets. How can you get?
What do you want, Jerusalem?
Well, whatever you've got, give us a song to get a few wickets.
Oh my God!
Can you do Elvis?
No.
Kylie?
Elvis Smiley at the moment. He's doing very well in the Australian Open.
I played with him, in the double links. Yeah, I did. He was my partner. Fantastic left-hander.
He seems a lovely bloke too.
What about always look on the bright side of life? Can you?
It's pretty dreary. As Stokes is back, he's bowling short, and he's pulled away down to deep backward square. It's going for 4, I think. Yep, it goes into the boundary, despite the effort in the deep to try and cut that off. As he pulled it around the corner, another 4.
Yeah, the mindset of Labuschagne today has been excellent. When he first came out there, he was busy. And anything short, he's really latched onto.
The song I sang at my wife's wedding was American, so I don't know whether that's it. Well,
yeah, that's fine. We just need a lift.
Okay, I'll just see what Stokes does with his next ball. He's moving in towards Labuschagne. He's punching it away through the covers. More runs here. Skelter, Skelter. Back for 2 easy runs. 2 for 188. Dream lover, until then I'll go to sleep and dream again. That's the only thing to do until all my dreams come true, because I want the girl to call my own. I want a dream lover so that I don't have to be alone. Right, that's enough.
It's outstanding.
Did that cheer you up?
I don't care if we get a wicket.
Do you remember who
Just
sang
keep singing, Jim.
You remember the guy who sang the better version of that? Bobby Darin. Bobby Darin.
You were very good, Jim.
Here comes Stokes, turns it around the corner for a single. You got to have a bit of levity. It's just a game after all.
It is, but it isn't. It is, but it isn't. It is when we're on the back foot.
Yeah.
It's just about competing, isn't it?
Well, it's staying in the event, yes. You want some control, and you just sense England is struggling to assert any control on this bland pitch, this good batting, and this marshmallow of a cricket ball. It don't do anything, man. You got to, I don't know, what do? Put mince on it. Here comes Stokes, pushed away by Smith, the busy Smith.
Well, David Warner, who's working with us on the telly, he says you've got to shine the ball, particularly from now on in, as much as you possibly can to get some heat on one side.
Right.
And then the ball starts to just move. So he was the... Well, he was the...
he was the master.
I don't want to get... He was the shiner.
The
Australian cricket ball.
Yeah.
He did it quite nicely.
He did it very nicely for quite some time.
He did.
Until he got Bancroft to take over and it all went astray.
But with the pink ball, it was about shining the ball to get a bit of heat on one side.
Stokes charges in. Smith's on the walk and then the push away down there. But ideally, you want a surface that's going to scuff the ball up on one side a bit too, because there's not much scuffing up going on in this green carpet.
Let's be honest, we've seen 5 Australian seamers and we've seen 4 English seamers, so 9 seamers within the game so far, and there's been one standout, Mitchell Starc. The rest have all looked okay at times. Joffre's just bowled a good spell, but he's only got the 1 wicket. Mitchell Starc is head and shoulders above everybody else in this match so far.
Stokes bowls, and how's that shout of some sort for LB, but nothing's happening. End of the over, 2 for 189. So is it time for Jacks to have a trundle again? No?
Well, 2 right-handers. It may be worth it, because I think Australia will go after him, and it might just be that they chip one in the air or run past one.
Yep. Well, at the moment it's Carse and Stokes. What are the bowling figures here? Archer's bowled those 12 overs. Atkinson 9 for 30. Carse 7 for 61. Stokes 7 for 42. And Jacks 1 cafeteria over for 9 runs.
It's on Bryden Carse. Difficult day for him so far. He conceded 50 in his first 33 deliveries. We have ball-by-ball records. That's the 3rd fastest concession of a 50 by an England bowler in Test history.
Here comes Carse now. Short ball. He's after this. Top edge. It'll be down towards fine leg. It will run away down to the boundary for 4.
I tell you, Marnus has got a few fine.
Yep. We'll bring him finer.
Well, England have got at the fine leg at both ends really wide. There was a top edge down here off Jofra Archer, which would have gone straight to hand. That one I don't think would have carried down to the fielder on the boundary. Let's just have a look. But he's so wide. Probably would have just landed short, but it looks like he's gone a little bit finer. It's Jofra down at fine leg, just in front of the Barmy Army.
they're a bit sort of half pregnant with this strategy at the moment because Carster's in again and Labuschagne lets it go outside.
How'd you get
the
half
off-stump.
pregnant?
Well, because if you're fully pregnant, you'd have two blokes down there, wouldn't you? In the hope for the catch to go, rather than just having one and occasionally dropping one short. The rest of the time they're playing normal cricket. Top of off stump, all that stuff.
Well, the one thing we've not seen from England, and it generally arrives, is the short ball theory.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet, which I'm quite pleased about, but it might be something that Ben can turn to. Just try something different.
You've got to get it right, though, haven't you? It's no good bowling the half trackers that come up waist height and say, hit me for 4.
He's changing something here. He's having a good chat with Brydon Cast.
He's trying something. He's moving. Yeah, now
here we go.
He's been listening to the radio, I tell you. It's now another bloke going out behind square.
Yeah, but he's got deep backward square on the boundary. Fine leg's gone fine. Gully's gone to mid-wicket. That's Ben Duckett.
Yeah, this is the Neil Wagner field.
It's not quite the all-out attack for the bouncer, though.
No, he moves in. Labuschagne leaves the ball alone outside the off stump.
Just on those fastest 50s conceded, Jack Leach 31 balls to concede 50 against England in Chennai in 2021. Carse is third on the list, 33 balls. Second, Doug Wright, 1938 at Lords against Australia, Kent leg spinner, fast leg spin, but was on the receiving end of a rapid Bradman 100 and quick runs from Stan McCabe and Lindsay Hassett on that occasion. Well, a few names to conjure with, Jim.
Bradman and Hassett, my word. Yeah, especially Bradman. 100 every third time at the crease. A phenomenon. In goes Carse. Short cut through point. There's a gap there now. They move the man to the onside. It's running away towards the boundary, and it's just overhauled inside the boundary as they come back.
He just keeps bowling that ball into length, Jim, and it's just sitting up. On that occasion, it was outside off stump. He gets cut. We've seen him get pulled on the onside. He just hasn't found his consistent length at all, Brydon Carse, and it's just been so easy for Australia to keep ticking that scoreboard over.
Too many hit me balls. Too many.
So 50 partnership in 10.5 overs.
The Aussies are bad ball in it.
That's just playing cricket.
Playing good strokes to some.
It's bad as bollocks, really. As Carse charges in and bowls, and Smith playing it back up the offside of the pitch. I'll refrain. It's 2 for 196, and Australia are batting.
It's a technical term.
They're playing aggressively.
Well, they're just playing a ball on its merits, aren't they, really? They're not going... There's no Harry Brookers going on out there trying to invent shots.
Yeah, that's...
you don't need to do it.
Well, it's been the difference so far because Australia are scoring quickly by just putting England under pressure in terms of...
Carse bowls. Smith drives straight to cover. It's stopped out there, and that is the end of the over. It's 2 for 196. Simon Mann's ready to go. And the game rushes along, folks. See you later, Michael.
Thanks for your singing, Jim. Yeah, the Aussies have just got that mindset of looking to score, and they're getting quite a few balls to hit. There's been one or two good spells. There's been a good spell just after tea from Gus Atkinson, where he bowled 5 overs for 7. And then Jofra bowled nicely, got the wicket of Weatherall, but in between all that, before tea, it was, England bowled all over the place. And since Jofra's come out of the attack, Australia finding it's quite an easy way to score quite quickly because they're getting quite a few to hit. What are you laughing at?
Jim gives it to you straight, doesn't he?
I've never heard that word before.
I think I've heard Jim use it before, off air, but never on air. There we go. Apologies if anyone was offended by that. 196 for 2 is the score now. When teams can't get a wicket, they often chuck the ball to the umpire. Actually, Stokes having a chat with Smith. 2 umpires are having a chat, looking at the ball.
Well, Australia tried yesterday, didn't they? I don't recollect that they got the change.
Oh, there's a bit has come off the ball, and then they got the scissors out and they cut it off. They're around about the seam area. And one alternative is change the ball, but they're going to continue with the ball that they are using. Just a bit of the leather's come loose, so you get the scissors out, cut it off, and on you go. 196 for 2 after 37 overs. I mean, obviously it could be 197 for no wicket, but it's been as bad a day as England could have feared, really.
Well, they've still got a chance to get back in it.
138 runs behind Australia. So the ball has been sorted out. Stokes is bowling, and the sun really has dipped now. Stokes moves in to bowl in the shadows, and he bowls outside the off stump. There's a appeal for a catch behind. England won this, and he's given. Labuschagne caught low down. Stokes has done it. He's made the breakthrough. Labuschagne walks off, and England jubilant with that dismissal. Stokes was leaping around, beseeching the umpire to give it out. Labuschagne has not reviewed it. He's walking off, and England have their 3rd wicket.
Well, England can't believe it because it's a poor stroke. It's just a channel ball, just length. He's just trying to kind of flick it through the offside. And England had been gifted a couple, actually. Travis Head caught mid-on, and now Labuschagne, who was looking set on 65, playing beautifully. That is a huge wicket for England.
Labuschagne 65, scores 196 for 3, and the new batter, who is Cameron Green, in at number 5, comes in that odd light, that sort of in between day and night. We can see the upper section away to our left is still in sunshine, but the rest of the ground is in shadow, and obviously the lights are on now, and we can see the 4 shadows being cast by the players.
Just I mentioned Jamie Smith. That's a big catch for him. It was relatively straightforward down to his right, but when you've dropped one early off Travis Head, that's a big catch and a huge breakthrough.
It took a long time for the umpire to give it out, didn't it? England were leaping around. Stokes was appealing belligerently. Come on, give it out. It may have been that the umpire was just checking square leg. The standing umpire was just checking square leg to see it carried. But normally they walk across and check it because it was low down. It definitely went into Smith's gloves, no doubt about that. So an opportunity here for England. We've got Cameron Green coming in, not when it's dark, but in that in-between light at 6 minutes past 6. And Green up to number 5 in this Test match. He's batted all sorts of positions in this Australia side. Been at 3 and 6. Now he's at 5. Stokes moves in and bowls to him. He's forward, playing away into the offside towards a point, and it's picked up by Pope. Well, just the lift that England needed. Well, they have bowled better this afternoon, generally speaking. Mind you, it was 130 for 1 at lunch off 21 overs.
Yeah, it's such a huge momentum shift because Smith and Labuschagne, we've seen so much of them in the past, and Labuschagne was looking so set. And with the lights coming on, and you know that potentially it can get a little bit trickier. In that last session, it's so important now that England bowl really well to Cameron Green, bring him forward, bring that pad into play.
Can they trigger a collapse? Stokes bowls very full, Yorker length, fractionally outside the off stump. It's dug out by Green into the offside, goes to Crawley, who's fielding in the covers. England not over-attacking against Green. They've got 2 slips in the gully, 3 on the offside, saving 1, 2 on the onside, saving a single and a fine leg. So it's actually a pretty conventional field here. Stokes bowling to Cameron Green. It was that ball was wide of off stump, Yorker length.
Just on the batting line, but I think Carey's coming in at 6.
Yeah.
English will bat number 7. Neser will be 8. Stark's 1 lower than last week at 9. So they're a bit deeper in their batting this week. Australia. Neser's a good player at 8.
Yeah.
Averages 29 in first class cricket.
Stokes goes into bowl outside the off stump to Green. Green leaves it. It's through to Smith. Smith dropping Travis Head earlier. Ball outside the off stump, which he edged. And he went away to his left. He did bounce a bit on him, but you expect to catch that as a wicket keeper. And when you find the edge as a bowler, you expect your keeper to catch it as well. So Smith holding on to that low one. Labuschagne on his way for 65. Stokes turns at the far end. That's his first wicket of the match. One for Archer, one for Carse, and one for Stokes today. And Stokes goes in, past umpire Holstock to bowl to Green, and Green drives, and Archer dives and stops it. It's a good piece of fielding from Archer, getting down away to his left at mid-off. He's staying down for now. I think he's okay. Just he's bowled a bit, and it takes a while to get down, or actually it takes a while to get up, probably, when you haven't bowled that many overs, and you haven't played that much cricket, and then you bowl a few overs. You've got to do your fielding job as well. There was a time, actually, starting his career, Archer was a really good fielder, wasn't he, in T20 cricket, because he's played in the Big Bash, played for Hobart Hurricanes, he played for back in the day. 196 for 3. Stokes bowls, and Green tucks that away for 4 down towards fine leg. Stokes losing his line a bit there, and Green leg glancing him, and it went very quickly off the bat. Australia's 200 is up. It's come up in very good time as well. It's come up in the sort of time you'd expect England to reach 200, or would come to expect them to do so. It's 38 overs.
Marnus Labuschagne's final figures: 65 from 78 with a 6 and 9 fours. Innings of 3 phases: 27 off 29 before lunch, then 8 off 29 to begin the second session of the day, then expanded with 30 off his final 20 balls. His 36th score of 50 or more in tests. And you mentioned the speed of Australia's 238 overs. It's the second fastest they've reached 200 against England in Ashes history, beaten only by the 28 overs it took them in Perth 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, there you go. That tells its story. Here's Carse going into bowl to Smith. Bowls now. Smith's across, pushing it away into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. Christian Tunbridge Wells. I was explaining to my children how the conditions of a day-night match differ, and how it's difficult to pick up the pink ball. I mentioned Smith was wearing black tape under his eyes to help see the ball, and quick as anything, my 8-year-old daughter explained the Egyptians used to do something similar to help with the harsh sun. Chris says, my belief in the English schooling curriculum confirmed I'd learnt something fascinating.
I like that. Yeah.
Carse turns. You see the shadows now, the 4 shadows. His bowls, and Smith is hit on the glove there. And drops the bat. Just that extra bounce sometimes you've seen from this pitch. It was banged in by Carse. It leapt at Smith. He was saying the lead up to the game how he does struggle to pick up the pink ball, hence the black strips underneath his eyes. Now he's dropped the bat. Next thing you think, you take the glove off and the physio would be on his way out there. In fact, that's what has happened now. It was his right hand. Oh, his elbow, is it? His elbow. Just seeing the replay on the big screen, everyone's saying, yeah, it's a really unpleasant one. The point of the elbow, just underneath the elbow. So it happened. Did it happen to him in the last Test match? I seem to remember there were a few of those in that Perth game. So the physio's out there. Smith's struck on the elbow. 200 for 3. Michael's gone, and Alex Hartley back alongside the.
Good afternoon. Evening
12
here.
minutes past 6.
We'll call it the evening. Good morning at home to everybody just getting up. But that's a painful one, isn't it? You can see that he's doing his grip strength now, but anytime you get hit on a bony part of your body, it just hurts so much. You almost, when you get one on the end of a finger, you get like the claw hand, or you get one on the forearm and your hand sticks like a claw, almost if you're holding a barbell in the gym and then your hands are stuck around the barbell. But it was a nasty delivery. But you're right, Sammy, he did get hit a couple of times in the last game as well.
When you see that, you see a bowler of Carse's pace, I don't know, 85 miles an hour, hit you on the elbow, you think it must do some sort of lasting damage, and yet you'll bat on in about 2 or 3 minutes time. He's having a quick drink and he's going to bat on. It's actually interesting to watch Carse's reaction to it. He just turned and walked back to his mark.
Well, I think if you know you haven't hurt someone significantly, there's nothing you can do about it. It's not really your problem, is it? But that's just clipped the end of his the funny bone.
Yeah,
that is not funny at all.
Right on the tip of his elbow. Anyway, Carse is back to his mind. He's got all the fuss about. I'm ready to bowl. Physio's going off the ground.
Let's also not forgetting Carse has had quite a frustrating day himself as well. He's not really been as threatening as we've seen him be in other test matches. You know, I think he bowled really well in that first one, but today his pitch map has been all over the place. He hasn't been consistent at all with the ball in hand.
Right, we're nearly about to go again. Can Carse produce something similar? Just ruffle Smith here. They've taken one wicket, looking for another one. Goes in now, bowls to Smith. He saw that pretty early. He knew that was coming, Smith. He was underneath that bouncer very early. That sixth sense as a batter. That was what Carse was going to deliver. And he struck him on the elbow. 200 for 3 then. And it feels if England are to get back in the game, they need 2 more wickets quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put some pressure on this Australia middle lower order. Still with the top order at the moment. 4 and 5 together. Green's just come in. He's leaning on his bat. Carse bowls to Smith, who forces that away. Square with the wicket. It's going out towards the boundary. It won't be 4. They've run for 2. It's in the fielder's hand now. They're coming back for the 3rd. And Smith hastens to the non-strikers. Then Green called him through. Smith, the wicketkeeper, just senses there's a possibility there of running Smith out of the non-striker's end, but Smith is quick. It was good purposeful running. There's a big boundary out there. The ball was in the fielder's hand actually as they turned for the 3rd.
Yeah, it was Joe Root with the field in there.
And he's not got the best arm, has he?
Yeah, no, he hasn't. No. He has got a little bit of a handbag.
203 for 3.
You're just seeing on the TV screens where Smith got hit in Perth and where he got hit today, and it's literally identical.
Yeah, it's the same place. There's Green on strike, digging out full ball up towards mid-off. Stokes is onto it, hurls the ball at the striker's end a bit wide. Smith runs through. It's good calling, good positive cricket from these two. The 2 batters out there. So another run. 204 for 3. Australia 130 runs behind. You feel whatever happens from here, they're going to be around about level at best for England, which does make that 3rd innings a tricky one. If they get a lead, then the pressure builds. Anyway, we'll let that take care of itself. Smith tapping away at the crease. He's 17 not out. Carse bowls to him, and it's short. He tries to pull it away. Well, the ball dribbles into the onside. Carse falls over and is sitting in the middle of the pitch. Smith was trying to hit that for 4 towards deep square leg. There was a lot of effort.
There was a lot going on there, wasn't there?
A lot of effort and not much reward, both for a bowler and for a batter there. Who needs the heavy roller when you got Bryden Carse falling over on the pitch? 204 for 3 at the end of the over. Green has 5, Smith has 17.
That breaks a run of 7 consecutive overs with a boundary in. Ben Stokes' wicket is 236th in tests. That ties him with Alec Bedser in joint 10th on England's all-time highest test wicket takers, 236. Bedser in just 51 games at an average of 24.8. Surrey great, played for England in the 10 years after the Second World War.
Yeah, he's moving up that list, isn't he, Stokes? Who else has he got to knock off very soon? Who's next? Matthew Hoggard's next on 248, then Brian Statham on 252. And there's all the runs as well. And Stokes' batting average, I think, is 4 points better than his bowling average, which is the mark of a decent all-rounder when your batting average is ahead of your bowling average. Stokes bowls, Green plays in defence into the offside, and there's no run. Anyway, that's what I picked up from your excellent stats sheet.
Have you learnt how to read them properly yet, though?
Oh, I think so.
We've been getting them for what, a good few years now. I've been getting these for a good 8 years, and it still takes me a long time to read them. They're amazing.
Yeah, so Stokes' batting average before this test match was 35.3. His bowling average was 31.1, so 4 points better, which is, that's good very good all-rounder territory, that is. Especially over the course of his career, over a long career playing for England. Here is Stokes bowling to Green, who's forward, driving into the offside, runs from here, it's going out towards the extra cover boundary, and the ball reaches it now. Not exactly pursued by 2 fielders, they both knew that was going to be 4. No point going full tilt towards the rope. Cameron Green into his work. Well, normal service resumed. Another over with a boundary in it.
It's not a bad matchup this though, Stokes to Green. He's got him out a couple of times and Green only averages 10 against him. But that was a lovely shot. Wasn't a bad delivery, wasn't in the slot from Ben Stokes. Just Green using his height, leaning into the ball, turning it into what looks like more of a half volley than it was.
Green on to 9. Australia to 208 for 3. Has prompted a change in the field. There are 2 short extra covers now. Duckett is just making sure from Stokes that he's standing in the position he wants him. Stokes is occupied at the moment really with just thinking about bowling. He's happy with Duckett. Stokes goes in, bowls to Green. Green dabs into the offside back of a square. Pope picks it up, lobs the ball at the stumps. Smith is home. Another single. They got just over 20 minutes to go until the second break, which is dinner.
Tea.
Is it tea or dinner?
Well, it's shorter, therefore it's tea.
Well, but I think it's the other way around in this game. Anyway, it's a 20-minute break. It's the second break of the day. And we're into that. After that second break, we will be into that stage where it is dark and the lights will be on. And in theory, it's supposed to be quite difficult for batting.
Yeah, but the ball's old, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we are in the 40th over.
Yeah.
209 for 3. Smith on 17. Green's gone quite quickly into double figures from 9 balls. Oh, Stokes, hold on, what happened there? Oh, he's dropped the ball just for a moment there as he ran in. I don't know whether you thought that as well, Zoltz. I thought he might have pulled his hamstring because he stopped, he pulled up. And the reason was he dropped the ball. And that would just put the tin hat on it, wouldn't it? He picked up an injury.
No, he just had butterfingers. Relax, it's fine. Don't panic, anybody.
But that's exactly what happens when a player does pull out with a hamstring injury. You're running and suddenly you come out, you stop like that. Ball came out of his right hand. 1 for 51 is 9th over. Goes in now and bowls to Smith. Smith in defence, plays it to Crawley at cover, and there's no run.
I mentioned Bryden Carse's rapid 50 concession, the 3rd fastest by an England bowler in Test cricket from 33 balls. Ben Stokes, the 4th from Cameron Green this over, brought up his 50, conceded in exactly 50 balls. That's the 2nd quickest Stokes has conceded 50 runs in his Test career. He did so off just 49 balls at the SCG in January 2014, the final Test of his debut series.
Turns at the far end. Smith tapping away. It's been better for England in this middle session. Picked up a couple of wickets. Not gone around the park as much. Stokes bowls. Smith turns it away towards square leg. And there is no run. So what do we have? 79 for 2 so far. Just under 20 minutes to go. And you can watch that latest wicket of Marnus Labuschagne on the BBC Sport website. All the highlights, clips are there. And we round it all up at 5 o'clock today on the iPlayer. The Ashes debrief will be recorded after play as well. And so will the TMS podcast, which you can download later. Lots of ways to stay in touch with our Ashes coverage after play ends. 209 for 3. Last ball of the over. Stokes bowls to Smith, and Smith allows that to go outside the off stump, taken low down by Jamie Smith. So we're moving towards the second break, 19 minutes away, and Jonathan Agnew will take us there.
Yeah, it's been a little bit better, a little bit calmer from England. There's still been plenty of boundary balls. There was 18 4s and 2 6s before lunch. Salts, I'm going to put you under the pump and you have to do a bit of math. How many 4s and 6s have there been since lunch? I'll let you figure that one out, but things do seem to have calmed down a little bit. For a brief moment we thought Ben Stokes might have pulled up with his hammy, but there's no signs of that. He just dropped the ball as he was running in. All right, I guess.
Yes, it's been an interesting afternoon, isn't it? I mean, I think it's slowed down because Smith and Labuschagne are that way inclined, and they were just looking to nail down Australia's position, weren't they? But England have bowled more consistently. I mean, it was poor before.
But I was so surprised with Labuschagne's difference between the first test and this test. The first test he just sat in, allowed England to bowl at him. Today he's actually gone after England and put England under the pump.
125 runs in it at the moment, and Australia have 7 wickets in hand, however. Carse is on the way to the towering figure of Cameron Green, who's launched into that and missed it. That was a bit of a Harry Brook moment there. He really threw the bat at that. And the ball whistled through to Jamie Smith, who will feel much better having taken that catch. And hopefully the crowd might leave him alone now, because they've been on his back all day, haven't they, since he dropped that catch. Every time a throw came into him, it was like a big sort of build-up, and then a sort of sarcastic round of applause when he caught the ball. But now he's taken, that was a decent low catch, that actually, just Smith-Labuschagne.
9 fours and 1 6 in the 19 overs since lunch.
Carse again with great long strides, thunders in, and Green flicks it out towards mid-wicket. We're at that time of day again where it starts to get a bit tricky to see the ball. So the batsmen, at least, who are in, and what they mustn't do, of course, is do what England did do. They just don't want to lose a wicket at this stage. The sun's going down. There was some lovely shots of the sunset going over the city of Brisbane. But these batsmen, they know they must not get a fresh set of eyes out there to try and deal with this awkward light. Ball returned to Carse. We've got 2 slips, 2 on the drive there. Gully's quite deep. Stokes very straight at mid-off. Carse again, bounds in and bowls. And back goes Cameron Green there, plays defensively, finds Ollie Pope fielding at short extra cover. 209 for 3 in the 41st over of the innings. So as far as the ball is concerned, we're halfway through, as it were. So I can't see England getting close to having a new ball tonight, but what they must do, look at that run rate, 5.16, they must be able to have fielders in catching positions in the dark this evening and not be defensive. If Australia are up with them and threatening their score, and goes Carse again and bowls full, is driven into the offside. The brilliant diving stop there at cover. Outstanding, but Duckett throwing himself at the ball prevents 4 runs. But if they've got to have fielders in run-saving positions, then they could well miss any chances that come along.
But look at the field that they've got set now. And I know Cameron Green's not been out there very long. I just don't think it's in England's minds to be that defensive.
No, they've got to keep it control because they've got to be able to have catchers for when the ball's nipping around a bit, supposedly, because if they're just saving runs. In goes Carse with a big leap and bowls outside Green's off stump, connected by Jamie Smith there behind the wickets, and there's no run. 209 for 3. Australia have played really well. They've cashed in on some indifferent bowling, as England did yesterday, to be honest. But Carse, he looks warm as he walks back, I must say. He's got a sweat on. It's a hottish day here. It's 30 degrees. It gets a lot hotter than that. But it's not too bad. The really hot weather sparks up the storms, and there's none of those around. In goes Carse again and bowls, and Green head right over the ball, defends and finds Pope fielding in the offside. It's the end of a tidy over. 209 for 3. So Australia are 125 runs behind. They do have batting to come, and actually they've got quite a lot of batting to come at the moment, because they've got Carey, Inglis, Neza. There's batting there. Starks at 9. So, power to add.
Yeah, Stark's no mug with the bat either, is he?
No.
He can give it a good old tonk.
So, it's Smith, isn't he? Just digging in here now. 17 from 35 balls. So making sure that none of those 3 are exposed to batting in this light. 15 minutes before an interval, that's what it's all about. Smith's not happy, something's moving, or somebody is moving.
The spider cam.
And now Stokes from the far end, which is the Stanley Street end of the ground, runs towards us and bowls to Smith, who turns out away around the corner. Fielder at long leg goes down into the classic long barrier position and tosses the ball to Smith. And Steve Smith goes to 18 from 36 balls. Typical that Stokes should break that partnership. He looked pretty grumpy as they walked off after that first session.
Oh yeah. He was first off. I know he's the
I
captain.
think some words might have been said in the dressing room. I say, I think they might have had a few honest words.
Pull your fingers out, lads.
To that effect. Still 2 slips. Stoke runs in, bowls, and Green allows that to go by outside the off stump. This is the time, I remember saying yesterday, that the light is difficult, and actually there was quite a big difference between now and then when they came out after the 20-minute break, which is at the top of the hour. It actually was pretty much dark then, wasn't it? So it goes quickly here. It's 6:30 now.
He always throws your body clock off these games. Feels like it should be lunchtime.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd. Stokes again. Green waits for him, right-handed. There's an edge. It's coming to third man. And Brook can chase after that, but he's not going to stop it. And it's another boundary. A chap down to our right here in a very flowery shirt. Purple, orange, green flames. He's flying an Australian flag there very merrily. He's got a bat over his shoulder as well. Does every time a boundary is scored. One of cricket's eccentrics, I would say.
Yeah, he gives the bat a wave as well as the flag, doesn't he?
Yeah.
There it is. He's
still waving away.
He uses the bat to stop the flag wafting in the wind.
It's an accessory. Green, a little bit fortunate with that edge. Waits for Stokes again. Runs up, bowls and defends now, guiding the ball towards that gap down towards third man, but Popes is there to field and there's no run. 214 for 3. Lovely to hear Jack Leach on at lunchtime. He's doing the rounds of the studios today a bit, I think.
Oh, is he?
So, yeah, I have not really talked to him about, not very much about, or I don't think I have, about that innings at Headingley, and that was just reliving that memory of that incredible day. So well done, Jack. Thank you for that. As his partner in crime that day, Stokes, from the far end, bowling, and forward comes Green. Duckett is the fielder there. He's at cover. See the lights reflecting off his sunglasses, which are now perched on the peak of his cap. He's got his opening mate Crawley there beside him. At extra cover. If Duckett was about 5 stone heavier, they really would be Laurel and Hardy, wouldn't they?
Yeah, he's gone away from standing next to him in the national anthem, which I find incredibly sad.
Yeah. There must be a foot and a half difference at least. Stokes comes in, bowls. He's got hold of this one, another short one, but there's a fielder where the ball has gone down at long leg. Atkinson, who tosses the ball into Smith. There's still the cheer breaks out there for Smith.
The poor bloke.
Yeah, it's got a bit quieter now.
He's only a young lad.
He's had it all day. 215 for 3. We've got our shorter break, the 20-minute break, which I think is called the dinner break, isn't it? Coming up in 10 minutes' time. And we'll have a 20-minute break, and then we come back, and we do expect it to be dark at that stage.
Why do we need to change the names of the breaks? Just still call it lunch and tea?
Yes, I don't know.
Because we had lunch at the first break, and we probably have some scones and some pies now. It's tea.
Speak for yourself if you're having pie.
Well, I saw you scoffing a few yesterday.
Do you know, it's the first Australian pie I've had on the tour, and there's nothing quite to compare to an Australian pie. The only difference is in Adelaide, you get the Aussie pie, so meat pie. He goes cast, bowls. That's a good short ball. Green sways out of the way as that flies down the leg side past his nose. Here, it's Queensland, so you get a sort of a dollop of ketchup. Adelaide, a bit more refined. You get one of those ketchup plastic bottles with a nozzle. Yeah. So you squirt it into the pie.
You got in the pie.
That's much more refined. Well, you shove the nozzle in the pie and you give it a squirt. Yeah. And then the tomato ketchup just sort of seeps into the pie. That's the way to do it. That's the upmarket. I mean, Adelaide's very upmarket. They like to do things properly there. In goes Cast, bowls, and Green stands up and defends. Picked up there by Pope, and there's no run.
You had your first Australian pie yesterday, and your second, and your third, and your fourth.
No, I only had 2. I did only have 2, but I haven't. Yes, didn't own up to having had 2. But, hey, listen, I was in the queue behind Matthew Hayden and Glenn McGrath. They are good trenchermen. They are
pie lovers.
So we're lucky to have any left. 215 for 3 in the 43rd. So Australia are 119 runs behind. The sun's setting in Brisbane as Cast bowls outside the off stump. Now that one keeps low. It's nicely taken by Smith. We've seen 1 or 2 climb actually quite alarmingly and strike the batsman, and then others like that keep very low. So whether that will be something that actually gets worse as the match develops, we shall see. But if that is to be the case, it's crucial that England keep this Australian innings down to as few as possible.
Yeah.
There's a little crack there, maybe. We'll go out and inspect it tomorrow, but the problem is you can't get absolutely onto the pitch. You can't do a sort of hands and knees inspection because it's all roped off.
You have to get one of the players to do it for you.
Well, yeah. Cast again bowls, Green's forward. Oh, that's absolutely beautifully played. He's found the gap there between the 2 close fielders in the offside. Won't quite go for 4, but they've got 3. As the throw comes in from Atkinson, who actually fell over there as he threw that back, such was his effort. And they've taken, Stokes actually, wasn't it? They've taken 3 runs. He really threw himself at that again. He's been bowling away and he leaves absolutely nothing on the field, does he?
No, well, he just threw himself off his feet, but what a shot that was from Cameron Green. There's 2 fielders, there was 2 short extra covers, and it's gone perfectly in between the 2 of them.
Yeah, Stokes literally hurled that so hard he threw himself off his feet. 218 for 3. Cast again, shadows at his feet, gallops in and bowls, and that's sliced away into the offside. There's runs here for Australia. Out towards that deep point boundary it goes. It won't quite go all of the way. And 2 runs are taken. It is that tricky time. I don't like to keep saying it, but really the only way there of monitoring what was happening was what the fielder was doing. Couldn't see the ball at all. And if you're watching on the telly, you'll say, well, we can see it. I guess we're going to say, yes, you can. Actually, the pink ball does show up really well on television.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, including actually Joe Root's dad I was spoken to today, saying I couldn't see the ball at all. So it's not just me getting old, although I am. But it is just at this time of day very difficult from this range to actually see the ball. It's clearly okay when you're batting, when you're out there and you're closer. In goes Cast again. Bowls, and Smith tucks that away to Duckett's right hand at mid-wicket. And a run is taken. I've got a mate who's here too, and he said it's interesting. He loves cricket. So it's not quite a spectator sport, this, because it really is very hard to see the ball.
You're just here for the atmosphere.
Yeah, well, I guess so. But he's sitting somewhere down out far right somewhere, just outside, Anyway, but it does produce interesting tactics for a test match, and I like that. Makes you think about the situation, and planning ahead, particularly about where you want to be. I say, like England not wanting to be in that position in which they kind of try and protect the score, when really under the lights they need to have people in catching positions. They need to have that little bit of headroom, don't they, between the 2 scores. But it's only 113 runs in it now. That's enough. They can still have, when they come out after tea, they can do so. They can attack. But the ball is going to be 45 overs old or so. Here's Stokes from the far end, moves in and bowls to Smith. Turns that away to mid-wicket. So there's no run. This might be the last over of this session.
Yeah, I can't imagine England rushing through this over.
How's their over rate compared to Australia's?
This session they're on course to bowl 23 overs, which is sort of what Australia were doing.
Right, well, that's low, isn't it?
They had 24 and 23 in the first 2 sessions yesterday.
That is low. 27, 28 is what you usually get. It's hot, but there's no spinners. Stokes bowls. Smith on the back foot. The ball climbs rather to Crawley. pounces running in from the offside covers. 2:21 for 3. 4 balls to go in this over. And Stokes dispatches a fielder deep into the leg side. It's in the hope of snaring a wicket before the break here.
Yeah, you would think Smith isn't going to take on the short ball just before tea, though.
You think it's unlikely?
But then Labuschagne played a poor shot, didn't he? A bit of a brain fade from him.
Yep. 4 balls to go. Oh, Smith's pulled away again. He really is infuriating at times. The Barmy Army giving him some stick. Something somewhere, possibly an insect, has moved behind the bowler's arm.
Possibly a spaceship.
Oh, is it? Actually, to be fair, it's someone about the size of a spaceship who's moved in a yellow shirt behind him. So I think I'll take that back, actually.
Yeah.
He's a big lad, and he's got a pint of beer.
Had an appalling mullet.
I didn't want to say anything.
It's quite an extraordinary hairdo, that. They have some quite strange hairdos in Queensland. So here we go again. In comes Stokes and bowls, and that keeps low, just outside the off stump. And there's no run. They're like a beard in Queensland, don't they?
Yeah, it's like a caveman look, but with the short hair on top.
Yeah.
But Aussies are all mullets and moustaches these days, aren't they? All the youngsters.
Yes, I wouldn't know really. You've been.
I don't think you're the mullet man. I'm sure you've got enough on top for a mullet.
I think those days are gone, unfortunately.
You could have the reverse mullet. No.
I used to have a mullet. A very long time ago. Then I started following the England cricket team. Here's Stokes running towards us, bowls, and that keeps a bit low. Smith jams the bat down and then points to the pitch. The sort of thing is so annoying. Yeah, yes, Steve, we know it kept a bit low. You haven't got to point to the bowler and say so. So you've just got to try and block him out, haven't you? Just almost pretend he isn't there, which is difficult because this bowling round is twitching and fidgeting and shouting. He's just non-stop. Twiddle of the bat, and now he starts fidgeting again. He's not quite ready. 2 balls to go before the break. We have a 20-minute interval. Stokes moves in, bowls, and Smith drives. He's got that away through the gap in the offside. It's opening the face. That could easily have gone to extra cover, but he's just opened the face of the bat and sent it to deep point. And Crawley throws that back with the enormous screen above him and behind him. Another big cheer for Jamie Smith.
It's relentless, absolutely relentless from the Aussie fans. How they remembered.
How they keep it going.
They've been in this ground all day. That drop was very, very early on. They'll have had 5 pints between now and then.
What time was that drop catch?
It was in the 9th over of the innings, so I guess about an hour into the day's play.
And they're
so
still...
they've been going for 3 hours.
You get home, you go, how was your day, love? Oh, relentless.
Now Cameron Green pulls away. I don't think it's our friend in the gold shirt down there again. I think he's learned his lesson from the last interruption. But Green's seen something, perhaps just making sure that it is absolutely going to be the last ball. 6:41 showing on the giant screen. So here's the last ball of the session. Stokes to skip at the start of his run. Strides out now, down go the slips. He's there and he bowls to Green, who launches into a drive. He's got 4 runs. Slipping away off the face of the bat. It's a great way for Australia to finish the session. And so for England, another boundary. And it means that Australia are just 106 runs behind, and Stokes is shaking his head as he walks off. He's mopping his brow with his shirt. A big effort from England's captain. Bowl those overs and chase the ball out in the field and everything else, but you just sometimes feel it's not quite going your way, and that last ball would be really aggravating. It often sets the tone. And Green will walk off. He's delighted with that. 22 not out. Steve Smith is 24 not out. And we've got the ground staff coming on from the right, all the television personnel, as well as Ben Stokes leads his team from the field. They're looking a bit weary. He's shaking his head. But, that was a better session. What came from that one? Just
98 for 2 and 23 over, so 4.2 per over.
Right, well, it wasn't so expensive. They did get a couple of wickets, but Australia now just 106 runs behind, and they've got 7 wickets left, so they're in potentially a very strong position. But the light is fading fast, and when they resume in 20 minutes, it will be just about completely dark, and that is when England should have their opportunity to get back into this game, although the ball is pretty soft. So Archer 1 for 38 from 12 overs, Atkinson wicketless, Cast 1 for 78 from 11 overs. He's been particularly expensive. Stokes 11 overs, 1 for 64, and Will Jacks bowled us out 1 over before the first interval, call it what you like, which conceded 9 runs and also 4 byes, so it was quite an expensive experiment in the end.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. It's 228 for 3. We've had 44 overs only of this Australian innings. The lights are on now and it's darker above, so we are in the night session, and here's Atkinson moving into bowl to Smith, who's 24 not out, and Smith drives, miscue up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, Smith says he finds it difficult to pick up the pink ball under lights, and there'll be lots of England supporters saying, well, I hope he's right.
Well, he seems to be doing it all right at the moment. Hello everyone, evening or whatever it is, wherever you are. Yes, he's got those black stripes under his eyes, hasn't he? And he seems to be lining it up quite nicely, doesn't he? He looks like he's settled in and he's going to manoeuvre his way to the end of play.
2 slips and a leg slip. Atkinson bowls, Smith drives. Good fielding at mid-on. Prevents more than a single. It's Cast getting to his knees and blocking it, parrying it out towards Stokes, who's fielding it mid-off. So 1 more run to the total. 229 for 3. Australia at 105 runs behind. This is the session in which England have got to make it count.
Is that Dan's phone he's left there?
Well, Dan's left his phone here and he's got a picture of Ken Dodd.
It's quite scary.
As his screensaver. I mean, it could only be Dan, couldn't it?
I think so.
Ken Dodd as his screensaver.
What do England do here, Simon?
A couple of hat-tricks.
Well, yes, but I mean, a couple of balls in the same area.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think you've just got to be patient. Here's Atkinson bowling, and forward goes Green. Bowl it about there, consistently. There, it's on off stump. Green defended into the offside, and just hope you can get something going.
Yeah,
that you can get a collapse going. Yeah. 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, I mean it's pressure, isn't it? What do they say? That there's that old adage, if you bowl enough maidens together or something, something usually happens. That's kind of what England would be doing now, when really they should be sort of like, under lights, but you've got to make that initial breakthrough, and they've both looked quite solid, these, haven't they?
The problem is they were so damaged by that morning session when Australia got away.
Yeah.
Atkinson bowls, and Green is forward, playing towards the squarer of 2 short extra covers.
Bit of a mauling that was. What was it, Andy?
130 of 21 overs.
Ouch.
Yeah, it was ouch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They were disintegrating. It was a bit like Perth all over again.
Yeah.
And Australia got away, because once you have those runs in the bank, 130 for 1, then even if you collapse, it's still going to be
there or thereabouts.
Probably there and thereabouts, exactly. Yeah. Even if they collapse here, you'd think they're going to be around England's score. Atkinson bowls. And forward goes Green, driving towards mid-on, picked up by Cast. There's no run.
I could see that as a legitimate tactic, and I think that's how they played it. Right, sunshine in flat pitch, let's get on with it, because you never know what's round the corner in the pink ball and the night and what have you. So, yeah, I think they did it pretty well, didn't they?
Yeah, the real bonus for them today was Weatherald making 72 in his third Test innings after a duck, and 23 in his first 2, coming out and playing like that in that morning session.
Stops the noise around the opener, doesn't it?
Totally, yeah. Gives his side a great chance. Atkinson bowls, swung away by Green into the onside. It's going out towards the boundary, and it's gone away before. Archer can't stop that. It's out towards deep back with square leg, helped on its way. Atkinson still looking for his first wicket of the series. He was someone that started the series. I mean, they talk about these sort of modern Australian pitchers just doing a bit. You think he is kind of the bowler that might do well here, but he hasn't picked up a wicket so far. He's 0 for 35 from 10 overs.
What gave you? I had that feeling too, Simon. What gave you that feeling?
Well, probably
the same feelings I got.
Yeah, exactly. That he
little sort of wobble seam.
That he bowls in that sort of good line and length.
Yeah.
And if it does nip a bit, then he's there.
Australian pitches have been sort of spiced up a little bit.
So you think bang-in bowlers might not necessarily be the ones that you want. Because I was listening to something Steve Smith said 2 or 3 weeks ago, where he said maybe that England haven't picked quite the right attack. He was suggesting they might, they went for pace.
Yeah.
And he was saying that that's not how it's been on Australian pitches. Mind you, Perth was quick and bouncy, wasn't it? This one, well, it's actually quite a good batting pitch, really.
Yeah, it is.
Right, Archer's going to bowl from the Stanley Street end, far end from us, running in towards Smith. Way down the leg side, and Smith lets it go, and it goes through to Smith.
Oh dear.
So we've got Smith and Smith batting and keeping 233 for 3.
A bit of a stiff delivery there from Jofra Archer, even though it's a glorious evening out there and it's been warm all day, but
he's walking back, slightly grimacing and smiling at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Oh dear. Oh no, it's just getting something on his hands.
Right.
It's hard work, mate, in Australia. Hard pitches, hard grounds, hard everything. Yakka.
Yeah. That was a Mike Brady quote, wasn't it? The pitches are hard, the weather's hard, the men are hard.
Yeah.
Here's Archer bowling. That's top edge. That's going over the keeper's head. One banks for 4. It's a miscue from Steve Smith, but he gets away with it. Takes him on to 29. Archer stands in the middle of the pitch and stares at him. He's yet to get him out in Test cricket.
We've had nothing like a little tickle through to the keeper, like a Crawley. We've had nothing like a waft outside the off stump that gets the edge and caught second slip. It hasn't seemed to have gone our way today.
Yeah, that was unlucky for Archer. It could have gone anywhere, including up in the air, or could have feathered it through, but it went over the keeper's head. Involuntary stroke from Smith. He's on to 29, 237 for 3, under 100 runs behind now. Archer past the umpire, into bowl to Smith, and Smith's up on his toes, dropping it into the onside. And there is no run. Archer's in his 13th over, so you mentioned they'd be a bit stiff. Of course, this is when you need him to, all of them to bowl, actually. I was just thinking, Stokes has already bowled 11 overs, is it?
11, Cast 11. Archer in his 13th, Atkinson's bowled 10.
Right. So they've all bowled about the same, but Stokes is going to have to come back and bowl some more overs later. Otherwise, they're going to have to turn to the spinner under the lights, which you don't really want. See, this is when I was thinking about this. I liked England's 5-pace bowler policy in the last game.
Yeah.
And I thought Tongue rather than Jacks for this match, personally.
Yeah.
Just because you can be at the opposition the whole time with 5. You can just rotate them round.
Yeah.
And they might be a situation where they're going to be a bit tired and they want a pace bowler to bowl. Archer bowls down the leg side. There's something of interest there for Root at first slip, but nothing really from the bowler. He might have brushed something, possibly the thigh pad, on its way through to Smith.
Well, now believe me, this is true, you know what I mean, but not necessarily from experience, but when you're batting and you're out there, you can see a path through their rotation.
I know exactly what you mean.
Right, get rid of this fella. Right, he's coming back. He's now getting to his second, third spell. Right, we're going to have the spinner soon, and it's not going to be. That's how you plot your way through an innings.
And if it's just 5 coming at you the whole time,
you're on your mettle all the time.
I know, it might sound a bit dull, in terms of cricket watching. Archer bowls, and that's beautifully played. Ramp shot over the slip cordon by Steve Smith. It's gone away for 6 using the pace of Archer. Cleverly played.
Body
6
language.
more.
Body
243 for 3. Smith to 35.
Sorry, mate. The body language doesn't look great from England now. There's a few hands on hips, a few sort of shoulders just sagged there a little bit, didn't he? He just limped back and uppercutted Archer for 6.
It was a fabulous shot.
Yeah. Were you thinking that though about the 5-pace attack?
Here's Archer going into bowl to Smith, and Smith ducked underneath a short ball that time through to Jamie Smith. 243 for 3 at the end of the over.
When Will Jacks was walking out the bat and we felt, well, at least we got a chance of getting up to 300, 350.
I thought before the game, play 5.
Yeah, well,
that's what I thought before the game. Of course, when Jacks comes out and you've lost a few weeks, you think, well, at least there's but then he made 19.
Yeah.
And he's only bowled how many overs? 1 over.
Yeah, 1 for 9.
Yeah, he may get 100 in the second innings, but
Yep.
it's funny, isn't it? I mean,
It's the balance, isn't it?
well, people say, "Oh, you don't need 5," and then say you don't need 8 batters. And actually, they had 5 and they had 8 batters. In the 2 games.
Yeah.
So I didn't mind 5 pace bowlers. People say, "Oh, well, if 4 can't do it, then 5 won't." Well, I don't necessarily see the logic in that, because actually in this situation now, if you can just rotate them round, you can keep the pressure on the whole time.
Absolutely.
And especially if you think that pace is the way to go.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, I think this is the other point as well. Australia have a top class spinner in their ranks, and they left him out.
Yeah.
England don't really have that, do they?
No.
So why not go with your strength anyway?
Yeah.
Atkinson moves into bowl to Green, and Green is studious in defence.
I must admit, I want to see Josh Tongue have a bowl.
I think he will sometime in the
Well,
series.
he might get Adelaide, which is a bit of,
good luck.
an absolute. Yeah, perhaps this was the one where you could have let him have a go. I think
And the other thing as well, they have got some batting in their lower order, haven't they? And they've got Carter, they've got Atkinson, they've got. Archer showed he's perfectly capable, but
yeah.
they kind of do fritter it away a little bit in that lower middle order, and saying, actually, come on, stick it out.
Yeah. And they're
You've got
looking
ability.
and they're looking a bit weary with the ball here.
Atkinson bowls to Green, who slaps that, or tries to slap it away into the leg side. Miscues it, goes to Root at mid wicket on the bounce, and there's no run. I presume Joe Root's going to. I didn't speak last night. I presume he's going to have to do the media rounds tonight after being on the field all day yesterday and then all day today.
You would have thought so. Not a bad little
thing to talk about, but you've actually felt it should have been last night in a way, but he didn't want to do it last night. Well, I think he's like a bit superstitious. You talk before the end of your innings. I don't know.
Okay.
Here's Atkinson bowling and Green defending, dropping the ball on his toes and just knocking it away in case it was going to roll towards the stumps. I don't think there's any danger of that.
Well, why would you? That story's sort of gone now, isn't it?
Well,
it's more of like where we're getting 20 wickets
It's
from.
a bowling coach day.
Yeah.
It's what we used to call a Duncan day.
Yeah.
The coach coming out. We don't get the main coach now on a day like today to speak to him. We normally get one of the assistant coaches.
Yeah.
Marcus
kicked out there.
Marcus just got the air.
We're not out of it though. We're talking a bit doom and gloom here. Always had 2 to the wicket.
Atkinson bowls a short ball. Green ducks underneath it through to Smith.
243 for 3. Put that for 5. But it is starting to get.
If you'd said at the start of the day's play though, Tuffers, what's an ominous score for Australia at this time of the day, you'd come up with something like this. Probably worse would be 240, obviously for 1 or 2, but 243 for 3. It's a very strong position, or at least a very promising position for
Absolutely.
them. But the game can change around. We know that. You can do that quickly with the ball. So here's Atkinson bowling to Green, and Green gets one down the leg side, tries to glance it, misses it. It's taken by Smith.
Yeah, no, you've got to keep persevering. As you say, it's a tough game, Test cricket. You've got to hang in there. And this is the period. This period between this partnership now, 47 off of 58. They'll realise that this is crucial for them tomorrow to kick on under the sunshine. And England have got to try and bust that door down. Get a couple.
Yeah, well, get a couple of new players in. That's the thing, isn't it? And then you can perhaps put some pressure on under the lights. One Nips, for example. Here's Atkinson bowling, Green's forward, thick edging that along the ground towards backward point. Jamie Smith yesterday, came in and he got good ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
And if you haven't played any pink ball cricket, which you hadn't, and you get a ball like that, second ball, then it's not going to be easy for you. No. So that's what you've got to hope for. Not so much Carey, possibly Inglis coming back into the Test side. Although I was saying earlier, the last time I saw Inglis play against England, he made an absolutely stupendous 100 in the Champions Trophy.
Oh yes, I saw that.
Brilliant innings. About 120, I think it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Lahore, and Australia. It was a magnificent chase. They got about 350 to win. Duckett made 162 in the game. Was on the losing side. Right, bottom of the ball. Well, potentially. So that's the old tactics, isn't it? Trying to get the ball changed.
I was listening to your commentary about as I was driving through the Scottish borders.
Were you?
It
was a
good listen as always.
It was a good game of cricket. It was an interesting game of cricket. Australia played really well to win. England probably should have got a few more. They made 350, but they probably could have got 370, 380. And Australia chased them down. Magnificent effort from them. Right, hold on. Oh, look. Here we go, Toffers.
Oh, I say.
the box of balls is coming out, and you can hear what the Australia supporters think about that. And they go back to the last Ashes series where the ball was changed when at the Oval, when Australia were looking to score around about 370 to win, and they were going quite nicely. I think they might have been in a similar position to this actually, and then they fell away, and Stuart Broad took the last wicket.
Look at that quarter seam. That's where it is. It just sort of eases it. You know, it's not tight on that quarter seam.
Right now, Mr. TV umpire, have you got a new one in there? A nice new ball. Having a look through it, I don't know how they. I mean, they just keep picking balls out the box and saying, "What about this one? What about that one?"
It is a bit ridiculous.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You feel that? I mean, I don't know, but we need to actually talk to the third umpire. Actually, say, look, on the change of balls, have you got? Are they all? You know, really clear how many overs you've used in each of them?
Is the answer.
Is that right?
Well, in my day, it wasn't. What it used to happen was they sort of like get it, and then they sort of scuff it on the wicket a little bit and sort of go, well, that's all right. Yeah. You know. Look at that. Yeah, see, it just... a
bit the middle of the ball's poking.
Yeah, but that's where the quarter seam comes around there like that. And it just sort of like gets bigger, feels bigger and softer.
OK, well, they changed the ball.
Change your luck.
So is that a bonus ring? Then we're going to find out.
Gus Atkinson, 4 maidens today. It's gone at just over 3 and over, the most economical of England's bowlers. No wickets, as you mentioned, in the series. The Perth Test was his first wicketless match, his 14th Test played, which is an unusually long sequence of matches taking at least 1 wicket.
Here's Archer with the change ball. Goes in, bowls a short one down the leg side. Smith completely ignores it. It's taken by Jamie Smith.
And before this series, he'd bowled in 25 innings across the first 13 Tests of his career, and only gone wicketless once, which was against in the first innings against Sri Lanka at the Oval in September 2024. So he had a superb start to his Test career. Had averaged under 30 in all 6 series that he's played in so far, including a couple of series in which he only played 1 game, but been very consistent for England. 63 wickets, average in the low 20s, but so far, without bowling badly, has been luckless in this series.
A little bit.
Archer goes into bowl to Smith, and Smith turns away into the onside. They go for a quick single, and they get it as well, short of Duckett at mid-wicket. Change of ball as a leg by, change of ball, change of commentator mid-over. Sorry, Dan, I went slightly over time. Anyway.
It does start to play on your mind a little bit, though. You know, you want to get into the series. Same with the bat, and that's why I thought Zach Crawley's knock was fantastic. You know, he was sitting at his 3rd innings and not troubled your pens, you know what I mean? And so it's the same with a bowler. You know, you want to get your first wicket, even though, as you said, he's had a fantastic start to his career. You know, you just want to get off the mark down under. Hello, Danny boy.
Hello,
Danny boy.
I'm here. Here's Jofra Archer into the tall green, who works the ball into the onside, hip high ball down to backward square leg, takes the single. 245 for 3. We did suspect that the pitch was quite a good one, and we did get slightly splenetic over some of the English wickets that fell yesterday. And then we're starting to sort of perhaps understand why that might have been the case. But as everyone keeps reminding us, things can happen strangely quickly here.
Yes. Can it happen now? Please.
Well, England would love that to be the case, as Archer is into Smith, who gets up on his toes, pushes into the offside, doesn't like what happened there. He got a bit big on him, and he's very demonstrative, isn't he, when things don't go quite right, doesn't quite come off the middle of his bat, and he's sort of like that. Got quite close to his gloves. But what you will notice from Australia's scorecard, 33, 72, 65, the batters are out, and Smith has 35 and Green has 27. Everybody's making a contribution, they're all getting in.
Yep.
Nobody's throwing it away, no ducks.
No.
Archer hurtles in from the Stanley's end, and it's driven away, skewed off a thick outside edge to Pope, a backward point, no run.
Well, what they always used to say to me, which I think still sort of runs true, is that when you're playing in sort of grade cricket, and also, you know, first 11s, you know, club cricket and what have you, don't give your wicket away because you might not have another bat for another 3 weeks, mate. You know what I mean? Or something like that, isn't it? Because it goes like that. You know, when perhaps sometimes English batters, I just think, oh well, there's another knock round the corner.
Yeah, the English county cricket has sort of encouraged that a bit as well, hasn't it? As Archer is in, leaves alone to Smith, quite close to the off stump end of the over. 1 from it, plus a leg by. 245 for 3. Green 27, Smith 35. It's a very good point. I mean, we're talking about the treadmill, the grind of county cricket.
Oh,
but
well, another flash outside off stump next tomorrow. That'll go for 4.
yes, and the way England have set up lately, which has its positive elements, but also its negative ones, is that although the players who are playing in the England setup won't play much in the way of county cricket, so they won't be having an innings every other week, they also don't get dropped. So the consequences for actions aren't necessarily always there. Now, of course, you then balance that against when you were playing, when you could have 2 good tests, then a bad one.
Yeah,
you go.
May as well have a bit of a dart.
Exactly. So there is no perfect way in these matters, but somehow the Australian way, which is to have a lot fewer cricketers and to be hard and grizzled and beaten by the sun and be much wider and broader of beam and more determined never to get out, has its virtues. Atkinson in, and that takes the glove of Cameron Green. He doesn't like it. It's his right hand as well. He's going to get a run for it as it glides away into the vacant gully region, but he's not happy. He's taken the glove off.
That's stung.
He's all right, but is there a little bit of blood on that thumb? I don't know. It's I'm trying to see. The cameraman is not helping a great deal.
You can usually tell. How you tell whether you've just broken your thumb there is that usually a little white line goes across your thumbnail.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Right.
And you just go, as soon as you see that, you go, oh dear.
Well, it's one of those horrible ones where it takes the thumb off the bat, and then it's clearly painful. He's taken the glove off, and he's looking at it, and it'll be really stingy. He's all right at the moment. Now this is the bit he really won't like, because someone's now going to press his thumb really hard.
Yeah, go,
does it hurt? Does it hurt if I do it here? And then press it incredibly hard and give it a yank. But actually, so far, he's not really flinching.
Where was that? Graham Gooch, wasn't it? Versus Ezra Mosley.
Ezra Mosley.
Was it Laurie Brown came out?
Yeah. Tell the story.
Well, no, he's been hit sort of in that bit there. What's that?
What's that bit? The radio,
No,
the side of the palm.
Side of the palm, by the little finger down to the wrist. Yes, and there's that wonderful picture which you've just got up now. Does it hurt when I do that? And there's Gucci standing there yelping.
his body contorted and his head flung back in agony.
Yeah, thanks.
But Cameron Green is doing none of those things. No. He's going to be fine.
The single from that ball off of Cameron Green's thumb brought the 50 partnership in 11 overs. So the top 4 wickets have all put on at least 50 partnerships. 77, 69, 50 and 50 unbroken, and it's only the 5th time in Ashes history that Australia's top 4 wickets have all added 50.
Really?
There you go.
That hasn't felt like it, has it?
So most recently on this ground in the first test of the 2006-7 series, when the 5th wicket fell at 407.
I bet one of them was Lords, which I was bowling in when they all got hundreds.
No, although you get about 650 for 4. I'll get the scorecard up now, but that's not come up on this list.
Isn't it? Must have done.
Lords 1975, Brisbane 1950, 455. The first test of that series in Australia racked up 600 after Len Hutton put them in.
A lot of drop catches that day.
Yeah, before England roared back to win the next 3 tests, and then the other one was at Adelaide in 1897-98.
Now, since you're basically running through a list of things, maybe it's time for your quiz of the day.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Right.
I've not been on when you've done a quiz of the day. Do we have to stay silent at this point? We're not allowed to have a go.
I haven't been on either.
Right. Well, can someone tell us? Are we allowed to have a go, or is that really poor form?
Probably poor form.
You can have a go. I won't necessarily tell you the answer.
Because they're normally quite difficult.
Every weekday during the series, I'm setting a question, which is the idea is you take a guess at the correct answer and try and get as close as you can, rather than knowing a bit of trivia. So the question for today was based on the 10th wicket stand that ended this morning on 70.
Atkinson. is in. And that strikes the pad of Smith, but it's going down the leg side, rolls out into the offside. They take a single. By the way, it's on BBC Sounds every day. You can go back and find the old quizzes as well if you want.
Yeah.
And why would you not?
Yeah.
It would be crazy not to.
Might do that
So-
this evening.
70 out of 334, over 20% of England's runs came in the 10th wicket stand. But in all men's Ashes cricket, what percentage of all the runs have been added in 10th wicket partnerships? Plus today's question to have a punter.
What
Yeah.
is the percentage of runs in all of Test cricket that's been added in 10th wicket partnerships? Now, of course, because there have been a lot of matches in which the innings haven't ended, because the other one have just ended like 4 wickets down. You've got all that to contend with. So don't imagine there are 4 10th wicket partnerships per match.
You're messing with my melon, man.
Atkinson's in. That's defended back the bowler. There's no run. So yes, you've got to do a lot of thinking here.
Go on.
Now
You're good at that. You're meant to be quite good at that.
Well, it doesn't mean to say I'll come up with the right conclusion. But if you think about it, right, obviously 10th wicket partnerships, there are 10 per innings, so you might expect 10%. But of course, a 10th wicket partnership is going to be lower than normal.
Okay.
But then you've also got to contend with the fact that you've got declarations left, right, and centre.
Johnny has 10 oranges.
Yes,
and he's on a train from Scotland.
Atkinson's in, strikes the pad, but a bit of inside edge has saved him as it goes out.
Okay,
to the
but
offside.
I like your workings out.
Right, so there might be, on average,
Go on.
well, maybe
Go on, carry
only
on.
3 10th wicket partnerships per match.
Yes, because we're not very good down there anyway.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also, sides have won by X number of wickets, not very often by 9.
Yes.
There might actually be an average of only about 2.8 10th wicket partnerships per match.
There you go. You're happy with
about
that? I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah. I'm going to go with...
Yeah.
Because I don't think it... I think it's going to be quite low,
1%? No. 5.
No, well, if you think about the average score...
Oh, wow.
This is how I'm going to work it out.
Go on. Well, okay.
Atkinson.
Do it in your
In,
head.
that's played away out into the gully region by Green. There's no reason. So if you there's no run. So if we said that the average score is around about 271 or something in Test cricket
Why don't
history,
you round it up?
or down 270, and you'd imagine that maybe 9 of those runs might come in a 10th wicket partnership. General rule.
What did you say? 10?
That's 3.33%.
Okay.
But then I'm going to say that there's fewer 10th wicket partnerships than all the others. I'm going to go 2.79%.
That's a belt.
As Atkinson's in, bouncer through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. I got totally distracted by Andy's quiz of the day. 247 for 3, Green
like
28,
quizzes.
Smith has 30.
We like quizzes.
Well, you should do. You're on Question of Sport for years.
14 years. I like a good quiz, but not necessarily a mathematical one.
Did I say 2.79? I want to up it. I want to up it to 2.84.
I like the quizzes I like more was sort of like this. There's an eyes of Roger Federer and a nose of Martin Navratilova.
Yeah, and do you know what you then get?
And a chin of Martin Johnson.
And then you get... and every time you do that, you get Marnus Labuschagne.
Going mad.
Archer.
Right, okay.
It's going to start you over.
Who's on?
Am I?
Yes.
Are you off? Am I still on?
I think I can hear you, Dan, so I think you're still on. Yeah.
Okay. Archer starts again from the Stanley Street end. Right arm over the wicket into Smith, who gets turned around. The thick edge squirts away to Pope at backward point. There's no run. Alex Hartley's come to relieve a completely baffled Phil Tufnell. Hello.
Well, I'm pretty baffled myself, to be honest.
Do you want to have a guess at what the percentage number of runs?
No, because
has been?
you're going to throw me, and I wasn't listening when you were on air, and
You're good with numbers,
make
though.
a new conversation.
All right.
But we need the answer.
2.84%. We can't have the answer yet. It's the quiz of the day.
In tomorrow's edition of the TMS Ashes Daily Quiz.
Can you at least
Tease
drop me a
us.
WhatsApp and let me know if I was close? Jofra Archer in. A ball that keeps a little bit low is defended back up the wicket, and there's no run.
I'll give you a question from earlier in the week, then you can have the answer. So the question from Monday's quiz, after England scored quicker than Australia in Perth, so they did in all 5 tests in 2023. In the previous 57 men's Ashes tests this millennium, so from the 2001 series up to the last Ashes series in Australia. 57 games. How many times were England the fastest scoring of the two teams in those 57 matches? So this kind of question where it's not about
57
knowing
series
something, it's
or
about
matches?
matches this millennium.
Archer in, guided away, down to the boundary for 4. Absolutely beautifully played. There's a big gap between second slip and backward point. And Smith has found that gap. It's a shot that Joe Root tried to play quite a lot yesterday. We couldn't quite time it and get it away. And also Australia had a slightly different field. But here, Smith has waited for it, played it really, really late and picked up 4. He's looking ominous.
Well, they had a roaming Cameron Green, didn't they, yesterday in that area?
Oh, yeah.
And he stopped so many. Yeah.
Telescopic arms. Here's Archer again. Into Smith, who gets turned round, keeps it low as he pushes it back up the wicket. No run. So, in the 57 Ashes matches since the turn of the century,
pre-Bazball.
So we need to take off a bit of percentage for that.
Out of 57, how many times are England the fastest scoring team in the match?
2005, there would have been quite a bit, certainly at Edgbaston.
Really
and at Old
work
Trafford.
This out.
And
These are so hard, you're not going to get them on the nose, are you?
You're not, no. Archer in, that's turned away by Smith down to deep backward square leg. Where it is fielded and will take 1 run.
Yeah, they're not questions of knowledge. There's just, to try and have a guess now of a scoring system, so the closer you get, the more
pre-Bazball. But England had quite a good 21st century.
Yeah.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
2009, 2010, 11, 2013, 2015, they won. Doesn't always mean you're going quicker than Australia.
Of course. They might have just batted for longer.
I'm going to go 22.
I'm going to ponder it for a little bit longer.
Archer into Green, who guides us away for 4 more. It's that gap. It's a fruitful gap for Australia. It's between second slip and backward point. There is a lot of space, and Archer has given too much width there on a couple of occasions in that over. 256 for 3, 50 overs gone. Smith 41, Green 32. The deficit is a skinny 68. England in all sorts of bother. They need something to happen quickly, Alex Hartley.
They do indeed. So you've gone 20.
I've got 22 out of 57. So that might have been conservative, but yeah, I'm going to get 22 out of 57.
So, I think because even though we won series, I think we had. I was just thinking about the players that we had. I'm going to go 14.
You are absolutely bang on the nose. 14.
Oh. Absolutely magnificent. Well done, Hartley.
Told you I love numbers.
Atkinson's in, driving his Smith into the offside. It gets the short extra cover, and there's no run. That's
and the point of the
you.
quiz is not to get it bang on.
Well, it's just to try and guess. It's not a question of knowing.
So how many points would I have got?
You get 6 there.
You get 6. Yeah.
I'm in the lead. We got
14.
got a TMS
That
commentary
seems like not many.
leaderboard.
You're very competitive, aren't you? Who would have thought World Cup winner Alex Hartley would have been quite as competitive as this?
Do you want to know how competitive I am?
I know how competitive you are.
No,
I've gone around the world with you.
Yeah, I actually got producer Adam Mountford to listen back and tell me the answer.
Atkinson's in, this is carved away, down to the boundary for 4, and I find myself sitting next to an outrageous cheat.
I've got a bit of sandpaper in this pocket and all. See if we can get this ball doing anything different. Australia are making it look all too easy out there, aren't they? This partnership. Steve Smith is an irritating player to watch when he's batting like this.
Well, it's
in a
too
good
short,
way.
It's too short and it's too wide, and there's nobody down at deep third.
We haven't bowled well enough today.
No.
I think if you look at the pitch maps in comparison to day 1 in Perth.
Atkinson in again. This strikes the pad. That's a bit more like it as it nips back into Smith, who then gestures wildly in various directions to indicate that the ball did something that he wished it hadn't.
I just don't think we've been consistent enough with the ball. We've not asked the right questions at the right times.
Something that our cricket colleagues picked up during the second session of the day, the amount of runs scored behind square by Australia today, that's now up to just under 65%. Almost 2/3 of their runs off the bat have been behind square. And out of more than 350 innings where they have tracked such data, that is the highest figure Australia have ever had for runs behind square.
Atkinson's in. This is flicked away through mid-wicket. It's being pursued by Kaza. I think he's going to get there. Well, he's diving for it, and Has he cut that off? I don't think he has. Crawley has gone to collect a ball that stopped in front of the sponge, but I think that there'll be both a bit of cars with his hand on the ball, on the sponge, and also I think when he pulled it back, it might have actually just gone back towards where it was before. We're seeing the replay. Oh no, has he done magnificently? Actually, he has. Oh no, he's so unlucky. So when he's pushed the ball back, he's scooped it back, but it's scooped back and he's flicked it onto his right toe as he's lying on the ground, a little bit like a wishbone shape he'd made at that point, and because his body was on the sponge when it hit his toe, that's 4. So he was a bit unlucky there. 264 for 3. Fine shot from Smith, who gets up on his toes, pushes it the offside, takes the single that brings up yet another half century for Steve Smith from 67 balls. He's not often that fruitful in pink ball tests, but he's been really good today. He's very watchful to start with, very skittish as ever, but he's come into his own in this evening session, and he's batted really, really well. It's yet another half century. It's the 80th time he's passed 50. 36 times before that he's gone on to get 100, and that it's ominous signs indeed. Is Steve Smith in an Ashes match on 50. 265 for 3. I don't like these ones behind square, partly because there's no deep third, is there? As Atkinson's in to complete the over. Another ball that keeps a bit low and is worked into the onside. And it's fielded by Duckett. They just get the single. 266 for 3. Green to 33 at the end of the over. Smith has 50. 10 off that over.
Yeah, Smith getting yet another 50, as he'll just be frustrating England the more time he spends out there. And that's something that England, other than Joe Root and Zach Crawley, really struggled to do, was take time out of the game. It's something that actually they've not done for such a long time. We've had so many bar. Obviously the India series where every game went to 5 days, it was absolutely thrilling. Other than that, we've had quick test matches.
We have, and who knows, maybe this one will extend, but possibly because Australia are going to bat till around about this time tomorrow.
Still more on Steve Smith's 50, 67 balls, the same as Labuschagne. Took 1, 6 and 5 fours for his 80th 50 plus scores. 26th against England. That ties him with Alan Border in third place in most 50 plus scores in Ashes cricket.
Ooh. Ricky Ponting. Jofra Archer in, worked into the onside by Green, playing around that front pad, picks out Duckett at short mid wicket. There's no run.
Level with Border in third. Jack Hobbs 27 in 71 innings. Smith has 26 in 69. Don Bradman 31 50 plus scores, including 19 centuries in 63 innings. But let's focus on the sixth.
I completely forgot about Bradman.
We'll have people shouting at the radio forgetting about Bradman. Dan. How can you forget about Bradman?
Well, it's been a form of therapy for me.
Nice.
Towel. Yeah. Archer into Green, bouncer, which he just nods his head and allows it to go over his helmet. It's taken around about shoulder height. 144.8 kilometres an hour, that bouncer. Bouncers of 90 miles an hour are swift, aren't they? Because you've got to go down and up, and it takes a lot of the pace off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Banging it in.
Played it really well though. Cam Green just ducks his head ever so slightly.
Yeah, it was like a sort of nod of approval, wasn't it, almost?
Well bowled.
Yeah. Bold indeed. So you've got your Ashes debrief tonight.
Have indeed.
You're gearing up for that, which
I am.
You can get, by the way, on. You can just go to your smart speaker and put in Ashes. Give me Ashes. As up in his toes goes Green and guides the ball down to deep third. At last we have one. Ollie Pope is down there patrolling and turning 4 into 1. 266 for 3.
Yeah, the highlights or low lights, whichever way you want to look at it, will be on the iPlayer at 5 p.m. and the Ashes debrief will be before that, I believe.
Yeah. Well, you try and bash it off nice and quick, don't you?
Yeah, get it done quickly. Get it online as quick as possible.
Yeah, for those of you not just woken up, maybe thinking of how you might be able to squeeze it in during a lunch break or whatnot. Archer scurries in. Smith. Nearly chops on. My goodness, how fortunate was that? He just played with an angle bat, looking to find the gap that's now not as fruitful for him because Ollie Pope is down there at deep third and gets the under edge. And it's very close to his stumps.
Yeah, so many times we see those actually be chopped on. He opens up that front leg, as you say, just looking to open the face of the bat. A thick inside edge.
Yep.
Joe Root, Harry Brook in the slips. Couldn't believe it.
England haven't bowled awfully well today, but they've also not had any of those little bits of luck, those bits of rub of the green. Archer in again, bouncer, which is ducked. Left by Smith, goes too low this time. But 144 kilometres an hour again. It's another 90-mile-per-hour ball. He's cranking it up. He's showing effort here, Archer. Would you say he's been a pick of England's bowlers today?
Yeah. Just seeing on the TV screen now the areas that England have bowled, and we spoke about it being everywhere. It has really been licorice all sorts. There's no pile of balls in an area that you'd want to see, is there?
No. Yeah, it looks like outside Leicester Square Station at about 2 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday as this is pushed into the offside. And there's no run picked up in the covers. It's a very, very unpleasant scene. That's the end of the over. And the score is 267 for 3. 52 overs gone. Smith 50, Green 34. It must be coming up relatively shortly to drinks. I suppose it's an extended session, isn't it?
Yeah.
We will end today at 11:30 UK time. I hesitate. It is 11:30 UK time. 9:30 here. How are you coping, Al, with the rhythms of day-night cricket? Because Australia is a place that closes at 10 o'clock. They're very diligent characters, aren't they? They're up and about. They're always going for power breakfasts and walks at the start of a new over. Gus Atkinson is in and he's going to board his run-up, so you can answer that question. I'll get out of the way and hand over to Jonathan Agnew.
Well, I have found my fair share of late night establishments, Dan, and I'm sure you have as well. But actually, day-night tests suit me perfectly because I like my 10 hours sleep, so I can go to bed at midnight and wake up at 10 o'clock in the morning. I think I'm a night owl. Jonathan.
267 for 3. I'll try and get the score the right way around. There's a bouncer over Cameron Green's head. I'm ploughing a furrow at the moment.
Why?
Well, between the ABC over there.
Surely you say the score the English way around.
Sprint, no.
No, you come on, you've got to put your foot down.
No. I almost develop an Australian accent. No, you've got to say 3 for 267 in there.
What would you go to Australian phrase in an accent be? Typical good day, mate.
I do say good day to people because they sort of expect it, don't they? Then goes Atkinson and bowls, tucks away off the hip, nice stroke from Green. Finally, they had a third man in. They haven't got for Atkinson, but they do have for Archer. So many runs. In fact, Rick next door, Rick Findlay, who we admire enormously, I think rather swayed out of the way of the short pitch delivery that I aimed at him, Andy, when I said how many runs have come through third man in this innings. Because it's a lot. And you'll know where to look it up.
So I just gave the stat that in terms of behind square on both sides of the wicket, it's currently the highest percentage cricket data has ever recorded for a test innings by Australia since they've kept that data. Over 350 innings in that data going back almost 20 years. Well, I'll check specifically.
Third man,
offside.
please. Yeah, because there's been a lot through there. The ramps and the runs, and I mean Smith played a beautiful one in the previous over of Archer's, waited and just ran the ball away off the face of the bat. It's a zero risk shot to the right ball, of course. But he's playing really well. 50 from 70 balls. Exactly the innings that was required of this situation. Atkinson bowls to him, and he goes for a booming drive there, having said that. And fortunately for him, he missed it, and goodness knows how he missed it. And it's one of those, again, that England go, come on a minute, it's not our day. Stokes is holding his head in his hands. Rueful look.
They're the ones England were nicking.
Yeah, it was. It was absolute booming drive. That was Harry Brook. Except Brook edged it, and Stokes can't believe it. Can't believe it. He's actually got his cap on, and he's actually got his arms all over his head, hasn't he, there in disappointment. 268 for 3. He goes Atkinson, bowls outside the off stump.
Oh, he's back. Jumpy Smith's back.
It's a bit low, that one.
So he did a 360 like a ballerina there.
Yeah. He's infuriating. Archer was cranking up over 90 miles an hour in that last over. Now we look, you've got so many facts and figures and bits and pieces there. Yeah. I introduced Andy to someone I'd met while we were in Perth, who was a data collector.
Oh, bet they got on like a house on fire.
Do you know, I said, Andy, come on over, this is just the man for you. And I didn't, at that point, I just tuned out of their conversation. Here's Atkinson, and that's forced away into the, well, he's looking for the offside, he's got the bottom edge. And he's going to get 2 there as Archer sprints in all the way up from the boundary and throws the ball back. He wasn't aiming for there at all, he's aiming for the offside, but a little bit of fortune there. It goes to 52, 270 for 3. Oh no, they had a right old conversation. But I know Andy will come up with the answer at some stage.
Of course, of course. He's a wizard.
Yeah, my answer of a lot isn't really enough, is it? It's not accurate enough. In goes Atkinson and bowls. That's pulled away into mid-wicket, not timed. And Crawley dives to his left. That's a no-run off the last ball of that Atkinson over. I tell you what, I bet these bowlers are feeling it a bit. You can have as many nets as you like and everything else, and run as many miles as you like.
Well, nothing is the same as playing in a game.
You haven't played in a game for 12 days.
Match intensity, isn't it? It's just
all of
different.
That. It's completely different. You bowl there's so much more intensity in a game. Now hang on, what's going on here? We've got Ollie Pope coming down to a very fine third man by the look of it. It looks as if whoever's coming on
Bryden Cast bumpers.
Yep, we're going short. Going short to Cameron Green. As soon as Pope takes up this position, virtually at long stop. It's not quite Jardine in that Stokes doesn't clap his hands and say bodyline everybody, which is what Douglas Jardine used to do. And everyone then went over into the leg side. But there must be something that he says. There must be a word for it, mustn't there?
I think it's when Cast comes on with the old ball. Everyone knows what's coming. Yeah,
that could be right. They've got 2 third men. Well, they've got a long stop and a third man. So short pitch attack coming up as Cast comes in, and what a shot that is. He's just stepped away. He knew what the ball was going to be. He's swung the bat and smashed the ball straight down the ground past the bowler. You want to bowl that to me? Go and get your ball back.
That's a great shot from Cameron Green, stepping outside the leg stump, not looking to hit the ball into the leg side, looking to hit the ball into the offside, knowing nobody is on the offside. We saw Harry Brook play a couple of those shots yesterday, but that one's gone up and over Jofra Archer's head.
That's a baseball shot, really.
Yeah, great shot.
Cast again. Runs up, bowls to Green, he steps away and in through the offside. This is horrible. This is Perth revisited, with the bowler having no option but to bowl this length, and the batsman knowing exactly where the ball's going to be. There's no alternative. This is the problem. There's no alternative for the bowler here, and it's just so predictable. And 7 have come off the first 2 balls of it. Been good shots, but they've got to have some sort of seed of doubt in the batsman's mind that the ball is not going to be short. And he's got to be able to pitch it up.
Yeah.
Pitch the ball up sometimes. Well, there's no change to the field. Cast again, bounds in enthusiastically, bowls short, he's swung it away and it's come for 6. Another, 7-8 yards of boundary, and Pope could have caught that down here at long stop, but it's gone for 6. 13 from 3 balls of this.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating day, Aggers, as an England fan.
Well, they built up a bit of pressure, and they were doing what they could, and now it's all just being released.
I don't mind the plan. I don't mind this plan, because they have to try something.
Cast again, bowls. Smith knows it's going to be short, so he paddles that away into the leg side. We saw Joe Root playing this, let's face it, yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yes, I actually don't mind this as a tactic, but when you have top edges just going over fielders' heads, you crunch a drive down the ground. It's just been one of those days where nothing has gone England's way. I'm not saying they deserved things to go their way, because I don't actually think they've bowled all that well.
There needs to be an option for Cast to be able to pitch the ball up. Archer's sort of mid-off. Cast again runs in, bowls to Green, who steps away, cuts hard. Pressure on the fielder running to his left, to our right at third man. He throws in. That's a good piece of work from Atkinson. They've taken a single. But Cast actually has to be brave enough to fire in a Yorker, because Green is backing away now, giving himself room.
The previous 6 balls have been a dot, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4 and a 6. Not in that order, unfortunately.
Oh.
No.
I should have known that, but I got excited.
Well, Smith on strike now. Cast runs up, bowls to him, and it's a bouncer that Smith just ducks underneath and gets a wide for it. Cast will have to bowl it again. Partnership ticks over to 90 from 100 balls. Archer spotted something. He's passing a word on to Stokes, his captain there at mid-on. It was way over his head, I must say. That was a Cameron Green height bouncer.
And England fans shaking their heads out of frustration.
Expensive over this. 1, 2, 3, 6, 12, 16. And now Smith pulls away. Something's moved behind Cast. He nearly had made it all the way in, and now he's got to walk all the way back and start again. Smith pulled away. Might have been that chap. Well, if that previous fella had a mullet. Oh, there's
there he is.
Well, there's the original one. Enormous fella in the gold shirt. Now we have a chap. I think Isha wears things like that. She sort of clips them in her hair. What do they call? They call extensions. Except that's a man.
I think he's just got long hair.
I think so. His Cast bowls short, pulled away, and down to fine leg it goes, and they take 1 run. So that hasn't worked, has it? I'm afraid. It can't work when there is no alternative. The batsman knows exactly where the ball's going to be, and there we go. So, how many off that over?
There were 17 off the over, 16 off the bat, plus the wide. Just getting the details for the runs behind square. It's about a third of the runs in the innings so far have come behind square on the offside.
A third of the
total runs.
287, nearly 100.
You were right, a lot.
It is a lot.
A lot. I just don't think England have bowled all that well.
But what do you do now with that plan? Are you going to do it again?
Well,
this
is where I'm crying out for teams to have a spinner to offer an alternative option. And Australia were the same. Yes, they bowled England out and they're on top of this game, but I still think there was room for Lyon to be playing.
Well, Atkinson's on his way now, running in. He's bowling to a more orthodox field. He bowls the ball outside the off stump, which Smith ignores. And second by Jamie Smith. But what do you do? Do you repeat that next over and just hope that one of the batsmen is going to hit it in the air?
Yeah, I think the one batter that will be Cameron Green. If anybody, backing away, might nick one through to the wicket keeper. But I can't see how they only do that for 1 over.
I think Cast has to take a deep breath and just bowl a Yorker with him backing away and just see if he can bowl him with it. Atkinson bowls, that goes Smith. So running down to third man, so it's another one to add to our list. So there is at least now a third man fielding there. 288 for 3. Smith 61. Australia trail by just 46, and England haven't taken a wicket in this dodgy, twilight, dark time. And in fact, Australia have played really well. They look really quite straightforward and easy. Atkinson again, as little steps scuttles in bowls, and Cameron Green drives, puts pressure on mid-on. That's well done by Carse, who must be blowing hard after his efforts at the far end. Oh dear, poor old Jamie Smith.
He's just missed another
He's
one.
fumbled one that was thrown in on the bounce. It wasn't a nice one to take from Carse, who flung the ball at him, but the crowd's really on Jamie Smith's back today.
He's laughing. He's got a smile on his face next to Joe Root. The crowd have been all over him, haven't they?
They've done it all day. I think it's been incredible.
It did go through his legs.
It did go straight through his legs, to be fair. Atkinson bowls, Green pushes in towards mid-wicket. Duckett's there. The big build-up as the ball is thrown to Smith. Duckett smiling.
Just pick that off the floor.
They are at least smiling about it. But what they should do, they should all agree not to throw the ball to Jamie Smith for as long as possible.
or all throw the Smith to, or throw the ball to Smith
every time.
Every time, get the crowd up.
Well, that's right, because actually Duckett didn't really need to throw it to them, did he?
No.
That's probably quite yes, that's a good way of doing it.
Just really, buy into it.
Yeah. 288 for 3. And we've got an hour and a half of play left today. That's with the extra half hour added on, but we talked about Australia's over it. I don't think England's is much better, to be honest. Green waits as Atkinson goes tripping in, bowls turn. That's clipped away into that mid-wicket area. Duckett's been moved. He was fielding a moment ago.
Go on, throw
He's
it to
now in
Smith.
the offside.
No, I think Carse don't want to use the energy.
So that pink ball looks like it's a strange colour. Atkinson mops his brow. Stokes shaped to bowl a ball there, but Carse, that was 1 over in that spell, wasn't it, from Carse? Atkinson bowls, and that's pushed away out into the offside. And there is no run. That was Carse's first over back, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So we'll see what happens. It looks as if Carse is going to continue, but whether they continue with that tactic, we shall have to wait and see. Alex, thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann is coming here.
I'm actually going to give you a little bit of an update from the England Lions, who are taking on Australia A at the Allen Border Field. The Lions were bowled out earlier in the day for 166. Jacob Bethel made only 19, and Jai Richardson took 4 wickets. And Australia A replied with 155 for 2, but Bashir 3 overs for 22. I thought it said Bashir 3 for 22. No, I was just getting excited with the fact that I saw a spinner bowling, but he bowled 3 overs and has gone for 22 runs. He's been expensive in the Lions games that he's played as Bashir.
Similar game there to the one here, really. Australia A, it looks like they're going to forge ahead and get a decent lead. Same situation here. Ben Stokes is back into the attack. 11 overs, 1 for 64. It's 289 for 3. Australia 45 runs behind. We have an hour and a half's cricket left on this second day, and Stokes is going in to bowl to Cameron Green, and Green gets a full ball which he drives nicely, but he hits it straight at Crawley at point, and there is no run. I mean, if you could have made up the perfect day for Australia at the start, realistically the perfect day. I mean, because they get 400 for no wicket, but this is right there, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is, absolutely.
9 for 1 England, Australia 289 for 3. Totally dominated the day's play after that superb root century yesterday. England missing their opportunity with the bat. Stokes from the Stanley Street end bowls to Green, who drives, thick edges it down towards deep third. England have one in there now, so it's only a single. Pope throws it in. Another run to the total, 290 for 3. That was a wonderful position for Australia to be in. England, feeling among some people at the start of the tour was that England could come here and challenge and make it a really competitive series. Well, beaten in 2 days by 8 wickets in Perth, and Australia closing in on a first innings lead here with nearly 2 days gone. It it feels quite ominous, this game.
Yeah. Even though England is still in it.
Yeah, they're still in the lead. Stokes bowls. And Smith forces. Good save by Crawley, fielding at point. And there's no run. 290 for 3. I mean, from somewhere, right, you have to summon something with ball or bat, don't you?
It just feels like one of those days when you look around the press box and the media centre, you see Stuart Broad at the back, or everyone's got a glum face. Everyone's like, oh, what a day. And then you see the Aussies like, all right, mate, how you going? It's like, oh, just leave me alone.
Exactly, go away.
Just leave me alone.
Stokes tries again and bowls to Smith, captain to captain, and Steve Smith defends towards Duckett, fielding an extra cover. There's that happy hum among the home supporters in the crowd, the England supporters, and mainly 3 rows of them in the bottom tier of the stand to our right hand side, sitting very quietly. I haven't heard many songs, have you?
No, the only thing I can hear is a cheer for when Jamie Smith picks up a ball every time, which they haven't let go since the first hour of play. This crowd, they've been relentless.
Stokes moving in past the umpire to bowl to Smith, who drives, goes to Crawley again at point, and there's no run. Smith's on 61 and scored 290 for 3. It puts me in mind this game of a match that was played at Perth on what's the previous tour, might have been 8 years ago, when Johnny Bairstow and David Milan made hundreds, and England was sailing along, and then from memory at least one of them got out quite carelessly. There was a big shot played and the ball went up in the air and someone took the catch, and then England fell away and they were bowled out for 400 and thought, well, 400 not a bad score. Steve Smith made 230 or 250 and Australia got a big lead.
We all went
got 600.
Yeah, went home with our hoods up and our heads down.
Stokes is in there and bowls, driven by Smith to Archer. Good piece of fielding from Archer in mid-off, bending down and picking it up away to his left hand side. That was drilled by Smith. He got hold of that one all right. As the end of Stokes is over, it's 290 for 3.
I've got the scorecard from that game. 403 all out England after Milan 140 and Bairstow 119. She had a partnership of 235 and worth 368 for 4 before Milan was out, then lost 6 for 35. Australia in reply 662 for 9 declared. Steve Smith 239.
So
Mitchell,
just the 260 run first innings lead, and then second innings England.
Mitchell Marsh 181. England 218 all out, so lost by innings and 41.
So from a position of 360 for 4, we lost the match by an innings. So and the lesson there is that when you have any sort of advantage, you absolutely make it count. You cannot concede any ground whatsoever, and you kind of like Graham Gooch mantra of you've never got enough. Anyway, 290 for 3. It's easy to say sitting up here, but it's the way you need to go if you are going to be successful here, it seems to me. I mean, watched quite a few test matches in this country, not whether I've watched more than you, Michael, or not, but quite a lot out here, and we've seen this story before. Here's Bryden Cars, 290 for 3. Goes in and bowls to Green, and that flies through. Short ball is a wide. Green step to the leg side. We've got this leg theory at the moment with men back on the deep square boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary, fine leg boundary. There's also a deep backward point as well, and a fielder behind the wicket-keeper. So you know what's coming down, Cameron Green. He stepped away, but he didn't need to play at that. And he went flashing through. Another run over the top of Green's head as he stepped away. Cast followed him. 291 for 3. And the other thing is Australia have scored at 5 and over. Close on 5 and over. Cass bowls to Green. Fully bowled him! A Yorker. Green stepped away and Cass didn't bowl the short ball. He pitched it up and Cass has made the breakthrough. Green has gone for 45. It's 291 for 4.
Well, is that going to be the Harry Brook moment? Cameron Green's just made a huge error. He's gone that far outside the leg stump when his team are completely controlling the game to gift England a wicket. And as you've just said, you've never got enough. And this game can change very, very quickly. I mean, England they look a bit shocked to me. They look like the legs are not quite with them. They're only 56 overs into this test match, and you look around the field, and for the last half an hour, they've been challenged, and there's been some you're looking down and looking at some tired bodies already. They've only been out there for 56 overs, and Cameron Green has given them a real opening here. If he can get 2 more now before Australia get to England's total. I just look into tomorrow and you think, what we've got an hour and a half left in the day, is playing an hour and 23 minutes. What England don't want to happen is for Australia to bat so well and so long that they start their batting tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So that is that's a gift.
It's an extraordinary dismissal. I mean, Green was almost off the cut bit as he looked to play that. He cast bluffed him. Thought it was going to be short, and he bowled the Yorker almost in one-day mode. In fact, it's the sort of dismissal you sometimes see in one-day cricket in the last couple of overs of an innings. Batters are giving themselves room to hit it through the offside. Alex Carey is in at number 6 for Australia, so Josh Inglis into the side in this test match as a batter. He's batting at 7. Carey has a look around the field now. For the new player, it's still leg theory, so there are lots of players out on the leg side. And cast bowls, and Carey, is he going to be caught in the gully? No, dropped. It was Duckett coming forward, and he couldn't get his fingers underneath it. That was nearly 2 in 2. And England supporters around the ground have their heads in hands.
Well, did he get to it?
Well, I don't know. It looked as if he did to me. Let's see the replay. We're seeing it now. It was cushioned away. Yeah, he did.
Oh, it's an easy one.
Yeah.
How's he dropped that? Oh, no. I mean, the ball was good, the batting was awful, and then the fielding was...
Yeah. That's the second one England have dropped today. Cast bowls to Carey. Carey forces that away towards deep backward point. There's his first run. Crawley's down there, sends it in. Well, that was so close. It should have been 2 in 2. It just shows you, in a cricket match, how quickly the game can change, especially with the ball. It should have been 5 down. It was a really good ball from Cast. Dug in, it was fended away by Carey. Surprised him. And that's the thing, isn't it? I suppose the pink ball, you come in under lights, just picking it up straight away. And it ballooned in the air, and Duckett, he got his fingers underneath it, and it came out.
Oh, it's got to be taken.
292 for 4. Smith back on strike. Leg theory to him as well. Cast bowls, and Smith helps it on his way. Oh, it's brilliant catch! Oh! What an amazing catch! Backwards square leg. It's Will Jacks away to his right-hand side. Smith helping it away into the leg side, and Jacks was there. England leaping around. Are they back in this test match? 2 wickets in the over and a drop catch. And Will Jacks has come up with something special to his right-hand side. Brilliant catch.
Well,
Smith can't believe it.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is as good a catch I think I've ever seen. Oh, my word.
They're just checking it to see whether the ball's on the ground. I think it's fine.
Need the ball, thank you.
Oh, it's absolutely fine. That is...
Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
A piece of incredible movement from Jacks, and he gets it in his right hand at full stretch. And Australia are doing what we usually see England do with the batting hand. make error after error. And now the game's back on.
Smith's out for 61. He has to drag himself off, the slowest walk off imaginable. Jacks taking it in one hand at backwards square leg.
Look at Brydon Cast's figures. He's bowled 12.4 overs, 3 for 97.
I mean, you could say he should have 4, but of course, if Carey had been out, then you have a different configuration. But, well, what a dramatic over. The most dramatic over of the day. We've had a few today with some high-scoring overs.
That is an incredible catch. He's running at full pelt, and the ball's going quickly. And it's about head high, and he's just kind of flung himself, and it's behind him. How it's stuck in that right hand is incredible.
Well, what a moment for him.
Well, we have a test match now.
Well, now can England make it count, because you've got Josh Inglis coming in under the lights, under a bit of pressure now. Suddenly, both not-out batters have been dismissed. And for the first time today, England have taken 2 quick wickets, whereas before we've had 50 partnership followed by 50 partnership followed by 50 partnership followed by 50 partnership, and they just haven't been able to work their way into Australia's batting. And now you have 2 players out there on 1 and 0, Carey and Inglis.
But Australia are doing what England do. From being in a position of real strength, that Cameron Green dismissal and the control in the Test match, just England were gone. And to back away to a ball from Brydon Carse, I mean, obviously the bouncer theory has worked, because he was expecting the bumper, he gets the Yorker, his stumps get rattled. Carey comes in, he tries to play a funny shot first ball, he was dropped, and then Steve Smith. Well, it's a remarkable catch. Catches like that, well, they changed the course of a game.
Well, that's what England will be hoping. So Inglis and Carey are having a conversation. Drinks came onto the field while that wicket fell. Have we reached the end of the Carse over? I don't think we have yet, have we? We've still got
two balls left.
Balls left.
We've had a wide 2 wickets, a drop and a single.
Well, it's been all action this series, and that might just be the most dramatic over of the series so far. Spectacular, including the catch, the drop catch. Amazing in it, cricket. You can drop one like Duckett and catch one like Jacks. How perverse is that? And that catch, you can watch that very soon on the BBC Sport website and app. You want to go and have a look at it, actually, because it was something special.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. I was just about to say before that catch that Jamie Smith, he got naught, dropped Travis Head. Ben Duckett, naught, he got naught. It's just dropped a simple one. Wow, Will Jackson, it's the big wicket, because Steve Smith, he was looking, it wasn't just going to be 100, it was going to be a big 100.
So on balance, I mean, that drop catch from Duckett strangely worked in England's favour, hasn't it? Because they'd rather have, his famous last words when Carey's 150 not out tomorrow, but you think they'd rather have Smith out now than Carey now. Anyway, Carse goes in and bowls to Inglis. It's a short ball, he ducks underneath it. Short man underneath that. And England, as you would, I suppose, having just picked up 2 wickets with that leg theory, albeit Yorker and then short ball, are persisting with it. So there's no thought at the moment for the new batters to bring the field in and have a couple of slips in and have a different theory. I don't know whether they might go to that, or just have a go, keep going with this for now.
No, keep going. It's not easy when you first go out there and you see a field like this. It's going to be short, and England will know that, the likes of Carey and Inglis, they like to get on with it.
Inglis waits, Carse goes into bowl to him, and Inglis defends, head right over it. Strong defensive shot. Well, that's the end of Carse's over. So what was that? 2 for 2 in that over with a drop catch as well.
Yeah, and just to highlight what Michael, what you were both saying about Australia rather throwing away their position of dominance, their top 5 have all reached 30. The highest score was Weatherall's 72. In all of Test cricket history, 145 times a team's top 5 have all made 30 plus, and this is only the 4th time that the top 5 have all been out before reaching 75, having all passed 30, so numerous squandered starts.
Yeah, Zol, so I reckon Will Jacks has justified his selection with that catch. he probably doesn't need to do anything else in the match. With that catch, that could be a 100-run sway in the game.
Now Ben Stokes is going to bowl. Alex Carey's on strike now. For Carey, we're back to 2 slips in the gully.
Alex Carey is vulnerable to round the wicket, nip back through the gate bowled.
He's already been dropped. Here's Stokes looking to capitalise. Round the wicket, into bowl to Carey. Carey's forward, prodding forward there. Not particularly convincing stroke. Ball goes away into the offside. There's no run.
For a good player, he gets bowled a lot in Test match cricket. That's why they generally come around the wicket, try and hit that decent length and try and get the ball to nip back through bat and pad. I've seen him drag on a few as well. He's a busy player, he'll play his strokes. Any width, he likes to smash through that square of the wicket region. But you certainly have a chance if the ball just nips back through the gate.
Mentioned that catch by Jacks. Highlights, main highlights on the BBC Sport iPlayer, the website. Here's Stokes going into bowl to Carey. Carey's in behind that, playing defensively way into the offside. Just going to consolidate now with Australia having lost those 2 wickets. Full highlights of today's play from 5 p.m. on BBC iPlayer, but little clip highlights. You can see that catch very soon on the BBC Sport website. So Cast with 3, Stokes with 1, Archer with 1. England fighting back with that stunning over. Can they capitalise more before the close of play? Under the lights, Stokes bowls, Carey nudges up towards mid-on, and there is no run. And the dismissal of Green. Cast had been bowling short, so Green totally premeditated, stepping towards the leg side, and Cast thought, I tell you what, how about bowling a Yorker at the base of middle stump?
I reckon he saw him go early. I thought, right, that's it. There's my opening. I mean, Green had hit a couple of good shots when he tried the bouncer theory from the other end. Oh, that's a big play in this Test match.
Green was so far away from the stumps. Stokes bowls. Carey is beaten. Leaping slip cordon, but no edge. Stokes says no review. He didn't hear anything.
I get a sense that Ben's at the start of a long burst here.
Well, it's his 13th over of the day, but there's still an hour and 10 minutes left, and they've got that 5th bowler in Jacks, but actually, of course, you're not going to use him in this situation. You would think anyway you'd want to continue with your seamers, so you're going to the well in this last hour and 10 minutes to try to make it count. Stokes from the Stanley Street end into bowl to Carey, who comes down the pitch and then hits this over Duckett in the gully down to the boundary before. Well, that was a sketchy one.
Oh, they've been following. They've been watching the Baz bowlers. It's an intriguing approach that Australia have gone for. I mean, they've played so well today, Australia, until the last 20 minutes.
Sliced away to Duckett's right, but he went at it hard. It flashed past Duckett in the gully. Coming down the pitch there, Carey. 296 for 5. Carey to 5. Stokes turns. Last ball of the over. 2 slips go down. Stokes bowls and Carey forces. Nice looking shot square with the wicket. Runs from here. Chases on. Jacks is after. I think he will get there. And they come back for 3 runs. So just settling things down there for Australia with 4 and a 3. Moving up towards the 300 mark. 299 for 5 at the end of Stokes' over. It's time for Daniel.
Yeah, he's a fantastic athlete, Will Jacks. Just watching him chase the ball, he's just got great flow. Real power in his legs. Well, it was only 20 minutes ago I was looking down and there was a lot of tired England legs. And now you look down and they've got a bit of a spring in them, their step. They look like they're back a bit.
Well, did you see
a bit of energy?
Do you see Ben Stokes at the moment that the catch was taken? The players all ran to each other as Stokes is on his own here, leaping in the air, threw his hat in the air like a 1930s member of the crowd, when a goal scored at Burnley. Here's Cars around the wicket into Carey, who thinks about playing the uppercut and in the end lets it go through to the keeper. We've got the bouncer theory again. The game has come to life. Australia, though, still in the box seat, 35 runs behind, 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah, Carey got out to that uppercut in Perth. So down at fine 3rd. Who's that down there?
If you can see that, good luck.
I generally go on their kind of body language manners. I think it might be Atkinson down there. So you better get ready.
It was Atkinson, I think. Results just said. Cars into Carey, who flicks into the onside, straight to Root, and there's no run. It's all happening here. Carey's being incredibly aggressive, almost as if they're trying to set a declaration tonight, which they won't be doing. But he's batting like that. It's mayhem at the moment.
Well, usually, Australia with the pin ball, they're really smart, and that's why that mistake from Cameron Green. They just need to play normally until close.
Was he further away from the stumps than Ollie Robinson at Hobart? Cars in again, and Carey almost adopting a baseballer's stance. In the end, just tucks the ball into the onside and takes a single. But he's standing with his legs wide apart, crouching as the 300 has come up. So voluminous cheers from this crowd at the Gabba. As we've got complete nightfall now. It's very atmospheric.
Usually with the pink ball, they bat so smartly. I've never seen them be this chaotic. I mean, they batted great up until 20 minutes ago, and they still might bat till a session tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see, but it looked like just a few minutes ago that we're going to bat till probably.
Inglis faces up and he just tucks this ball off his hip. Not a great ball that from Carrs, bit of a gimme down to deep backward square, and they take a single, rotating the strike nicely here. 300 for 5.
Yeah, with Green and Smith there, you were thinking probably the second session was favourite for them to bat into. Still got 21.2 overs till that second new pink ball is due. So by tomorrow we're going to,
we've got an hour and 8 and 7 minutes today. So that
12 overs, 13 overs left. Not going to bowl the spinner, you would think.
No, they might in that time get through 16 overs, mightn't they? In an hour and 7?
No.
Carrs in again. Oh, he ducked that, and it didn't go very far away from his back. Short ball. He's got very low indeed there, Carey.
16 overs in an hour and 17 minutes. 7 minutes.
All right, 15. I still reckon you can get 15 because you can get 13 in an hour, and then you could do 2 in the last 7. It's possible, Michael. Dare to dream. Dare to dream.
Possible. So we're going to come back tomorrow with
9 or 8, maybe 8, 7 or 8 overs before a new ball's available. Right. Carrs, who's picked up 3 for 99 in 13.5 overs with bizarre figures. He's in, round the wicket, and Carey gets in all sorts of a horrible position, and in the end doesn't really look at it, and then plops it down into the onside. Carrs builds off his own bowling. Still 3 for 99 off 14. Australia 301 for 5. Carey 9, Inglis 1. If you've popped out and popped back, Cameron Green and Steve Smith out in the same over, and Steve Smith to a quite incredible catch from Will Jacks. Well worth looking at on the highlights BBC Sport website and app. All Ashes related content on BBC Sounds. Just go to Ashes. It's pretty simple. We tried to make it as easy as possible. Ashes, that'll do it. And full highlights on the BBC iPlayer from 5 p.m. Right. Stokes is going to continue. He's picked up a wicket today. These are the 2 most expensive bowlers for England. 1 for 72 from his 13. It seems like they seem very unusual figures in the first innings, Andy. 3 for 99 in 14 overs. I don't quite know what I mean by that, but it doesn't feel very regular. Different approach from Stokes. 2 slips of gully, 3 in the ring on the offside as Stokes comes in. This is edged and runs away for 4. Between gully and second slip, it wasn't a million miles from gully. And
Dan, I reckon
a bit of fortune.
I think over 200 runs has now been scored behind the wicket.
Oh,
I mean, that's a bit of fortune for the batter, but it gives you an indication of how short England have bowled and how wide at times.
Yeah. I mean, there was a period, wasn't there, about an hour ago when Smith and Green were just guiding it away through the gap between gully and second slip as Stokes is in once again. Inglis crouches, short figure of Inglis, he defends, a foolish ball into the offside. There's no run, bit of pressure on Inglis into this team. Some players you wouldn't have expected. I mean, you'd have got quite long odds in September on Weatherald, Inglis, Nisa playing in this game, wouldn't you? Doggett.
And this is half the issue, isn't it? That Australia are nowhere near full strength. And England are 1-0 down. They've got a sniff in this game. Without any question, with the pitch, I'm sure the cracks are going to open up more, but you wouldn't want Australia to get to a 70 or 80 run lead.
Here is Stokes again. Inglis defends from the crease. Slightly uncertainly, the ball rolls back to Stokes in his follow-through.
The 300 came up in the last over, 58.3 overs. That's the fastest Australia have ever reached 300 against England, breaking the record set at the Oval in 1934.
Really? 1934? That seems unusual.
They were 300 for 9 off 64 overs.
Well, I'd have been convinced that Matthew Hayden in 2002 would have struck it at a better rate than that. I remember chasing the ball regular from the boundary.
Yeah, well, he was only going at 4.5 and over, I think. Stokes in again to Inglis, who comes forward and defends again, but the ball just rolls out into the onside.
You see Ben, he's coming wide of the crease. Again, someone like Inglis, that ball that nips back through the gate is a target area for England, so he's just trying to create that angle by coming wider of the crease.
Well, it was around this time last night that Boland actually managed to get that ball to nip a bit, didn't he? Got a couple to come back in, notably that ball to Jamie Smith, which had the highest likelihood of taking a wicket of any ball this series, according to CricViz. Is that right? Yeah, 25% of the time they expect people to get out to that.
Decent ball, nip back a long way.
Yes. Here is Stokes once more. Inglis carves this away for 4. I think he got a fair piece of that. It looked a bit edgy, but actually it's well to the right of Gully and to the left of backward point. And runs away for 4 more. 305 for 5
Well,
now.
the skipper's shaking his head as if he's a bit unlucky there, but it's a short and wide one. It's just hammered away. It's in the air, I guess, but it's flown in the gap.
He's got plenty of it, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, they're continuing to score quickly, Australia. What are they behind now? 20 odd?
25.
25 behind.
309 for 5 on correction as Stokes is into Inglis, who drives and misses as it goes through to the keeper. A reckless shot from Inglis. He has 9 from 9. Carey 9 from 13. It's all happening. And if you'd like to relive the whole day in real time, you're going to hear a full TMS replay on Sports Extra 3 from 1 p.m. And you can find Sports Extra 3, of course, on BBC Sounds, just a couple of clips away from 5 Sports Extra, where you may be listening now.
I reckon if you'd have said before the game, a pink ball game, and you kind of visualise how wickets would fall, I reckon there's only 1 wicket today, really. Well, maybe Labuschagne with a little bit of a cut, but Travis Head caught mid-on. Cameron Green bowled standing at square leg. Stephen Smith caught on the hook in the pink ball game.
Jofra Archer caught spectacularly down at deep backward square leg.
There's not been many conventional dismissals where you used to think, the batter going forward, the outside edge is found, it goes straight to second slip.
Well, there'll be none of those in this over because we've got the bouncer field and we've got a forward short leg. Cars in to the left-handed Carey, gives himself room, slaps it into the onside. It's running off towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, pursued by the skipper Stokes, and they'll get back for a third. 312 for 5.
Brandon Cars
Carey to 12.
He's got his 100.
Yes, Cars' 100 is up.
Yep.
So is that quite quick for a man to bring up his 100 in the first innings of a match, having also taken 3 wickets?
It is, Dan. I'm just finding out exactly how quick.
I thought there might be a game
He's got to
here.
be up there, Andy.
He's definitely up there.
I knew this would excite him. He's a very predictable man, is Zoltz. You just have to feed him. Michael's taking his leave as Cars comes in over the wicket now to the right-handed Inglis. Still got the bouncer field out. He's in, bouncer ducked through to the keeper. Wide signal, too high over the head of Inglis. He's not a tall man, so less margin for error on the wide as Glenn McGrath joins us. The game has sort of come to life again in the last 20 minutes or so since the departure of Cameron Green, Glenn.
Yeah, g'day Dan, g'day everyone. I'm not sure what they were doing. It shocked me. I know they were looking to be aggressive to Cast, but it was always going to bowl full at the stump sooner or later. And
Cars into Inglis, another bouncer. It might be another wide. No, it's just over the shoulder this time.
So yeah, and from that moment, Australia were just dominating at that stage. Didn't look like a wicket was going to fall. Then all of a sudden, 2 wickets in the over. Duckett should have. How easy was that catch? He just messed it up, and here we are. They're 5 wickets down. It's back to life. It's Australia's still on top, but the game's it's a lot closer now than what it was.
And the
20
way
minutes ago,
the way these two are playing it suggests that things could yet happen. It's not as if they're trying to take the sting out of the situation. They're actually taking on the short ball, which is normally what we berate England for.
It's a day 4 and they're trying to sort of set a target. Well, you still got over 3 days to go.
Round the wicket, Cars, change of angle, full, driven by Inglis into the offside square of the wicket. They'll get a couple. This fielder runs round to his right. Joe Root all the way out there. 315 for 5.
Not your question about Bryden Carse's rapid century, 85 balls to bring up a century, but it has got those 3 wickets, including the 2 in 1 over. That's the second fastest an England bowler has ever conceded 100 in tests. But, Jack Leach's 73-ball century here 4 years ago, still the quickest.
But he didn't have 3 wickets, did he?
He had 1.
Right. Cars remaining round the wicket with a short leg in place, and that's tapped to the short leg on the bounce by Carey.
So I don't know what it is. Maybe under lights here, everyone gets so excited. We saw last night runs, short stuff everywhere, runs, balls flying everywhere. And here again tonight, rush of blood, and off they go.
Everyone
I don't know what it is.
Loses their composure, don't they?
That pink ball just does something. It must be a fluoro pink ball, and it just does something to you.
Mesmerises you.
Oh.
It's like that dinosaur Barney that used to be a certain colour, wasn't it? But deliberately designed to mesmerise children.
Oh, that's
Cars in once again. That's left alone, but shouldering arms down the leg side on the bounce, taken by Smith, who's been the subject of some ridicule today since he dropped Travis Head. The crowd has been on his back throughout it, but he's taken it in good grace.
The Aussie section or the English section?
I don't know. It might have been the whole lot, but all one can tell.
Yeah, you think it's easy, but that ball flew and got very big on him quickly, and it just anyway.
Well, you could see because it went into the webbing, didn't it?
Yeah.
So it's like it went
just
quicker than
one
he thought.
hand. What was second slip doing? They should have been ready for the one that catch.
It just didn't go to hand. Cars in once again, and that's an immaculate forward defensive shot from Inglis. That's more like it. Pushes
Look at the
into
field,
the offside, no run.
You've got Archer at sort of cover, shortish cover, and that's the only fieldsman in front of square on the offside.
You see Harry Brook would give himself room and try and, as would Cameron Green, evidently, would give himself room.
Well, he got away with it a few times, played some really good shots, but how far did he go? Like he was standing on 3 pitches over when he got out. Anyway,
looking at this scorecard, it's a weird one, isn't it? Everybody's contributed about a 72, a 65, a 61, a 45. Everyone's been in double figures. No one yet gone on.
And England motoring through their overs as well, like Australia motored through theirs yesterday.
Absolutely motoring. How many have we had?
What is it, 61?
What are they up to?
61 plus we have 2.2 overs of England's innings.
3 and a bit, and then you lose a couple, don't you? 2.5. So in theory, that counts as having 5, doesn't it?
66.
Well, I think they're going to get more than 8 in the next 55 minutes.
Yeah, so better than what Australia did.
Only just. Stokes in, worked into the onside, playing around that front pad. Archer, it's 2 totally different games on the different ends. On the Vulture Street, we've got the bouncer theory. On Stanley Street, we've got a fairly conventional looking field for Stokes. 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra bid off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg.
It's just the wagon wheel today of the Australian scoring shots. How many behind square? Like over 2/3.
Yeah, I think we established it's over 200 runs.
Even 3/4 of the runs scored behind square on both sides.
Stokes in again. He's pushed into the offside, just in front of the square. Might be just behind. I don't know. It's very square. The wicket gets a single.
Is his pitch doing playing a little bit funny every now and then, a little bit up and down, a little bit inconsistent? Yeah.
Well, Pitch Viz suggested that it was getting more inconsistent.
Well, apparently it's out of 10. It went from 4.3 to 7.1.
Yeah,
7.1 out of 10 suggests it's nearly unplayable. Or becoming that way. It doesn't look that bad out there. I know a few little ones, but...
Well, yeah, it hasn't really leapt that much, has it?
None of them shot along the ground or really jumped off a length and gone over your head.
Inglis on strike as Stokes is in to him, the right-hander. He lets that go. Not a million miles from off stump. Through to Smith, taken thigh height.
Well, good crowd here today and tonight, and they're being entertained, aren't they?
I went out to sample the atmosphere. It was suitably raucous.
When was that? Was that after Green got out?
No.
Oh.
No. It was during the Labuschagne-Smith partnership.
Oh, okay, a while back then.
Yeah, as the light was about to fade. I wanted to kind of understand this light business, from out there, because you're never quite sure when you're inside behind a window. And Stokes in once again. That's been cut away off a thick edge before about 2 yards to the right of Harry Brook at second slip.
Did Harry Brook not see it?
Well, he didn't move.
Did not move a millimetre, did he?
No. I don't think he realistically could have caught it, but it wasn't very far from him. It was exactly where third slip would have been if there was one. Just trying to see, it was a hard top edge. Yeah, it really wasn't far away at all.
It went quick, but he wasn't ready for it, Brook, there.
Now Brook is sort of slightly edged, maybe 5 or 6 inches to his right after that ball's gone.
He didn't even go and pick it up, did he?
No, I think it was very kindly held back by a cameraman. 3:20 for 5. The deficit now just 14. Stokes in, driving, square of the wicket, out towards the boundary. It's going to get there. Very full, more than a squirt flat from Inglis. It's a shot of some authority, takes him to 19. The score to 24 for 5, which is 10 runs now behind.
How many boundaries scored this innings, Andy?
Feels like quite a lot, doesn't it?
Compared to England's
a lot more.
innings, they would have been a few too.
Well, it's just great to see that England's Baz ball approach is finally rubbing off on Australia. They got the memo.
Yeah. Well, they're going. Don't they go along quicker?
They are. Well,
they're taking next level.
You're fast learners, Glenn.
Well, improvers by the looks of things.
Yeah. Stokes into Inglis, who pulls at this out towards deep square leg, but fielder takes it on the bounce. And they'll just get a single. Will Jacks down there.
41 fours and 5 sixes so far, so that is 194 runs in boundaries.
Yeah, 194. Right at the end of the over, Australia are 325 for 5. The deficit is now below 10. Time for me to take a break. Glenn, the game is moving along at pace. Your thoughts? And then it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Isn't it what? I go back to that first innings where Australia played in Perth and they looked like very defensive, scoreboard not going anywhere. It's like they've made a conscious decision to never let that happen again. Second innings at Perth went along at a rate of knots. This one here, over 5 runs and over. England batting over 5 runs. It's all happening, Agers.
It is. I've just aimed a sledge back at Ian Healy in the next door box.
Did you?
I saw about half an hour ago. He's got quite a growly voice, hasn't he? Mate, not going very well for you guys out there. Just giving him a little wave.
And that's your sledge, a little wave.
Well, I think it was. No, I'm just sledging back. He knows what I'm saying. 325 for 5. It's still a long way to go. Australia only 9 runs behind. I think they're desperate in need to get these 2 out tonight. Carse goes thundering in, bowls yet another bouncer. Inglis on 20 already. Ducks underneath it. It's only faced 18 balls. And well done, Carse. I mean, it took a while to get there, but just to pitch the ball up with that short attack, you've got to be able to get the ball up every now and then. And the first time he tried it, of course, it bowled green. He was in a horrible place. But if the batsman knows that every ball is going to be a bouncer, you're going to get in those sort of places because you're going to try and hit the ball into places that fielders aren't. So at least the bluff there paid off, and it's opened the door a little. It's Carse trying to thunder his way through that open door. Bowls and Inglis fends off a shorter ball. Picks up a single there to backward point. Gripping cricket, every run is crucial, and this time under the lights is crucial.
Yeah, so when we played, and I was talking to Jason Gillespie earlier, and Jason and I would field mid-off, mid-on, and Brett Lee would go for a few runs every now and then, and as he was nearing 100, we'd both get a little bit excited. When he got 100, we were pretending to ride motorbikes.
No, that's not.
It's called a sidecar. You've got the motor, and you've got the sidecar where you've got the double figures normally, and then the third figure for the 100. We made sure Brett never saw it, but it was just a little in-joke between Jason and I.
Not kind. Then goes Carse, bowls, and Carey pulls. Rolls away out to Stokes, who's again given absolutely everything out there today. Sprinted off the ball. He's bowled his boots off.
Well, he brought himself back on when nothing was happening, just to try to change it. And those 2 wickets, that 1 over was unbelievable, wasn't it?
It was.
Thinking it's Test cricket in the second day.
And a drop catch in there as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was
all happening. 326 for 5. In goes Cast, thundering up and bowls down the leg side. Oh, he's gone down. He's all right. He bowled himself off his feet there. He's given, as always, absolutely everything. He's just the most wholehearted bowler.
Yeah.
You toss him the ball, he just goes. You wind him up.
He ran all day looking. He's in his 16th over, and they put up the speeds, his speeds, and the last 4 or 5 overs has been his quickest, where most other bowlers are tapering off. He's still running in hard.
You bowl like this in Multan in Pakistan in really hot conditions. He just kept running in, bowled 5-6 overs and took the new ball. Cast again, bowls, and that's a very high bouncer. It's a wide.
Couple of wides.
Yeah.
And to run in and bang the ball in, it takes a lot more energy than just bowling good length.
It does. He's a very strong man. 327 for 5. 7 runs in it now. And we've got 3/4 of an hour of play left today, if you're wondering where we are in the day. We really know where we are in the day, to be honest, because it's strange times these for watching cricket. We've got a tremendous crowd. You can hear the noise, the enthusiasm, excitement of the crowd. As Cast runs away again and bowls short of a length, and Carey takes his bottom hand off the bat handle, keeps the ball from going into Pope's hands and short leg. And there's no run. Our Scottish friends are still here, sitting in all their kilts. Quite a lot of fancy dress around.
Well, that's the one thing. It's getting late on outside there now, but no one's left.
No.
Why would you?
No. Friday evening, warm evening.
Nearing 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
1:45.
Very pleasant. Now we've got another field change. We've got a man going out deeper at square leg.
No slip. It's a bit of a spread field. Both teams are applying the spread field tactics.
They'd like this tactic. And goes Cast. He's there and he bowls, and Carey steps away. That was almost the occasion there for the pitched up ball, but he didn't play a shot at that. So although the ball hit his body, they can't take a run. But I think with the way that Carey's getting in position there, maybe Cast tries that Yorker again. 327 for 5. Australia are 7 runs behind England's first innings. They do still have 5 wickets left, and they've still got some batting left. They've got Neser. Stark is no mug with the bat. And then you've got Boland and Doggett. Not expect too much from those two, but
you just never know, do you? A couple of quick wickets now.
Yeah.
Australia should have a lead, but how big's that lead going to be? And as this game goes on, you can see, I reckon you can see where the cracks will be, where those dark green lines on the pitch.
Little mosaic.
Tomorrow's supposed to be 30 degrees. Next day is similar. So each day they're just going to open up a little bit more.
The chance of storms have receded too. I was looking at the forecast. Sunday looks to be nailed on for storms, but I don't think it is anymore.
Yeah, not as bad anymore. Monday, it looks like afternoon, but the test should be done by then.
Here's Stokes running towards us from the Stanley Street end, and he bowls to Inglis, who just leans forward. And the ball rolls away down to mid-off. The last time that England would have bowled at him, he scored that brilliant 100 in Lahore to win the Champions Trophy match that England really looked destined to win. Duckett scored an excellent 100. Australia are 20 for 2.
Well, he's got what's happened at Stokes here?
His boot has gone, I think.
He's got a sand tube blowout. Yep, looks like the sole's coming off there.
Yeah, he's going to change his boot. So we've got.
Is he going to run and bowl one?
Oh, hang on, we've got drink. Hang on, this is all a bit strange because 2 Australians are going running on to give the batsman drinks, and Stokes is at the end of his march coming running into bowl. So they're being shooed off by the umpires.
Well, they thought he was coming to change boots, but
they did.
Stokes said, "No, I'll push on."
Well, they're running off, somewhat chastened there. Umpire Shaf Abdullah moved in quite swiftly from square leg to say, "Hey, get off." So it wasn't one of them. Wasn't Nathan Lyon. That would have completed his experience of this match. They look like 2 junior players.
No, that's Nathan. Is that Nathan Lyon there?
I don't think Nathan Lyon went running on. It wasn't anything like that, was it? In comes Stokes. Bowles. Oh, he's dropped, I think. Let's have a look at that. It was low to Duckett's right in the gully. The ball guided by Inglis down towards third man. Duckett diving to his right.
He went one-handed, Duckett. Could he have gone two?
Let's see how far that carried to him. Stokes, it was a shorter length.
Well and truly carried to him.
And that is a miss.
Two hands.
Well, that is a miss.
That's two bad misses.
That's Inglis 21. Is it? Yeah. Inglis 21 goes down.
So Duckett's dropped both these guys.
He did. I think the first one was difficult. The Carey one, wasn't it?
I don't think they're going to be much easier than that one.
Oh, okay.
It's just ballooned. I don't know what happened there.
In goes Stokes Bowles, and that's driven up towards mid-on. I didn't get much of a view of that. I was between boxes again.
Yeah, it just lobbed to him. He sort of dived forward, got both hands to it, and it just bobbled out.
Well, that one was
not sure what happened there.
That was definitely a chance, that one there.
Yeah, they were both very catchable.
Oh, we're watching it now. That's timely. Anyway,
no, he couldn't have got two hands to that one, but still should have taken.
In comes Stokes. Bowles, just right-handed, turned around there by a good length delivery. He prods out to Ollie Pope at mid-on.
So that drop catch was after Stokes had seeing the next new shoes, and the Australians ran out there, and it was all happening. So,
not a great game so far. Duckett got a first baller
and dropped two catches. Can't get much worse. Touch wood.
He'll get runs in the second innings. Now he's crouching in the gully. Stokes moves in, Bowles. They bowled him! And look at Inglis there. He's suggesting that kept low. He's ripped the middle stump out.
Yeah.
Duckett's drop doesn't matter anymore. And Ben Stokes has bowled Inglis for 23. The sixth wicket goes down. Australia 5 runs behind. They're running out of batsmen. And did this keep as low as Inglis suggested? That's the question. Just looking at it, nah.
It did hit something. It kept a little bit low and jagged back. So the wicket is doing something.
It wasn't a shooter, though, was it?
No, it wasn't a shooter. But to me, that just highlights how important that wicket of Green was.
Yeah.
And the timing of it.
Yeah.
You know, if Green was still out there with Smith now and batting well, completely different game. But now England are right back in this game.
Shall I wave at Ian again next door?
Sorry?
Shall I wave at Ian again next door?
If your sledge is a wave, I'd have to ask a few questions, Angus.
It's a gentle sledge.
I was said this morning, you like to sledge, but do it like in a really nice way, which I think is even worse than doing it properly.
Do you think? I just want to upset Ian Healy, but he had me outside. He that growly voice, that bullshine voice.
Yeah.
He had me like that.
So when he said, "Oh, he's doing it pretty," what was your response? Probably was, we're doing it tough.
I said, just wait and see, Ian.
No, you wouldn't have said that.
I did.
Did you?
Just wait and see.
I'm proud of you, Angus. No. That's really positive.
I stood up for myself and for my team.
Well done. I'm proud of you, mate.
Yeah. So obviously,
and now you just.
He's got his arms folded now. He's got his arms folded. No, he doesn't.
Oh, he's not happy. He wants a piece of you, Angus.
I know.
I'll keep an eye out.
I don't want to upset you. He's a lovely chap.
Now he's a lovely chap.
I'm a bit frightened of him. But anyway, he knows what we're talking about.
I'll look after you, Angus. It's okay.
Anyway, there we go. So yes, he's commentating on a radio station next door. 3:29 for 6. 5 runs in it. 4 wickets. Nisa, the lower order, recognised all-round batsman. He can bat. He can play. Stark is next. Then we're down to 10 and 11. England supporters urging on Ben Stokes. Is on his way. He's running towards us. Bowls to Nisa, who's hit on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. That looks good. Oh, he's showing his bat. Nisa showed his bat to the umpire. It's been given not out. Stokes is saying, was it too high? There's all sorts of confusion out there. Nisa showed him his bat.
Well, no, everyone's saying bat. Archer came in and said bat.
Nisa showed his bat.
They might as well do it. They've got plenty of
They are reviewing it. They are reviewing it. I think it's the first one, but it did look good from here. But Nisa's showing his bat.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I checked the fit. It's a fair delivery. Front on tees.
Agers, we're in a terrible position to say if it's out or not.
It just looked good, didn't it? A planted front foot, a sort of first ball grope, wasn't it? 3:29 for 6. All the players looking at the screen.
They're all saying bat. We'll soon find out, won't we?
Just rock and roll 1 second, please.
Let's have a look.
He's hit it.
Looks like an inside edge there.
Yeah, good inside edge.
Can you give me RTS, please?
Good inside edge. You don't need the RTS for that.
Clearly off the bat. Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field. Adrian, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
It's actually passing a long way out of his crease, isn't he?
Yeah. From here, I thought inside edge straight away, Agers. You thought out. You were giving that from here.
I was giving that out from here.
We're on about a 45-degree angle.
I know, but it looked good to me. Looked good to me. I'm not biased. So, well bowled Ben Stokes. This game absolutely in the balance at the moment.
You'd be nearly tempted to bring Jofra Archer back here, wouldn't you? But then again, the way he's walking around the field, he looks like he's very heavy legs.
Cast is on the way, and he's bowling to Carey now. Bouncer down the leg side, ill-directed. Wow. For much of the day, it's just looked as if Australia would inexorably bat and bat and bat and build a huge lead. England's bowling in the first session was wild and erratic, ropey. And Australia cashed in. They got off to a flyer, a couple of wickets, and we saw Smith and Labuschagne playing their own way. Just trying to shore up Australia's position. They batted very well together, but then Labuschagne was out, then Green and Smith. Carey bowls, Cast bowls, and Carey allows that to go by outside the off stump. So what's he doing here? Getting a slip maybe, or a short leg actually going in there. It's kept Carey quiet, this tactic.
Yeah, so he's running and bowling short, so you just wonder how difficult it is to see this ball under lights.
Archer is fielding the covers at the moment.
Again, the only one in front of square on the offside. So you would expect that they're not going to pitch it up.
No, which is why, but they have to, don't they? As Cast showed, you do have to pitch the odd one up. Just occasionally. In goes Cast again. Bowls to Carey. He steps away and tries to slap this down the ground. He's got it down the ground. Cast couldn't stop it. He did pitch that up a little fuller. And Carey stepped away and he's thumped the ball down the ground.
Oh, 1 run in.
Yeah, Australia are 1 run behind. We've got 4 wickets left. 333 for 6. Now, last night, this sort of time.
Yep.
Say Australia lose another wicket.
Yeah, no. Well, you're behind. Like, what's the point?
You're not going to have a little bowl at England, as you were suggesting last night?
Well, you're not 329 runs in front. But if you think 1 run behind is enough,
I'm just lobbing it back to get them batting under the lights. In goes Cast, bowls, and it's a thick edge there. The ball runs to third man. It's all level.
There it is.
Crowd know it. They're applauding.
Bring him in, Agers, you reckon? Geez, you're
there. You are. I didn't know it was your suggestion.
Apples with apples. Agers.
Well, I'm just saying.
If Australia were 329 runs in front, without a doubt.
But if they were 20 runs ahead, 9 wickets down, you're going to have a bowl at England under lights. That's what I'm saying.
Why 20 runs? What's that? What's 20 runs got to do with it? And there's 6 wickets.
Yeah. But if England chip away here, get a couple.
Never know. Never know. Put them in. Get 3 or 4 quick ones.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's gutsy move. It's a lot gutsier than doing it with 329 runs on the board.
In goes Cast. Bowls a bouncer, and eases underneath it. Scrapes at the ground as a short leg. Again, it's a field set for short pitch bowling. But Cast has seen the value of just pitching the ball up and making the batsman realise that he might just get one that's full.
Well, you got to play each ball on its merits, don't you?
Right, deep square leg goes out now.
There we go. This full at the stumps.
I think what Green is guaranteed is he's going to get a lot of short stuff coming up. He's going to have this tactic at him throughout the series, I think. 3:34 for 6. A ball to go in the 65th over. Cast goes galloping in. There's a short leg fielder there, and he runs in and bowls to Nisa, and he's got an edge. Will runs to that fine third man. Australia take the lead. And our friend down here in his Hawaiian shirt waves his flag and his bat.
Lukey Sparrow, that is, from it's travel. When we played, he travelled around every tour. He's been doing it for.
What's his name?
I reckon, Luke Sparrow.
Luke Sparrow.
He's been doing it for 30 plus years.
Is that right?
Yep.
He gives it a good wave.
There we go. He's getting one back. Ian Healy.
Healy's
punching the air.
Punching the air.
Is that first innings points? Take first innings points there.
I'm not going to look at him for a while. It's just nice about these tours, you catch up with people like that. I've seen it in 4 years, I don't suppose.
Well, it's a sign of respect, Agus. I've been telling you the whole time. If you get sledged, it's a sign of respect from an Australian.
I'm still trying to be convinced of that.
Because I tell you, when Matthew Hayden rings me, I don't answer. It's just message of 5 minutes of abuse. That's because he loves me.
Oh, fair enough. Now Stokes on the way, bowls outside the off stump, and Nisa allows that to go by. And I must admit, I like this. Stokes has got 2 slips of guard. He's going to bowl sort of properly in inverted commas at the number 8 batsman who's just come in.
How's he going, Stokes? Is he limping? Because he hasn't changed his boots. Is it to do with them? Or he's something. He's lifting that leg every now and then, isn't he?
There's something that's not right. Not right with Stokes.
Something with his foot. Is it?
I think it's
or the knee again.
I hope it is his boot. In he comes, running in hard, bowls to Nisa, who plays that out into the offside. He has done something.
Is it a cramp?
He's done something there.
Yep, cramp.
It's not the boot, because he'd have changed that. Oh, now he's touching his toes.
Well,
he's done something. He's grimacing.
Yeah, they can't lose Stokes for the rest of this series, but it doesn't look a painful grimace. It just looks like whether it's a crampy looking thing.
He's not right.
Yeah,
he's
hamstring.
not right. In comes Stokes again. Is there, and he bowls and hits him on the pad. Withdraws the appeal. Oh,
cramp.
I think it is cramp.
Hamstring's going.
I think you're right. He's waved there at the umpire. The trouble with Stokes and Brooks coming up from second slip is that he doesn't stop. And if there's something not right, he needs to stop. He needs to go off and get whatever it is treated, because we've seen this before with him. He just carries on until the injury just becomes really bad. But
he's smiling.
I think it is cramp.
Yeah, it is cramp, and it's been a hot day.
Not sure where.
I'd say hamstring, calf, well, probably more hammy, looking at the way he's with his legs there. And it's hard to run when your hamstring wants to cramp the whole time.
Well, he's running around there now. Let's see how he comes in. He's giving it his best shot. Comes in now, bowls to Nisa, who defends. And Stokes again, you can just tell by the way he pulls himself up that he's not right. And Brook again is coming up from second slip. And whether he's saying, "Come on, Ben, for goodness sake, please don't ruin this."
He said, "Harden up. You can get through. 2 more balls. 2 more balls."
Well, whatever he's saying isn't having any impact. Joe Root's shaking his head. I think everyone is thinking the same thing. For goodness sake,
just come off a couple of steps, get through the 2 balls, and
there's nothing to be gained really by just breaking down. He's carrying on. He's ignored that. He's running in very gingerly though, and he bowls a shortish ball that's tucked away down into the leg side. They take a single. And he's going to go back and he's going to bowl the last ball. He's going to bowl to Carey, but that was barely medium pace, that delivery.
Oh, just doubled the lead then.
Yeah, the lead goes to 2. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Carey.
It came up at 128 kilometres an hour, about 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Generally in the series, he's been around about 83, 84.
Last ball for Stokes today?
Well, he'll have to come off. He'll have to at least stop bowling at this stage. I suppose he can go and stand somewhere in the field. He can stay on the field, but it's the bowling that's the worrying thing. Here's the last ball of this over. Round the wicket he comes, and he bowls down the leg side to Carey. Right, Ben, that's your lot. You're not going to do any more bowling today. He's taking his cap from the umpire, and well, maybe we'll have a stint with Jofra Archer or something from that far end. But it's 336 for 6. Australia lead by 2. Half an hour remains, and we've got Simon coming in here.
Yeah, no, just watching Ben Stokes then. Did he point to Atkinson and say, come on from the Stanley Street end? He's getting a little bit of treatment out there at the moment. He's at 12th man just out there asking what the issue is. It's got to be cramps. It's been a long day. He's bowled a few overs. The body feels it heavy. This pitch is pretty hard. But Archer's coming on from the Vulture Street end here, Simon.
Indeed. When was the last time Jofra Archer?
He bowled a 4-over spell after the second break, the loss, which was the 52nd over. This is about to be the 67th.
Okay.
So just over an hour ago.
Right, so not
so we've got 27 minutes left. See how Archer takes a few balls to warm up normally, Jofra, especially this time of the day.
He bowled the first ball of a spell earlier. I mean, it was
120.
It's a lollipop delivery just to get into his spell. Right, let's see what he's going to come up with. Archer moves away from us to bowl to Nisa. It's full, it's driven back. Well, it was a pretty friendly delivery. Driven back down the ground. Stokes is after it. Up towards long on, and they're going to come back for 3 runs. Because he couldn't really put maximum effort into chasing that. Mind you, it went most of the way to the boundary. So a friendly full delivery.
82 kilometres an hour. It says. I think it was a bit quicker than that. Stokes is looking at Archer thinking, what was that?
Yeah, he walks back shaking his head as if to say, look,
it came up 82 kilometres an hour.
Kilometres?
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't think it was that slow.
Right. I've just been busting a gut at one end. Come on. Because this is a crucial 25 minutes here for England under the lights. Australia 6 down, 5 runs ahead. Archer bowls, it's slapped away by Carey into the onside towards mid-wicket. It's a short ball, pulled away. And there's no run.
134. A little quicker, 50 kilometres quicker.
339 for 6. Nisa, who can bat, number 8, is a very useful lower order player. I think his first class average, what is it, around about 30, I think. And Carey on 18. Archer goes in and bowls to Carey, tries to swing this away into the leg side. It's down the leg side, he misses it, and it's taken by Smith.
Where's he trying to hit that?
Well, I think he was trying to hit it over fine leg's head. Swivel pull.
Maybe squarer.
Or squarer, yeah. I mean, I think he might have got it down towards fine leg, but if he got hold of it, it would have sailed over the rope. So he gave that a maximum swing.
I think he wasn't expecting that to be down leg side. He wanted that to go a lot squarer, and if he just picked that up, he could have picked that fine leg.
There is a fine leg. There's also a backward square leg as well, halfway to the boundary. There's also a deep forward square leg. Archer bowls. Carey ducks underneath a short ball. We saw that very early. On its way through to Smith.
Just watching England bowlers here, like how much energy do they have left? And we saw in Perth how they fronted up in the second innings, and they were a good 10 kilometres slower than what they were in the first. It's a lot tougher, the conditions here, a lot hotter. How are they going to front up in the fourth innings? I'm keen to see, and especially when it's probably going to be hotter and a little bit more humid.
Well, that's a bat for a while to give them a bit of a break as well. Archer bowls to Carey, short ball slapped away again into the onside towards mid-on, picked up by Bryden Cass. I think this is, today you see the benefit of those 5 pace bowlers, because you can then rotate them, you can give more of a rest to some of the bowlers, and Jacks has only bowled 1 over.
1 over, ridiculous, isn't it?
But I think Australia reasoned on this, and they thought 5 pace bowlers for these conditions, the lights, etc. Anyway, I mean, but then Nathan Lyon's a class spinner, whereas England don't have that. 339 for 6. Archer bowls to Carey, full delivery, backing away, hits it through the offside. It's going out towards the rope. Fielder runs round, knocks it back inside, or picks it up actually. It's a good sliding save from Crawley. Got to his feet and hurled it in, and they come back for 3 runs. Archer stands by the stumps with his hands on his hips. I'm not quite sure what that's all about.
It was a full toss. It wasn't the best delivery. He went full at the stumps, or is he not feeling good?
I don't know.
He's walking around a bit ginger, hands on the hip, looking down.
What number over was that for Archer? That was his 17th over. 17 overs, 2 for 93.
No, that's Stokes.
So it is, yeah.
That was also Archer's 17th. He has 1 for 65.
1 for 65. Yeah, so 3 for Carse, 1 for Stokes, and 1 for Archer today. 2 for Stokes. Correction, 3 for Carse, 1 for Archer.
Carse and Stokes between them, a rather extraordinary analysis. 5 for 206 from 34 overs.
Yeah. Well, it's been another one of those mad days, really, and this bizarre series that we've had so far. Right, Atkinson is going to bowl. He has replaced Stokes. Goes in round the wicket to bowl to Carey, who hits this down the ground. More runs here. And Carse has to chase it up towards the long on boundary. They'll go for 2. They might come back for a 3rd. Carse has got it now. He hurls it in, and they're coming back for the 3rd. And the throw reaches the stumps, the non-striker's end, and Atkinson can't gather it and allows it to go all the way through to Smith. But by the time that has happened, they've come back for 3. That was good run hunting there from these 2. Nicely played by Carey. 24 to him, 3:45 for 6.
On Nisa's batting, 117 first-class matches, 5 centuries and 18 other 50-plus scores, an average of 28, so very handy for a lower-order player. It's averaged 27 for Queensland and Sheffield Shield cricket, 43 for Glamorgan in the 20 games that he's played for them in the county championship.
Atkinson bowling to Nisa. And Nisa lets that one go outside the off stump. He was perilously close to being LBW's first ball. He just got that inside edge onto the pad, which is, of course, allowed to do.
Which is not really that close.
No, I suppose. Well, it goes a little feather through. He just plonked his foot forward and got that inside edge. Feathered it onto his pad. England reviewed it, but then we saw pretty clearly that he got something on it. Scratch. Atkinson in his 16th over, still looking for his first wicket of the series. So he's the one England pace bowler today who's yet to take a wicket. Feel he needs to join in the last half an hour. Bowls to Nisa. Nisa pushes that way up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I think Australia, if they go to stumps 6 down tonight with a lead of 25, then every chance that they can get it up towards that 100 mark tomorrow, which could be punishing, especially the way England are batting in this series. There's been a bit of inconsistent bounce, but basically it's a pretty good pitch, isn't it? You know, 3-3-4 plays 3-4-5 for 6. Atkinson back to his mark and goes in past the umpire to bowl to Niso, who slices it away. It's a diving save by Crawley to his left. Good piece of fielding at backward point, and there's no run. Tough as this here.
Yes, evening, afternoon, whatever. Another crazy day of the test, isn't it? It's enthralling to watch. But you don't see any sort of pattern, really, do you? Emerging. Apart from now, they've gone back to a little bit of orthodox stuff with the slips and the gully and the ring field.
There's 2 slips in the gully for Nisa. Atkinson bowls to him outside the off stump. Nisa allows it to go through.
You're spot on, Simon. You feel that England just really want another 1 or 2 tonight under the lights, don't you? Because these 2 guys can play. You know, Nisa, very competent. What's his average of it?
28.
28
first class.
Yeah, so there you go. You can have more than hang around, and then you feel that you're into the tail, even though Mitchell Stark and people can give it a bit of a clonk.
Well, that's where someone like Carey comes into play then, you know, batting with the tail.
Absolutely, very good at that.
England put a deep 3rd in now. Crawley's gone back. Atkinson bowls to Nisa. Nisa clips that away down towards deep backward square leg, fine leg area. Jacks is there. Caught that brilliant catch earlier. Have a look at it on the BBC Sport website.
Yeah, great
It
catch.
reminded me of your catch against Michael Slater, off Michael Slater in Sydney back in 1994, Tuffers.
Thank you for that, Simon. Checks in the post. Don't have checks anymore.
I don't think so. I haven't seen one for a while.
No, me neither. But there've been some cracking catches during this series, haven't there? Been some real, absolutely. There's been periods of poor fielding, and then dotted about with some absolute speckies.
England dropped 3 catches today.
Yeah, can't afford that on flat Australian pitches.
It hasn't cost them a huge amount. No. It's cost them something.
Yeah, absolutely.
But not a really punishing amount. Nisa on strike to Archer. Archer bowls to him, short, ducks underneath it. Through to Smith. So we have now 18 minutes left. I feel that England are desperate for 2, really, if they possibly can.
Yeah. Another. What's the forecast tomorrow? Another hot one.
Well, it'll be cloudless. Cloudless and warm in the afternoon.
Yeah, there is a storm sort of around Sunday-ish, I think.
Yeah, Agus was saying it's chance of it receded apparently.
Oh, okay.
New ball. Well, that was 11 overs away. Archer bowls. Nisa turns it away towards short leg on the bounce, where it's stopped by Ollie Pope. Yeah, this is 69th over. So by the close of play, I think another 3 or 4 overs, 4 or 5 overs. It might be about where Australia were actually, around about the 73, 74 over mark by the close of play.
Might be a few ice baths.
Well, that's the thing. They've got to come back tomorrow, get your boots on again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you've got 2 players. Well, if these 2 stay to the close, 2 players who can cause you some problems. Archer bowls. Nisa slaps it. Is he dropped? He's dropped an extra cover. There's another one that's gone down. Bryden Carse. It was in the bread basket and then out again. A strange shot from Nisa, giving himself a bit of room, clubbed it into the offside, and Carse put it down. Well, there was the opportunity. England have missed 4 now today, and the crowd just cottoning on to that. I mean, and that was potentially the Duckett one was straightforward in the gully off Carey. Well, that really should have been taken by Bryden Carse.
He hasn't had a lot of luck, Archer.
Archer bowls, Carey pulls away into the onside.
Got to take your chances, Simon.
1 more run.
Test match cricket, you've got to take your chances. None of them have been, that difficult, have they? Smith early on, you're 9 times out of 10 you're catching that.
The Duckett one in the
10
gully.
times out of 10 you're catching
that was a 10 out of 10. And the Duckett one in Inglis was tricky. It was away to his right, but he went one hand, didn't he? He went 2. I mean, that's why you practice, isn't it? And Carse is coming off the field now. He's probably damaged his hand trying to take that catch.
That was just the chance, as you say. What was that? Only 6 ahead? No, 14 ahead, sorry.
Archer bowls. Nisa gets it down towards deep third. He's very fine on the boundary. It was going along the ground there through first slip off the outside edge.
Just these little things, don't they? They all add up in Test match cricket. For morale, no slip in. Why is there not a slip there?
Went through the first slip corridor. Whether it carried, I'm not sure.
Well, but at least have one there.
At least have one there.
Yeah, just in about a 1 or a 2 side kind of slip. Just for if you. It's not Don Bradman.
Field is far flung. Archer bowls to Carey. Short, ducks underneath it, bending at the knees. Through to Smith. It's the end of Archer's over. 18 overs, 1 for 68. 349 for 6. Australia. I mean, they have fought back. They picked up some wickets, but they've also been their own worst enemy at times.
Well, you drop 4. Excuse me. If you drop 4, that means you've got to get. It's hard enough getting 10 wickets on a flat pitch. If you having to get 14 wickets, I mean, and it just saps morale. As you say, you saw Archer there. He's been trudging in all day and hot and sweaty, tired, stiff. And then, get me another wicket, and then it just goes down. You just saw him sort of sink a bit. Great sides who do things away from home usually cling on to most things, don't they?
Yeah, 70th over, Atkinson bowls to Nisa, who flexes away. More runs here for Australia. It might go for 4. Chases on from mid-wicket. No, it won't. It'll just hold up. And they jog back for 3 more. But the lead is increasing. 350s up for Australia. 352 for 6. So what's that now? 18 runs ahead, still with 4 wickets in hand. It's been another incident-packed day. Plenty to talk about. Talking about things to talk about. Tonight's game in the WBBL in Adelaide has been abandoned at the halfway stage. because the heavy roller accidentally pressed a stray ball into the pitch during the interval.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it must have been on a length or something.
Yeah, it must have been, yeah. So the roller must have been going up and down, the ball came on and it just got flattened into the pitch.
Oh dear.
Here's Atkinson bowling. And that's gone through first set, that's 4. That might have been half a chance as well. Off the bat of Carey, root away to his right-hand side, it flashed away. And is that another one? Was that catchable? I don't think got any fingers on it. It was a difficult one to his right-hand side.
Yeah, just camera went to Stokes. And again, the unlucky Atkinson.
Oh yeah, he did get a hand on it. He was diving to his right route. He did touch it. But it went between the wicketkeeper and the
He's
first
a bit
slip.
wide, isn't he? England, you can't afford it. Well, he's gone late there. I think he's expecting Smith to go for that. He's gone wide at first slip.
356 for 6. Carey forces this away. More runs. Party time at the moment for Australia. Slapped away into the offside by Alex Carey.
You just can't. You can't shell 5. And as I said, all right, that was a bit of a tough one. But I mean, I'm still thinking Smith should be going across to do that.
Well, you feel if the ball is nicked like that, someone has got to catch it.
Yeah, it's Rego. Well, it's Rego first slip, but he's a pace to the left-hand side. So they're trying to cover that cordon, but then how many times does it go that way? I mean, if he was standing there in orthodox first slip, it's straight in the breadbasket.
Atkinson bowls. Carey gets from the bounce a bit more than he expected. Dabs it into the offside. They run through for a quick single. And Australia move up to 361 for 6. The lead is 27. Still got those 4 wickets in hand. It has the feel of 100 about it, something like that.
Look how wide he is.
They bat well tomorrow. Just watching it again from behind.
Goes late.
Yeah.
Joe Root.
He also moves with his legs slightly to the left as well. I suppose if you're going to dive, you might do that. Yeah. I don't know. It's a tired effort. Atkinson bowls to Nisa. Turned away down towards fine leg. He'll trot through for another single. And this is the session, actually it's off the pad. This is the session, last half an hour, that England needed to win. At the moment, Australia are winning it. Well, advancing the score, and England dropping catches, which saps at morale.
Yeah, and you said England need that couple of wickets, that couple of wickets in this period. Well,
they've had the chances.
Yeah, they've had the chances.
Both of them dropped.
So four missed chances in 79 deliveries.
Oh dear. 362 for 6. Atkinson round the wicket, bowls to Carey. Carey nudges it away down towards fine leg. Crawley is alert and quick round the boundary. Flicks in the return. And they are through for one more. So we've got 10 minutes play left. Australia are 363 for 6. The lead is 29. The partnership is 34. Nisa has 11. Carey is on 35. He's been dropped twice. Tuffers and then Jonathan to the close.
Yeah, and you can see Ben Stokes there. He's ticking. He's ticking. You're creating the chances. They're throwing them down, and they weren't hard ones, They're not difficult ones, and at this level, under this kind of pressure and flat pitches, you've got to be taking them, Aggers, old boy.
Cast one was. He's worked very hard today.
Yeah. Goober, I call it. It was a bit of a goober.
Really bad miss. Carey's a fine player, and Archer is running in and bowling at him, and he's bowling really just with his arm. He's not really bowling with his body. No. And pick up a single there as he bowls short. He's pulled out a deep square leg. It's a question of how match fit you have to say. Particularly the bowlers are.
Well, there's a difference between fit, John, isn't there? We can all do the bleep test in trainers and nice conditions, and
bowl the nets.
Yeah. But then it's the sort of hardness in your feet and that sort of.
We talk about it a lot with bowlers who are coming back from injury, don't we? Here's Archer again and bowls, and it's down the leg side, fended away by Nisa. Picked up by Jacks coming up from backward square leg, where he took that brilliant catch to dismiss. Steve Smith earlier on, one of the best, one of the great catches that was.
But England not capitalised.
No.
And they've got no one else to blame, really. I don't think they bowled brilliantly in that first session. Sprayed it around all over the place and then drop catches.
Yeah. Archer is gliding. He runs in okay, but it's just when he gets the delivery stride, it's really just arm, and that's forced away out through the offside. I don't think anyone saw that actually. The ball's whistled away through the offside, and Joe Root's gone to find it over the boundary. But Archer again, it was just a medium pace, bowled with the arm and not with the body. He looks exhausted. He's coming over and talking to Ben Stokes, who at least is still on the field and clearly has some sort of cramp issue.
Yep. No one picked that up, I don't think.
No, I don't think it did.
Yeah, they're just all searching for it. But a dangerous kind of player, this Nisa and Carey.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you can be 70 or 80 behind here.
The lead's 34.
Yeah.
And goes Archer again, and he bowls short. Now that's a more hostile delivery. He let that go with a bit more intent. Whistled past Nisa's nose. 140 kilometres an hour. So that's heading into towards the high 80s, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, a little bit of venom in that because he's feeling a bit hard done by.
Yeah.
Creating chances, lads, and you keep dropping them. No one means to drop them, I know.
Well, Carter's in that position where he put that catch down off Nisa a few moments ago as an extra cover. Archer again runs up and he bowls another bouncer, and Nisa snatches his body out of the way. Archer follows through. It's a bit more like it than Jofra. Archer putting more effort into it now, really trying his best at the end of a long day. But you can tell the left arm, the leading arm, is just not operating.
No, none of that. With that leading arm, you sort of pull down, don't you?
No,
it's just like,
it's just collapsed.
Yeah, it collapses. Yeah. Still, I mean, trying his best, but sometimes you're just tired.
Archer again runs in, bowls, and it's another bouncer. And Nisa sways away from it, ball whistles through. That's the end of that over. We've got, 7 minutes to go until the close of play of this second day. And Australia lead by 34 runs. And their innings will resume tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. So sunshine until... Well, it's 2 sessions, isn't it? Well, it's 1.5 sessions of perfect light.
Yeah.
And then it starts to fade. And it goes up to tea time. There's a quite dodgy half hour up towards that, what we would normally have a tea break, wouldn't it? Up to that 20-minute break. Yeah. And then by the time they come back on again 20 minutes later, it's dark.
The twilight zone.
Yeah. It is then, but it's from 6.
Yeah.
It's dark, isn't it? So that's England could well find themselves batting at a challenging time tomorrow. Now Atkinson bowls to Carey, a sumptuous extra cover drive. It's more runs to Australia. Tired half volley from Atkinson, driven through extra cover. And Carey goes to 40.
And it's awkward as well because everyone knows in the field, everyone knows how many we dropped there, 4 or 5.
Yep.
Everyone's sort of trying to lift, but it's difficult. You've had a long, hot day.
Yep. Carey over his bat again. There's a couple of slips. A fine gully. Atkinson once more scuttles in. Here he comes. Bowls to Carey, who tries to drive inside edge and rolls back towards the stumps. Doesn't get there now. Now Carey just checks so he can pick the ball up. And
Run him out.
Jofra Archer said yes, he can. Slightly more echoey sound about the crowd now. It's quite hard to tell because of the spacing of the seats and the amber and the purple colours and the light blue that they have. They're designed to look as if there are people sitting in them, but there's a slightly more echoey sound. Like I think some people have left the ground now. It's quite clever, isn't it? It looks like it's people. Atkinson bowls and Carey drives, and Duckett's going to have to chase this. No, he's leaving it to third man coming round, and it comes pinging in to Jamie Smith, who they're still giving a go at, having dropped the catch earlier on.
He's looked a little bit out of sorts.
A 27 off 18 balls since the first of those 2 dropped or missed chances recently.
He's still put on 45 in just over half an hour.
Yeah.
But, both have been dropped. Atkinson again scuttles in, little short steps. Round the wicket, bowls. Carey drives, challenging there for mid-off, who goes down and does well. Hardly get up there. Oh dear. Cast, he almost needed a crane there to get him up afterwards.
You forget, don't you?
So much effort.
Yeah, you forget, don't you, what a long day in the field does to you.
Yeah,
conditions.
But you need them to be fit to play.
Yeah.
You need to have them in the bank. 374 for 6. They've all. So they won't need much rocking tonight, I don't think, the bowlers.
No.
Here's Atkinson, bowls, and Carey's punched it through the offside again. Once again, it'll be Jacks sprinting round from deep backward point, who fields. And the throw for Smith, here it comes. They've done that all day. I think it freshened up, because I think a lot of people would think that Smith should have gone for that catch. They went to Root's right. That
Absolutely.
was the wicket-keeper's catch.
Because it wasn't orthodox first slip.
No,
so it's obviously right. Anything to your left-hand side, Smudge, you go for it. Yeah, you've got to go.
And Root was very late, because he expected Smith to go. And it all happens in a split second.
Yeah, a bit leaden-footed.
Yeah. The lead 42 now. 4 wickets left. Atkinson bowls. Carey steers the ball for another single. A bit of a cheer in a minute, I suspect, because Jacks has the ball. Here we go.
This is played in Australia.
I know it is.
And it starts chipping away at you after a while.
No escape.
There is none.
He's had that all day.
Yeah, and you know it's coming.
377 for 6 with 1 over to go of play today. Jofra Archer's going to bowl it. You can watch all the action, of course, on BBC Sport website and the app. There's the full highlights show of the BBC iPlayer from 5. And there's the Ashes debrief with Alex Hartley. That's available also on iPlayer and the BBC Sport YouTube channel. I think you're starring in that. I saw I saw you combing your hair. Putting your makeup on.
Absolutely.
So last over of another roller coaster day.
Jack's only the 1 over.
Yeah.
The spinning option.
Archer runs in, bowls to Carey. It's short, pulled into the leg side. They'll take a run. The fielder there pounces at backward square leg, aims to throw but doesn't bother in the end. And they take the run that goes to 377 for 6. Stokes has got 2 caps on now. I'm not sure whose the other one is, but he's got one on his head and he's tucking the other into the waistband of his trousers.
I don't know whether I fancy my cap down the waistband of his trousers.
No, not really. Archer bowls a bouncer. Neeser dips his head. Allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Smith. 378 for 6. 4 balls remain.
And it becomes a little bit monotonous for the bowlers. We were mentioning it about Doggett, weren't we? That, it's a seam bowler. You want to use your craft. You want to use your skill.
Yep.
You just don't want to run in like a machine and bang it in all day.
Yeah. Archer again, 4 balls to go. Can England break through in this last over? It's another bouncer, and he's had nothing to do with it. He doesn't really mind that at all.
Oh, absolutely.
Just, sways out of the way.
See you in the sunshine tomorrow morning.
Yeah. There's a full-time, real-time replay on Sports Extra 3. That starts at 1 p.m. Back at home. So if you want to listen and pretend it's all happening in real life and live from home, but it starts at 1 o'clock, so it goes a little bit later than normally would do. But Sports Extra 3 is where you'll find just a complete rerun of the day, really. 378 for 6. In goes Archer round the wicket, and he bowls, and just Neeser watches another short ball go harmlessly by the off stump.
I know it's been a long hot day, but I mean, as you say, last over, at least then try and hit a pad or try and hit the top of off stump. Because as you say, that is just perfect. He's just thanks very much. I'll leave them all alone.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Perhaps a few frazzled minds out there.
Well, Stokes is changing the field.
Yeah.
And Archer, by the look of it, is going to go back over the wicket. And I think what Archer, there seems some body language. They're saying, well, look, what do you want me to do? I mean, you've set this field. Come and try and bowl him out. Then let's have a proper field. And so they are now. There's a couple of slips going into place.
2 balls left.
Yeah, short leg. And they're actually going to bowl at Neeser, as one might expect. He's only got 15 from 28 balls, but that short pitch stuff wasn't bothering him at all. So It's a more orthodox situation here. 2 slips, forward short leggers, 2 balls to go today. And Archer runs in and he bowls, and Neser fends that away into the leg side. Chase for Crawley. And Neser says no. He's like sort of in night watchman mode there. I'm not running for that. He's protecting Alex Carey. So although there was a run there, he hasn't taken it. Another big cheer for Smith as the throw comes in. And there's 1 ball to go at the end of this second day of this second test match. Australia leading by 44 runs. There'll be a review of the day coming up shortly. But for now, here's the last ball of the second day. Archer runs in, he bowls the right-handed Neser, who comes forward as solid as he like. Plays the ball out to Cass, who picks it up and thinks, oh, what might have been had he caught in that one at cover. And Neser only had a handful. But it wasn't to be. 378 for 6. Neser 15 not out. Alex Carey dropped twice. 46 not out. And the lead is 44.
Well, another energy-sapping day in the field for England. Sort of got themselves back into it somehow with that sort of double wicket over from Cass, and then had the opportunities. 5 drop catches. You just can't do that at the top level, I'm afraid. If you want to, you know, we've talked about being ruthless and seizing the moment, and I'm afraid England slightly dropped it.
That is a very tired group of bowlers coming off the field. Very tired indeed.
Yeah, weary.
In fact, they're so tired that the umpires are going to go off first. I think normally you see the fielding team go off, but the umpire's a bit surprised, waiting for the fielding team to come off. Well, Ben Stokes is marching off. He does look freer than when he was bowling. He's given Jofra Archer a little tap there to say well tried.
Australia 44 ahead, and they have 4 in hand as well. Marnus, you must be pretty pleased with your position.
Yeah, that was a crucial last hour there for us to get to the end of play, 6 down, gives us a bit of time in the morning in that day session, and then obviously pushes our bowling innings later into the night. So that was crucial there, and obviously the boys played well and probably let him in a little bit there through that middle session, but it's a nice day.
Scoring rate, you're going at 5. Was that talked about a lot, or did it just happen naturally?
It wasn't talked about. I think with Heady and Weathers at the top, they sort of just grabbed the momentum, and I feel like the rest of us sort of just piggybacked off the back of that and sort of kept going, and I think everyone that came in sort of had that good intent, and we were able to keep scoring through that whole day.
Another 50 for you. Looks like you're enjoying batting at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice. Very frustrating to get out of that, especially at the change of the conditions there, where it just quickened up a little bit, and just a bad time to get out, to sort of put guys in when in those really tricky situations without facing any balls. But always nice to score some runs and get the team in a position like we are now.
You've done this a few times. How hard is it to catch under lights?
Yeah, it can be tricky. I think that's probably the time I practice fielding the most, is pink ball cricket. Just especially here at the Gabba with the seats and with a lot of the sideboarding being red. It's real tricky. So, I mean, it's good for us, but it's always tricky.
Must have enjoyed your one, though, earlier on in the day.
Obviously, always nice to take one that, once again, that could have been a nice little period there if they got away and scored. But it was nice to get one. But I think Jaxie's probably pipped me there. That was a pretty good one.
Yours was still a stunner. Flying Marnus here at the Gabba.
I mean, it's always fun to be able to contribute in the field. It's like I said, I love fielding, and to be able to sort of pull that, and probably strolled off a little bit too confidently there. I sort of got to about here, and I was like, geez, got to make sure I didn't ground that or something. But luckily enough, it was all good.
Well done once again, and all the best tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ish.
That is Marnus Labuschagne speaking to Isha Guha, talking at the end there about that wonderful catch he took that ended England's first innings at 334.